Welcome to the Clear Shots Podcast with Seth Skinner and Jake Jones.
Hey guys, it's Seth from Clear Shots, and today you're listening to episode 66 with Zemiah Phrance.
Don't give them clear shots. Don't give them clear shots. Don't give them clear shots. Don't give them clear shots.
And we're
Welcome to the podcast, people. We got our friend Zemiah Phrance on today.
Howdy.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Do you want to plug your podcast right now?
Yeah. I do my own podcast. It's called the Constructive Cynicism podcast. I was supposed to do an episode this week, yesterday actually, but my guest couldn't find a babysitter, so we have to reschedule. But I'm gonna do a Just Me episode this week.
Why don't you do a babysit episode where you babysit?
Hey, are these on?
That would be pretty. That would be pretty off the walls.
Can you hear?
What are you doing?
I can hear. Your headphones are busted again.
It might be pulled out a little bit. You might need to push it in all the way.
Oh, it's in all the way. I don't know what to tell you.
There you go. Yeah.
Thank you, Zemiah.
You're welcome. Very observant.
Because that's a brand new splitter.
the splitter
It ain't
slowly
the splitter
pushes
split.
out all the inputs.
Yeah. It's
The
got
Octo
a
splitter.
It's got an interior pedestal that pushes things outward for whatever reason. We're drinking they're drinking blue light grapefruit.
Oh no, I'm drinking my
buddy.
Prosecco. The blue light grapefruit will be next.
Yeah.
And
It's on deck.
I'm cleansing my palate with a cotton candy Bang energy drink because I need my creatine. Because
That's so gross. Why'd you get
Cotton candy Bang, dude.
joint? It's so vile.
I don't even get
Ugh.
I had
You don't
the,
like it?
I don't like the cotton candy kind. There's other kinds that I like, but
Yeah.
I don't buy them myself. There's been people have been trying to push them on me super hardcore because
'cause
I drink
they're
a
cool.
lot of energy drinks.
They're cool now.
They are? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, I
So,
save
but
money with these.
they're just like, here, try this one. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that tastes all right. And then someone's like, oh, try this one. I tried the cotton candy one. It was fucking horrible. I thought, in my opinion.
That's because it's cotton candy flavored.
Yeah.
You can't have anything that's flavored like cotton candy because it's just trash. I feel like cotton candy isn't that great anyway.
I mean, that's not always true. If you get a really good cotton candy flavored vape juice, it's pretty good. Or if you get a cotton candy, what'd be good is a cotton candy Starburst. I think that'd be really good.
Nah.
I'm of the camp that anything blue tastes good.
Yeah, blue flavored is pretty great.
Is that blue? Because the can is pink.
No, this is beige. But they do have blue raspberry, and that's my favorite.
Oh.
But I've been getting the blue raspberry too much.
But that's the cool stuff now. It's like when Monster got big. Now everybody
It kind of is. I think it's because it has so much more caffeine than everything else. But
super creatine.
I like it because I can get
Ultra.
I can spend $12 and have enough of these for the week, and then I drink
COQ.
one a day instead of drinking 2 or 3 Red Bulls a day. Bang energy drink is like the Aleve of
It's got
energy drinks.
BCAA aminos, dude. This is fucking
It used to be a thermogenic,
knocks it over immediately. I don't understand it. It's just loaded with vitamins and caffeine. Is that what it's supposed to be?
yeah, it's like a
is that the idea?
it's like a supplement, yeah,
They can put anything they want in energy drinks these days and just
Except
call it a chemical.
except alcohol.
Yeah, they can put
Cephalephamine.
They can put literal energy in it and call it an energy drink.
They should do energy drinks that have
Just
Benadryl.
filled with electricity.
They just make a Bang energy drinks now with acetaminophen.
Yeah. It's got fucking,
You're vomiting up blood if you finish your second can.
Do not drink 2 of these drinks.
don't drink any of them. It's got gunpowder in it and shit.
What was that? Power Thirst. Remember those?
Power.
Do you remember Power
Rocket
Thirst?
Edition.
Rocket Edition.
The new flavors with banana, fizz
Remember-
bitch, and
Powerade.
gun.
Yeah.
That's the only one I can think of.
Power Thirst was like a wicked early viral video where they made like a fake energy drink and it was like making fun of like Monster commercials and stuff like that.
Oh, I do remember that.
It's still it aged pretty well, I must say. It aged pretty well. Unlike some things like milk
I like the
Dude, that was so
or
long
capitalism.
I like the gay Power Thirst video a little better than the regular one.
Yeah.
ago. The gay one?
You never watched the gay Power Thirst?
They have a gay
video?
one?
They do.
They have a
them-
regular Power Thirst and the gay Power Thirst.
Yes.
Yeah. The gay one marks you for the Catholics and they send you off to camp.
It happened to me. I watched the video, I closed it, I went outside to play basketball, and all of a sudden, next thing I knew, I was cloth around my face and I was on a bus.
Yeah. Except for you didn't know because you were unconscious.
Yeah, and I've repressed all those memories.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Jake.
I was the bus.
Yeah.
Or the bus driver.
I was the boss that day.
It was a little weird because I was 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's weird they let you drive.
I didn't. I just did anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys ever watch him on YouTube, but there's a big thing going around now with this guy called Pro Jared.
Oh shit, I heard about that. He cheated on his wife.
Yep, and he was sending and receiving naked pictures from underage fans.
Yeah, that was
Pro
the
Jared.
big one right there.
I showed him to you a few times and you hated him.
Yeah. I would imagine.
Yeah.
I don't like things that people show to me.
Yeah. That's why like I tried showing you Critical Role and you're like, no, I'm not going to watch it.
Yeah.
It's not animated. But yeah, he used to do like a really in-depth kind of pseudo funny. They weren't really funny.
He's about as good as Critical, and I don't like
Pseudo
Critical.
funny. Like,
Do you know Critical?
I like him a lot.
Hey guys, what's up? This is Critical.
I actually really like him.
I'm not a fan.
But I liked him. I hated him in the beginning, but now that he does like reviews, he does a podcast. He doesn't do those retarded like the ShamWow video where he like overdubs the fucking. He got really famous overdubbing like infomercials.
Yeah,
and
those
shit.
are the videos I remember. I haven't seen any of his recent shit.
Yeah,
Lately,
but
It's fascinating
Yeah, no,
that
Pro-
you can get famous
Excuse me.
doing that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And now Pro Jared and like I actually watched the Angry Video Game Nerd last night, and it's really weird how he legitimately has not changed. Like imagine if Donkey like 10 years from now is still doing the same shit.
He will be
He will be,
100%.
and he'll sound the same.
Have you heard Dunk Tank yet? Have you listened to any of the episodes of Dunk Tank? It's not bad. It's just like it's him, Leah, and then 2 people like I've never heard of before.
I like Leah, and I would dump one in her butt, but I cannot stand her voice. But maybe I'll try it out anyway. You gotta try it out, man.
Try it out.
Yeah, you get a lease and a key.
Dude, Heath Evans was on there the other day.
Yeah,
It was
I need to
wicked
watch
cool.
that.
Like Tom, I guess Tom played football against him in like high school or some shit, and they were showing like highlights of Tom Segura like playing fucking D tackle or whatever he played. It's hilarious.
I finally watched the episode of Joe Rogan with Tom DeLonge.
Which
one was that one?
Fuck.
It's the one where he keeps saying that he like.
I can't say anything about that.
Yeah, like
Can't say anything about that.
he's the guy from Blink-182 that is into like aliens
all the
and shit.
that one. I was told to avoid that one.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
Oh, it's so funny.
Is it
Because
good?
Joe, at the end of the episode, Joe's like, I can't wait to end this fucking podcast.
Yeah.
He says that, like, out loud.
While he's in there,
What?
There's-
Yeah, while he's sitting right in front of me, he's like, well, I can't wait to end this fucking podcast.
There's
Wow.
a point where like Tom goes over to Jamie to like try and get him to like find the right video or something, and Joe's like whispering in the mic to Jamie, like he's like, he can't hear me right now. They're like they're like talking shit about Tom, like through the mic, because he can't hear. He's like one of the only guests I've ever seen get up and like walk literally over to Jamie and be like, "This is the video you have to pick." Instead of like, why can't you just go like, "That's the one"? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, that's like wicked invasive.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Especially with somebody like young Jamie.
I think he was like trying to like, it felt like he was like floundering the whole time, like trying to buy time and like figure shit out to say. Because like none of it was real, obviously.
Yeah.
Like he has a fucking company that it's called To the Stars or something. And he fucking like is trying to make films and like do research on UFOs and shit. Because apparently he got invited by some CIA agent or some shit. To
all through a bunch of emails.
Yeah.
That's what he said. It was like he was getting emailed by generals and like a bunch of like commanders and shit in the army.
Which makes sense because he's the lead singer of Blink-182. So
right?
why wouldn't they target him?
Because he wrote a book on aliens.
Right, yeah.
Dude.
Yep. They were just like, this guy definitely has the answers. We need to get Tom DeLonge
like, we gotta
on our
get
fucking
Tom.
team.
We gotta get him. He sang about fucking.
I can just imagine.
You know the dude who put together Adam's song? Yeah, we need to get him.
I just got done watching all the Austin Powers movies, so I'm picturing in my head like the round table with all the generals and leaders of the world, and they're like, "God damn it, we need Tom!" Like,
yeah,
what are we gonna do? Get DeLonge on the phone.
Yeah,
and he's just like, "No, you got to call me with that phone."
Yeah. He's like, "Don't waste your time on me."
Just forward it to my email address.
Dude, his fucking voice is so fucking unique, though. He's got a great voice for punk music. He really does.
He really does. He needs to just go back doing that and stop.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that? Like, who would have thought that Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins would end up being like the most level-headed person from the '90s? Like, I mean, Kurt's dead. You know, Chris Cornell's dead. So they were probably. Well, Kurt wasn't, but Chris was definitely number one. But
Kurt went out with a bang.
He did.
Yeah,
Yep.
he did.
Yeah,
technically, not one of those.
Yeah, what if he just shotgun bangs to death?
I almost just sprayed like grapefruit everywhere.
He's like, yeah, Courtney told me to try this, and he sips and he goes, "Fuck cotton candy."
Yeah.
Courtney just kept force feeding him bags, and he's had enough. He's like, I have so much creatine in my fucking brain.
Yeah, but he would be drinking them before they were cool. So
yeah.
That's a plus.
He knew about it, and then they had to like keep it on the low for a while. And then they're like, "It's 2019. It's time to bring out the bang."
They started emailing him about secret meetings about bang.
Yeah, they're like, "What do you know about Tom Arnold?"
It's actually real. It actually is real. It's been hidden in Area 51 for years.
Courtney loves the new promoter in the next commercial.
She's just passed out the whole time.
She's passed out on a fucking bed. There's like sirens outside. She's in a sketchy motel.
It's like
just the logo bang pops up at the bottom, and that's it.
That commercial. It's like
no catchphrase.
This is your brain on drugs. And then it keeps going like, this is what happens to your family. This is what happens to your music career. And then it like cuts to Kurt Cobain's headless body.
Yeah.
Or was it faceless?
Does he have a face or a head? I don't even fucking know.
It sucks. At least he didn't get the chance to like go down like in quality. Isn't that, I guess that's kind of ideal in a way.
I guess, yeah.
Not that he killed himself. Like,
well, yeah, I don't know.
I feel kind of a prick though. Like if you listen to any fucking interview that he's ever done, he's not having it. He was
a very pretentious
it's
guy.
A product of, I think, of being, especially like when he was getting famous. I think anytime you're a musician that's that fucking famous, there's shit that's like it's such a strange lifestyle. Like you don't get that anywhere else.
They basically
you're fucking going to every city every night. They're playing shows.
Yeah.
And they're playing the same fucking set over and over. And it's like, I feel like most venues probably blend in for them because they're all pretty much the same. They don't remember where they are probably half the time with how many fucking drugs they're getting offered all the time.
I think my favorite Nirvana thing, though, and it was the ultimate power move. He was on like a late night show or an awards show, and they wanted them to play Smells Like Teen Spirit, but they didn't want them to actually play it. They wanted them to pretend they were playing it, and they were going to play the song in the background. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's what like on the bigger shows, that's what they want you to do a lot of times.
Yeah.
Like the Super Bowl and shit.
And so they had to do that for like something that they were invited to. And they had like they had the bassist behind the drum set, and they had Dave Grohl playing the bass, and then like, then Kurt didn't touch his guitar at all the whole fucking song.
That's amazing.
We'll watch that. It's actually wicked good.
I need to see that.
But like that was the cool thing that they would do, is that they were like so against the grain, but they were also, I mean, abrasive as fuck.
Yeah, their music was so fucking great. I use the word awesome way too much.
I really did like Nirvana. And I still really do. But it's going back, like it seems
I never got into them really. I don't know. I was scrolling when I was making that playlist last night with Steve Winwood and fucking. I was making a bunch of like I put a bunch of like 80s and 70s tunes into a playlist because I need that for the summer.
Yeah.
I've been making a classic rock playlist with a lot of Leonard Skinner and Eagles, like all the shit I used to listen to with my grandpa.
But like I was going through like you can like I would imagine you can do this on iTunes too, but you like type in 80s or like type whatever, and then there's like either playlists or just like recommended songs, and you like scroll through them and you're like, oh, like I feel like I might know this song, and then you skip like 30 seconds in or like a minute and a half in, and you're like, oh shit, I know this part, and then you're like you just add them all to your playlist. And that's what I fucking did. And I got to a couple Nirvana songs. I was like, I should probably know this one, and I was like, well, I don't. Like, I never listened to them enough to like recognize any of their songs. There's a couple that I probably would, but like I never sat down and listened to them. There's a couple bands that I never did, like The Who or some shit. Like
we were talking about this, I think, one of the few times we were hanging out and didn't do a show. Like The Who was one of those bands that I know
like a lot of people
3 or 4 of their songs, and they're really, really big.
You know, it's weird that like
I've never listened to
I've
them.
never like met anybody that is like a big fan of The Who though.
I'm not a fan.
Like
of
I've
The Who
seen
at all.
people wear like shirts that say The Who, but like who knows if they've even listened to them.
My aunt is a huge Who fan.
Yeah,
Right, like because they're good Walmart shirts. Yeah,
Like
they're good Walmart shirts if you're trying to get a $5 shirt.
Yeah.
You know?
But as
I think
far
that's where
as-
they made their name. Like if you sign a deal with Walmart, that's what we should do. Is just sign a Walmart deal.
Yeah.
And then everybody gets Clear Shots shirts, and then we get big because
and the Tom Hanks shirt.
Yeah.
Gotta say, fuck Tom Hanks, bleach ain't
I
shit.
don't know if they can sell that at Walmart. I don't think
No,
they sell
I think Tom Hanks would get
We'll be able to do that as long as it says
with
Team
stars.
Jesus,
It would have to have
Jesus
the
on it.
Well, yeah, that's true. You'd have to have the F and then the 3 asterisks. Because that's
But
how
instead
it
of
works.
asterisks, it's like the Star of
like
David.
yeah, it's like fucking religious symbols instead of like a $ sign and a fucking at symbol.
Yeah, it's like the Islam moon with a star or whatever. Actually, you could have the C be that, and then the U be the Star of David, and then the back is just Palestine on fire.
It's like the coexist bumper sticker.
Yeah. Fuck you if you have one of those. Do you have one of those bumper stickers?
No,
Do you
I took
want-
all my bumper stickers off.
Will they
'Cause I'm
all
just like,
coexist?
No, I had a couple of vape ones, which I was like, after a while I put them on when I got out of high school, like when I started working at Smoker's Choice, and then like last year I was just like, fuck that,
Yeah.
I need to take these off.
There's
my fucking
always
car.
the one with the fucking dude that's pissing on shit, and then you just put
It's Calvin.
whatever.
It's Calvin from
Who the
Calvin
fuck is
and
Calvin?
Hobbes. Calvin and Hobbes.
I don't know who that is.
The comic strip about the little boy and a stuffed tiger.
So he pees on shit? Is that what is?
Now he does. The tiger's gone.
They just can make that for everything, though. It's like, I don't like this thing, and then it's just the dude peeing, and then you put whatever you want as what he's peeing on.
Every Chevy truck, there's the kid peeing on a Ford sign.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's every Ford, it's the opposite.
And their bumper stickers are so corny, though. Like,
They really
girls
are.
kick ass, or like...
My
Yeah.
favorite one is...
I just want to get my old Batman sticker back. Just slap that on there. I'll be good.
Yeah. Like, that's understated. Like, you don't need something that's, like, screaming at people, you know?
I like the one that's like,
My child is an honor student at Fitzhugh Park
Yeah.
Elementary School.
It's like, fuck your kid.
fuck
Yeah.
your kid.
I hope your kid fails in life just
sell-
because you have this bumper
I
sticker.
sell drugs to your kid now. I would actively seek out their children to make sure I never had to see another bumper sticker again.
Yeah.
I like the one that's the picture, like I you don't really see them anymore. I think it's because we're not in high school, but all the athletes would get like the bumper sticker. Like if they were a hockey player, it'd be a hockey player with their number on it. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
I love the ones where it says "Watch out for motorcycles," like we're not looking for them.
Yeah.
Do you hear that?
Because I love
That's a
motorcycles. If I see a motorcycle, I'm like, "That's a fucking awesome motorcycle."
Yeah.
I'm always watching out for motorcycles.
Sometimes they're fags, though.
I'm pretty sure there's a helicopter outside right now.
Well, we should watch out for helicopters.
I don't think anybody outside of the city who's listening knows that we live in like a District 9 sort of.
Yeah.
We're like in a shanty town. It's you know what? Like helicopters are probably more useful outside than they are inside. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we didn't check the markings on that helicopter, so that could have been a good one or a bad one, but it's just a good thing that we're indoors.
Yeah.
And the squads aren't out at this time.
Yeah.
Fucking Bridge Street Run just gets gunned down in the street.
Jesus
I found out today that
Christ.
Bridge Street Run was going on.
Today?
Today, yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's so fucking. I never
needs more
participated
exposure,
in
dude.
that, and
I've never done it either. It seems really fucking stupid.
I always
It
thought it
really
was
does
weird
seem
when we were
stupid.
in high school. I'm like,
Why can't you do that any day of the year? Like,
Yeah.
why is there one day that you have to do it?
my whole thing was I was like, what's the whole thing about Bridge Street Run? Like, do you get free drinks at every bar that you stop at if you have the white shirt? They're like, no, you have to pay regular price
Yeah,
for all the
it's
drinks.
literally
You just
the
get
same.
people to sign your shirt and you bar hop, and I'm like, that's
Yeah.
fucking dumb.
Yeah, it's really.
Like, I mean, I guess that's a cool frat thing to do, but like, I don't know.
I don't get why you can't just bar hop if you want to. You know, like
Yeah.
I don't.
we should just open a bar that's only open for Bridge Street Run. But everything's way more expensive because you know everybody's going to try and hit all the bars.
it's like,
But it has to be at the end.
At the end,
when
so that they're
everyone's
wasted.
super fucked
Yeah.
up, and they don't care about how much money they're paying for
and
drinks.
then when they get to the end, they've already hit everything else, so they stay there longer.
it's like rum and coke, $10.
Yeah.
It's like, what? We're using top of the line rum, dude. Fork it over.
If you
What
buy-
are you, a fucking asshole? Or you can't afford this shit? Get the fuck out.
What do you
No,
wanna
oh,
buy?
we
Banging-
marry all the bottles, so we have like a Woodford Reserve bottle just filled with black velvet.
Yep.
It's like, nah, trust me, man. This is fine bourbon.
They wouldn't know it.
We got like Johnny Walker Green Label, but it's like it's just fucking battery acid.
we make a jungle juice that's in a fucking like one of those Rubbermaid containers,
Yeah.
and we just dump every type of liquor that we have into it with like fucking
Bang.
bang.
Or we do what they do out on Sunny, and they pour all the old beers into one giant thing and make a microbrew.
Yes, that's the way to do it.
Oh my god.
Save money. Water down.
It would have a unique taste, you know.
25% vodka in every bottle.
Yeah,
Just all the rest of it water. Shake it up real good.
Just
They'll know the difference.
they
Just-
really wouldn't.
just pour a bunch of natty daddies in a keg and then dump like 6 5-hour energies in it.
We're giving a scumbag some really good ideas right
You're
now.
giving me really good ideas, so yeah. It's like oh man.
It's actually the move, though. I mean, but I mean,
Alcohol poisoning?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think if you,
I
think
do
if
that at
you
home. I don't need
opened
to
it only
bar up
for
to do
Bridge
that.
Street Run, though, if it was only open for Bridge Street Run, the exclusivity would be intense. People would be like, "Oh shit, I can't wait until they open for that one night.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so intense." And then they pay way too much money for everything, although they would probably be more willing to just because of the fact that
status.
it's only
We
they're
give
like-
it we have like
but there's like a
commemorative-
capacity, like
we-
you can
we
only
have
bring in X
commemorative
amount of
glasses.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always thought Oswego needed like a nice nightclub.
Yeah, we need like a club. Like
What do
Like
you
a
we
wood-
have 2 cans.
That's not a club.
Oh.
they're not. I don't think any
It's
of
a
them
place
are.
that harbors underage children.
I think if you
Yeah,
try to make,
that's
I think if you try to make a nice nightclub here, it just turns into a not nice nightclub.
Yeah.
Toucans is where every pedophile we went to high school with just lingers every single goddamn
Dude,
night
it
to pick
actually
up
is really
chicks.
strange. I don't like going into 2 cans because you can just smell the date rape.
Yeah,
Like you really can.
legit. I
It's really
DJ'd
cre-
there multiple times, dude. It's gross.
It's really weird, like, because you'll see, and this is where it is too. You'll go upstairs to where the dance floor is, and then there's like that raised platform, and it's just all the wicked, the shadiest men in Oswego are sitting there drinking and just looking around.
Is that the place that used to be Hurricanes?
No, it used to be
No.
Club Crystal, right?
no. That's the Ferris wheel.
Oh,
It's
that
the place
was
that's
next
right
door.
next door.
Yeah,
It's like
Hurricanes used to be next door.
yeah.
Or
I
is
think
the
it
one
used to
that's-
be that skate shop. Honestly,
that was even farther next door. And then like Franco tried to buy it.
I think Toucans actually was always Toucans. Now I think about it, but it used to be Toucans like spelt like the bird. Toucans.
I don't
if it's
know.
the one right next to where Club Crystal used to be, to the left of it.
It is, yeah. It's
that
directly
used
next
to be
door.
Hurricanes, and then upstairs. Like, no, I think what it was Hurricanes was upstairs, and then downstairs was Toucans after a while. But it
Downstairs
used
was
to all
Club
be
Crystal and the one that's Ferris wheel now. That's the way it was. Hurricanes was upstairs and Club Crystal was downstairs.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
what was in the building.
Before that, it was all Hurricanes, and they used to have like a pool table in the back, and upstairs was like a dance floor. And
I know
shit.
Toucans was around there because where Murdoch's is now used to be a salon that I went to when I was a kid, and you could actually get to Toucans through the salon. Like, you could walk through the salon
Right.
and go down the back, but who knows, man?
You know
there a
Hurricanes
bar,
is
like-
still there, right? That's
Yeah.
what they call the top floor of Ferris wheel.
yeah, okay.
I had
that's
no
what I was
idea that it
thinking.
was a completely separate thing until like last week.
I had no idea either. I was like, how? Like, whenever I went to pick up cans from there, I was always looking around, and I was like, how the fuck do you get upstairs? It's like, and I kept looking. I was like, there's literally only
There's
one
a
way to get
stairway
upstairs
in the back of the,
outside,
yeah.
and it's a wicked sketchy like fucking fire escape stairway.
Yeah,
Really?
That you
There's
get
a
into-
stairway from downstairs, though, isn't there?
yeah,
There is.
Yeah, it's in the back,
yeah,
like
it's
to
hidden,
the
kinda.
right.
Oh, like
Way off in
oh,
the
okay.
back. There's a bar. Isn't there a bar down below
The
it
gaslight.
too? Yeah,
The Gaslight's
I've never been
cool.
there.
Yeah.
I've been there before, but it like I don't know. When I went, there were a lot of sketchy ass motherfuckers in there, and I didn't want to stay there.
Yeah, I went there once with Tim, and we went there. We were getting drinks, and like there was a fight over a pool game, and I was like, I'm out. Just like how we're never going to the lighthouse again.
Yeah, well, that whole situation.
The actual lighthouse.
Well, didn't you?
Did you end up? Did you end up hearing what happened?
I
with
heard
that
the
situation?
the resolution of it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That guy never took Sam's cigarettes.
Yeah.
I took Sam's cigarettes thinking they were mine.
Yeah.
And then I got home and I was like, after I was like wicked fucked up, I was like, why the fuck do I have a pack of fucking
They were like Marb
Marb
slates or
slates
something.
in my pocket? I was like, oh shit, these are Sam's cigarettes. He told me to hold on to fucking.
Yeah.
I
I still didn't have a good time. Though, besides that, like that really weird older dude that kept like asking us questions while we were playing pool. He was like getting really intimate and weird.
That's not a big place. Either.
He followed me outside when I went out for a cigarette.
Yeah, he really liked you.
Yeah, dude, he really did. Yeah, dude, he did.
He did.
Like he
Well,
was.
what are you gonna do? I mean, you know.
We're trying to play pool, and he's literally over my shoulder asking me questions about like fucking sports and shit like that.
But then we went to the Woodchuck and everything was fine.
That's always a weird spot because you're like,
we go to
you
the
kind of
Woodchuck?
want to
did.
just.
We did go to. I definitely.
Because
fucking
Corey Gates was there that night, remember?
definitely blacked out that night.
You
then.
did.
I just
Because
like,
I remember leaving the lighthouse, and like it
Yeah.
was right at. Oh yeah, because it was right after SU beat Clemson when Clemson was #1, not last year but the
that
year
was
before.
2 years ago.
It was when you guys were at Van Buren.
Yeah, and I just remember we pre-gamed hard, and then I took shots with all the old guys at the bar after SU won, and then yeah, that was it. Maybe that guy thought I was coming on to him. Maybe I
It's
almost
just
did.
Like, I don't know.
Maybe.
When you get into like you meet like a random dude at a bar, he's just like keeps talking to you and
Every
shit.
kiss begins with K.
You almost want to say like fuck off,
Ketteby.
but you want to be the nice guy at the same time. Like
Yeah.
you don't want to be like the asshole that's like fuck you, dude. Like why are you following me?
I'm that guy. I'll be like, hey, dude, I don't want to talk to you right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like, especially if I've had a couple drinks in me, I don't give a shit. I'll be like, bro, go away.
yeah. Can you please piss off. Like
Like, I'm not trying to make you mad or anything, but we're doing our own thing. Please.
That's
fuck
how
off.
I feel sometimes when I go to Gary's, because I really do like Gary's.
Yeah, there's just those older guys that are like the commoners who
Oh,
feel
I
like they
fucking
gotta
love
talk
them.
to
No, I
everybody.
fucking love Dano and Keith, dude. Those guys are sweet.
I don't know any of those guys because I don't frequent Gary's.
I go to Gary's sometimes just to hang out with those two because they
Jesus
talk.
Christ.
he knows them all by name and shit.
Dude, I do. They were both in. They fought in the Gulf War, and they love talking about it. And Keith has this really sad story
Gulf War.
about how when he was in the Coast Guard, and he was like basically the Coast Guard like captain for this giant port in New England. I can't remember if it was Maine or Massachusetts, but It was this huge thing that happened in the 90s where
They're the same thing.
they were doing, the Boy Scouts were doing a fundraiser and they were canoeing from like mainland, fucking Massachusetts. They were canoeing from Massachusetts like a half a mile to like this island, and they were going to canoe back, and they were raising all this money, and then they all died. Like a fucking storm hit them and killed all of them. And that was his first, that was his first actual day on the Coast Guard, was like this whole entire Boy Scout troop that was canoeing across the ocean fucking died.
Why would they canoe across the ocean?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you know, like I feel
That's
like
a
you're putting
terrible
yourself
idea.
in a bad spot, in a rough spot. You know?
Yeah, even canoeing across Lake Ontario would be fucking ridiculous.
How about canoeing is fucking not really that
Well,
safe.
I like kayaking. Kayaking.
Maybe that's
really
what
fun.
I meant is kayaking. That's when you
Kayaking.
you sit in it and it's just a
Yeah,
single-
it's a
okay,
single boat. Yeah,
so
that's a
it was-
kayak.
that
Yeah.
they were
I think
I
a
like
canoe is
kayaking.
canoe's more likely to flip, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
canoes, you have multiple people in it, right? I think. Yeah.
which is a liability. I
Yeah.
want only me to control this thing because I don't want anyone else rocking the boat.
Exactly. And you can relax in a kayak. Like
Yeah.
you can kind of like just sit there and like just take a breather.
Yeah, you're one with the kayak, dude.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you really
it's
are.
a part of your body when you're fucking...
It's like when you're snowboarding and your feet are stuck on the fucking board. That's horrifying to me, actually.
Really?
Dude,
wakeboarding's even scarier
Which
because
one is
it's
that? Or like
it's when
surfing?
you're being pulled behind a boat and
Oh,
the board
that
is
shit's
fucking
awesome.
it's wicked fun. I've done it multiple
Yeah,
times
that
and
seems fun.
it's
Wait, but that's
really
when-
fun, but like when you wipe out it hurts like crazy because
that-
you're going like 35 miles per hour behind a boat.
Right.
And you're like only being like you're only holding onto this thing with like
yeah.
one or two hands, and then you're like jumping across the wakes and shit. But if you
if
like
you fall, it's gonna hurt.
yeah, because sometimes like you'll have your board up and you'll go to do something and like you'll lose your balance and you'll go forward a little bit, and as soon as the nose of your board goes in the
Yeah,
water,
it's just gonna suck
face
it
plant.
down,
And
yeah.
multiple times I've face planted, like put my face right into the handbar, and it hurts
fucking,
so bad.
Like water is not that soft. Like
No, it's not.
No.
It seems like
It's
it would be
actually
soft.
extremely hard.
Especially when you hit it fast.
Yeah, it's like cement. Like you feel like it's you. It seems like it would cushion your blow, but then when you hit it, you're like,
Well, it's because
That's
people watch like the Olympic diving and they're like, "Oh, that's cool,"
Well,
but they
they
don't
know what
realize that
they're-
they put like liquids and shit in the pool to make
yeah.
it like.
Well, they also have a technique that's
Yeah, that
specific
too.
to not.
But I
getting
don't think
injured.
there's a tech like you could take the best Olympic diver and have him fuck up on a wakeboard and he'll still break his nose.
I want to know how the people who like try to commit suicide on the Brooklyn Bridge, like bridges that are that fucking high and trying to like jump in the water and kill themselves, how they survive. Like how those like
You
the
have to
people who
just
survive.
flatten out. You
Like,
have to.
no, that would just like completely destroy everything in your body. I think
Yeah.
you'd have to fucking like dive,
To
like
survive, you
legit
have
do
to
a
go-
like fucking like pencil dive
Yeah.
into the fucking water, or else you're fucked. And you have to get all the way back up
And
because
try
that
again.
no, like back up to the surface, because with that velocity going down, you're going to be going really far, like down. You might even like get close
to the
not
bottom.
Even, no, you wouldn't get close to the bottom. That's pretty fucking deep.
That's what like, blows my mind about people that like jump off the bridge in Oswego to like land on the safer side of the river.
My grandpa told me stories about him doing that as a kid. I'm like,
They
how?
would jump into the locks.
What? That would terrify the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
Why would you want to do that? I don't get it.
I guess like
Matt,
the thrill.
that's probably how you used to get pussy back then.
They didn't have
Yeah,
video
yeah.
games back then. They just
Yeah.
fucking jumped off
just-
bridges
That's true. They just
Yeah.
toyed with their life.
and stoned cats.
Yeah.
I actually know somebody that when she was a kid, which would have been in like probably like the late 50s, early 60s, her neighbor had a cat that was really annoying, so she tied a rope around it and hung it on their neighbor's fucking fence. So that's what people did for entertainment back then.
Yeah, one of my buddy's dads told me a story when I was over at their house. He told me like when him and his brother were kids, like they would like find neighborhood stray cats and they would like get a bunch of rocks and just huck them at it until
Yeah.
it stopped moving. I'm like, that's fucked
That's great
up.
as fuck.
I'm like, and he was like, we were just kids. That's what boys did back then. I'm like, Jesus,
Boys will be
fucking
boys.
Christ.
Yeah, at least they weren't shooting up schools, though.
I guess, yeah. I mean, killing cats, I guess, is
I mean, you know,
Yeah.
better
Apples
than
and
killing
oranges.
like
Yeah.
Jesus.
Neither
Neither is good.
apples
but
and grapefruits.
Yeah. But they bitch about this generation, though,
Yeah.
playing Candy
Well,
Crush.
it's probably because we're not killing enough cats.
Yeah.
we're not killing cats. I think that's the problem.
Yeah. Exactly.
I love cats.
It's
I
like
can
kill
kill a cat.
kill cats with rocks or play Uno on your phone. You know, those are the options.
Well, which one do you think gets your heart pumping?
Did you guys see that new thing
Definitely
with Uno?
Uno,
How you
dude.
can't stack a +2 or a +4 on top of each other?
I don't believe it.
Yeah, I think
And that's
it's,
what they
it was
said
released
it's
by
a change.
Uno
They
itself,
said
but I
it's
think
an-
they're
it's
just
an-
geeking
they-
us.
and they fucking. I thought they posted the actual rule in the rule book though.
They did, and I'm just like, I'm
They-
still gonna play it. The way
They
I
made an
used to play
amendment
it.
to the rules.
No, that's how the rule
No, that's
always
how
was.
it's always
but
been,
nobody
bro.
ever played it like that.
Nobody plays it like
Because
that.
who the fuck?
Who reads the rules of Uno? You just know how to play
Yeah.
Uno when
Yeah.
you
This
get
has
Uno.
numbers and colors.
That's
so
the thing is, if
It's
it
like
was
war.
if it was like a card game like Phase 10, and they were like, "Oh, this is the rule now," I'd be like, "That makes sense," because I've been playing Phase 10 for years and I still don't know what to do. But everybody knows Uno.
Yeah. If you don't know how to play Uno, it's like you don't know how to play Go Fish. It's like by then you just must not have had a childhood at all.
right.
Go fish.
That's the one where you go fish where you say.
Oh,
go
that's
fish.
They
what-
just have a
do you have
fuck
a-
ton
do you
of
have a
cards in the
five?
middle,
Do you have
and
a
you have
five?
5 cards. Yeah, and then you have to, if they don't have it, you have to pick it out of the pile.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just whoever runs out of cards first, right?
Yeah, I used to play that a shit ton.
I used to play War all the time. I remember one of my cousins at Easter once tried to teach me how to play Rummy. Did you ever play?
I know
Rummy?
how to play Rummy because of
You
my
do know how to play
great-grandma. My great-grandma taught me how to play Rummy and Pinochle.
Gotcha.
Pinochle.
I wouldn't be able to play a
heard
game
of
of Pinochle now because she taught me when I was like 10 years old, and I never played a game after that because I
that
didn't
sounds
like it.
like a game that was made in the 60s.
Did you guys ever play Mancala?
No.
That was like mine
Mancala.
and my grandma's game.
I know
My
Old
grandpa
Maid
and I
was
used
like
to play
big.
Stratego, which is actually the best board game ever made.
I've never played that.
I
That
never
was my
understood
favorite.
Yahtzee.
I don't think Yahtzee,
Yahtzee is really fun, honestly. Once you get it, it's
Yahtzee's
actually-
not
got
bad,
it.
but it's like because there's kind of strategy to it, but it's also luck of the roll.
Yeah.
At the same time,
I thought it was like whoever got the highest roll won.
you got to get.
And it
oh,
was like,
it's really
There's
it's really
6
confusing.
dice, right?
Yeah, there's
6d6.
yeah there's 60. There's no, it's 5. You do 5
Is
because
it
the
5?
Yahtzee is 5.
Yeah.
So you have the 5d6s, and then like you have to get so many ones and fill up all your ones and twos, threes,
Like
fours,
say
fives.
you roll like 3 1s, a 2, and a 6 or something. You're like, oh, I have 3 1s. I'm taking my 1 spot. So there's like on your score sheet, there's 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, like 3 of a kind or 4 of a kind or something.
3 of a kind, 4 of a kind Yahtzee.
Yeah, and like as you take each spot, you can't use it again. So like if you get 3 or 4 1s, you're like, I'm definitely using that for my 1 slot because you're gonna get the most points out of it. It's really actually pretty simple.
It's actually more like standard poker, but with dice instead of cards.
Yeah.
When you think about it, Texas Hold'em is probably my favorite game to play with cards. But I've
The
only
problem
ever
is when
played
you,
that
like-
with older relatives. You ever played Texas Hold'em?
I played a type of poker. I'm not sure if it was Texas Hold'em or not. I've played
Probably.
poker before.
It probably was Hold'em.
That was
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
because Hold'em is the one where you have one card and you have another card, and then
You have 2 cards
you have
in
the
your
river.
hand. Yeah.
and they flip up. Yeah, no, that game's. Oh, I fucking love poker. I was
do,
like
yeah.
addicted when I first got an iPod Touch. I was addicted to playing Zynga poker, like badly, and all the money you get was like in game, but it was real poker, standard rules. But the more money you got on your account from winning games, it bumped you up into higher and higher tiers, and that was just amazing to me. Because you had to gamble your own points in order to play. So you could have like 20 million points, and if you want to play Hold'em in like this certain
At
tier,
this table, it's like a buy-in.
the buy-in
of-
was like 5 million, and the splits were like 10 and 20.
Yeah.
So you could play poker for like 3 weeks, build up all your cash, and then lose it all if you have one
Yeah.
bad game.
Oh,
I still
Dude,
play
it-
World
like-
Series of Poker
like
on
a-
my phone sometimes.
Yeah, it's
that
so
would be
fun.
fucking devastating. That's like playing Dark Souls.
I was just gonna say that it's like Dark Souls but a card game.
Yeah. I've been playing Dark Souls 3 recently. I bought it during the sale. I've been enjoying it a lot, but like I'm still stuck at the part where I got stuck at on my PlayStation. So
So now
just
you're
like-
stuck at it in both.
Have you played it?
Yeah.
Did you beat it the first time or no? You
No,
got
I
stuck.
never
Where'd you
beat
get
it. I got
at?
stuck. I got stuck. I think it was at the dancer, or the one that, or the
Little
boss that
Dancing
was
Man.
after the tree, the giant tree.
The
Tiny Dancing Man.
the tiny Tony Danza,
Yeah.
the Catalyst Wizard or whatever,
Maybe.
or was it the guys that flip around and teleport and shit?
I don't remember. It was a long time ago. It was back when Sam was playing it religiously.
Oh, that's right.
So, and I sold it because I got really fucking frustrated with it and I didn't understand. I was like, this game isn't like Bloodborne, so I just sold it.
Yeah.
But now I bought it back. I'm like, I'm going to take my time with it. I'm going to be patient with it. I'm going to learn how to play it because I really like the lore behind the entire story.
Mm-hmm. I hear Sekiro is like wicked hard.
I want to get that so fucking bad.
I've heard it's harder than like it's harder than both Bloodborne and Dark Souls because it's just something completely different.
And it's not like in Dark Souls 1 and any of the Dark Souls games, and especially Bloodborne, you could fight 2, 3, 4 guys at once. But in Sekiro, like I was watching a guy play and he was wrecking everything in the one-on-one duels, and then he accidentally like aggroed an enemy that was far away and it just immediately ended him. But there's stealth in it. Like it's a Bloodborne type, adventure game.
Yeah.
With stealth elements.
Yeah.
So as soon as stealth elements are introduced in something, I'm all in.
Yeah.
Like, because that's my favorite shit.
Yeah, I feel like every time I play a stealth game, I like stealth, but then I fail, and then it just turns into me roguing and fucking killing everything. Like, I've been playing The Last of Us, and I fucking
How do you like it so
it's
far?
great.
It's so good.
I was thinking of buying it.
Have you played it yet?
I've never
Get
played
it.
it.
For sure,
dude,
get
it
it.
is-
I never played
it's
it.
legit.
They have the remastered version at Convergence for $12.
It's
I'm gonna go
legit.
grab
I got
one
it
of the best
cheap
games
on
ever
the
made.
PlayStation Store.
Yeah.
When I first got the PlayStation, I bought it and then didn't play it, and I came back to it, and it's basically like a survival stealth game, as weird as that is. And then when you get into like melee combat, it feels wicked good.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's fucking you can pick up pipes and like baseball bats and shit and start beating them with it. But it like the melee feels nice.
It's very
the combat feels really
fucking-
good.
It's very visceral.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you'll get into a fight with a guy. Like have you gotten to the part?
I played. I did Clear Shot's plays for it too,
You did
so
do
that'll
it?
be out soon.
Okay, word.
I can put that out whenever. I just have it banked or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say there's a part where you get out of Bill's town and there's a car that chases you off the road and you're fighting in like an old convenience store. And the guy there's a part, and they have quick time events, but it makes sense within the realm of the game because a lot of the combat is like that. And there's a part where there's a broken glass where there would be like milk or whatever in the convenience store. There's a shard and they're trying to push you on it. And you do the quick time event, you pull out and you grab the guy and you like slice him through the glass and then smash him into the big shard. And then you just hear like the gurgling and when you do the melee combat and you execute people, you'll like grab a brick off a shelf and just smash it against
It's
their
cool
head.
because like if you're near a wall or something, you'll grab their head and like smash them into a wall. Like you
it's
can
just
interact with like the
it's brutal,
surroundings
dude.
and shit.
There's and the multiplayer, I don't know if it's alive now. It's probably all like
I've never played the multiplayer,
The multiplayer is like Gears of War type,
but like it's the aiming is somewhat hard too. Like it's not like a clean like aim the way it works.
Yeah.
It kind of shakes around a little bit and
like you're not playing as a super soldier. You're playing as like some
just
guy
a
in his
random
40s.
dude. Yeah.
That's like trying to make it. So like when you pull up your gun, you actually have to wait for it to set.
Yeah.
And it's really fun. I'm actually surprised you haven't played it. I would definitely. It's $12. You said.
Yeah, $12. If you go down to Convergence, he has a bunch of he has like PlayStation 4 games, Xbox One games, Xbox 360, Xbox regular games. He has fucking I think he has 2 Switch games down there right now. But who's really like trading in their Switch games?
Right. Most people are buying Switch games digitally because no one wants to carry fucking things around.
I mean, those little things I think they're mad convenient. I think the Switch is like genius with that shit because they went with the DS cartridge style stuff with the Switch.
I think it's even smaller than a DS thing. A DS.
It is, honestly. It's like thinner.
It's smaller than a
Sort of.
fucking like SD card. It's like really fucking tiny.
And when you get did you get those little red carrying cases for your games?
Yeah, I have a couple of them, but I have a case, like an actual case with like the little pockets.
Oh, okay.
So I just put my console in there, and I have all the games in the pockets.
Yeah, that's mad convenient. So you don't have I still have all my fucking game cases because I don't know, I don't like getting rid of them. I don't know why. It's just a thing with me. Like
Yeah.
I don't like if I have the game, like I would never just like slide it into like one of those CD
like,
case
yeah.
things and then just get rid of the fucking
Yeah,
case.
yeah.
Like I can't do that. I don't know why, but
Yeah, there's something about it. Like I have all those games. Those
Mm-hmm.
are all cases. It's like I don't know.
and they take up space, but it's like
Yeah.
you don't want to get rid of the case because I don't know what it is. Like what is it that keeps us from getting rid of the case?
They look cool, dude.
I
You
mean,
know?
I guess
You can
but-
see your collection visually.
True.
I like that.
Yeah. I think that is what it is, honestly, too. Is you can just see all the games.
I mean,
that
most
you
of those are
have.
360 games.
Yeah.
Because like with Xbox One, I was buying a lot of things digitally. I buy a lot of shit digitally as long as I like. Honestly, I want to just buy everything digitally unless it's something I know I'm going to turn in. Even though you're going to get like nothing for it at GameStop or wherever, it's like you're still going to get something out of it. Like if I'm getting Madden every year or something, I'm going to trade it in.
I'm like exclusively digital at this point. I
Right.
don't think I have a single game on disc that I play.
If I buy a PlayStation game, I get it on disc, like most of the time now. Or like, if it's like a shooter game, I'll buy it digitally because usually with shooter games, I'll get really mad at it and then I'll delete it and then I'll sell it. But like with a digital
long
game, you
as-
don't do that. You just like uninstall it and then like down the road when you want to play it again, you just
Yeah.
have it there and you're
Yeah.
like, oh, well, I'll just hop right back on there.
Yeah, it's nice to just go to the game and fucking boot it up instead of having to change the disc out or whatever. But also, it's like, as long as these digital stores just let you fucking return things like Steam does, as smooth as their process is,
Yeah.
then everyone's just gonna pretty much go to digital. I would
Yeah.
imagine.
And with consoles, like you have to deal with GameStop if you want to fucking return your games, and that's just
And you're gonna get 26 cents or whatever for
Yeah.
the game that you bought 3 months ago.
yeah. No, Steam, you like if you're within the time frame, you get a full fucking refund.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's 2 weeks, right?
and like a certain amount of gameplay,
Gameplay,
too,
I
so
think,
you can
yeah.
still play the game and get
Theoretically,
send it back
if
and
you
get
speed run through the game,
No,
you
I was
could
gonna
still-
say. I remember
can.
they did a thing to stop that. They actually certain games they go by the achievements you get too.
that's a smart move.
because
Yeah, it is.
they didn't want people to be able to do that.
Farm achievements,
You know,
and,
like yeah, like because I think like fucking Hotline Miami, you can probably beat the whole thing in 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah.
And a lot of those games that are story driven, they give you an achievement for every like chapter or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yep. I still remember, I might have talked about this before. My cousin Nick had this game called Terminator Salvation, and growing up, him and I were always trophy competing in PlayStation. And I was like level 10 and he was like level 7. In Terminator Salvation, and if you know how the trophies work for PlayStation, like the bronze, silver, gold, when you get all of them, you get the platinum. With Terminator Salvation, after you beat every single level, you immediately got a gold trophy. Or it was silver, and if you beat it on hard, you got a gold trophy. So he beat the whole game on hard, got like 11 golds and 11 silvers, and then got a platinum, and fucking eclipsed me completely. And that was when I quit on trophies and achievements.
Yeah.
I hate them.
I never understood why they were ranked on PlayStation, like why they were different.
Bragging
Why they
rights.
had. Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
But I think gamer
I think-
score is way easier to track.
I think the Xbox has like rare achievements, but that's it. Like they have the ones
Yeah.
with the diamond or whatever when they pop up. But that's
I actually
it.
got one of. I want to see. I got one of those a while ago.
I think it's like if like less than
It's
a
less
certain
than,
percentage
like,
of gamers,
5%
Yeah.
or something.
which is weird because I've gotten a bunch of those that like seem like they'd be easy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to find the Terminator game that I played growing up because it was so good.
Oh god damn it! It's looking at the leaderboard. You know who's ahead of me in the achievements leaderboard now? Dankest Derp Lord.
No, classic.
Of course
Dankest.
he is. Watching fucking trap porn and beating me in achievements. You know about that whole story, right?
Classic
No.
Dank.
Oh man. So I went to GameStop and there's a guy at GameStop that I added and his name on fucking Xbox is Dankest Derp Lord. And like 5 or 6 days later I ended up finding a porn star that I really liked. And I found her on many vids. You can make an account and it's like, you know, exclusive those videos before they're anywhere else and they're in HD. It's perfect. And she was the one with the fucking the butt pops, the blow pops and shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And so I go to make an account and I type in my email, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, your account or your email account is already used as an account. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I did a forgot password, typed in my email, and then I got the forgot password email, filled it all out, and the fucking name on that porn site is Dankus Derplord. So this guy from GameStop fucking took my email address to make a porn account with it. I'm 99% sure that happened. It had to have.
It has to be. How many Dangus Derplords are there? You know?
I don't know. I really don't. But I thought it was kind of funny. It's my account now.
Yep, that's why I turned that off.
Classic. Should have put it on airplane mode.
Oh, definitely should have. Hate my phone.
Yeah, that's fucking odd. I mean, I don't know why you'd ever use somebody else's email for a fucking something like that.
Like,
anyway.
what the fuck
like,
do you think was going to happen?
Yeah, like what happens when he forgets the password?
Right?
Well, he did that day that Jake
He must
changed it.
Yeah.
And he probably went on there. He's like, oh, fuck, oh, shit, oh, fuck,
yeah,
oh,
and
shit.
That was the
Yeah.
other thing, was that there was a bunch of trap porn that was purchased on that account. Like 3 or 4 videos.
no.
3 or 4 videos of T-girls.
No. It's not okay.
Well, you
Yeah.
got a free account though, at least you know.
Yeah, a bunch of trap porn, so.
Oh yeah, this was the most recent diamond achievement I got. I got it on Madden the other day. It was Comeback City. Come back and win when trailing by over 17 points at halftime, which I'm surprised hadn't happened to me until like a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
Right?
Some of those, like you're like, wow, like that hasn't happened.
Yeah. I want to say UFC 2 had
Sometimes
another
the
couple.
fucking
It is,
achievements.
I really do feel extremely excited when I get an achievement, but then it goes like, pling, which is
Yeah.
the diamond achievement. And I'm like,
Sometimes
yes!
they just don't
Fuck
pop
you.
until like,
Like-
super late though. Like I had
Yeah.
the Master Chief collection, and like 2 years later, it was like popping achievements that I had
that you,
gotten.
like retroactively.
Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, you have this one, so here you go.
I've never gotten a platinum on a game. The only game I've gotten close to doing, I have 2 achievements left to get, is on Bloodborne. And I am so close.
I've done it in the South Park game, The Stick of Truth, and I did it Assassin's Creed 2, I think it was.
Is a Stick of Truth and like the Fracture But Whole, are those games like worth it to get? Because I've been
They're not
like,
worth it.
wanting
I would
them.
rent it because it's not super. I played like, if you can borrow it from somebody, that's the move for sure.
Okay.
Like
Do you
I
have the fractured
played.
butthole on disc?
I do actually for Xbox though.
Can I borrow it?
I was gonna ask you if I could borrow it if it's on PlayStation.
Actually, I think Kenny is borrowing it right now,
Of course he is.
Fucking Kenny.
unless he brought it back. I don't know. One of those two things.
I don't know.
But
The Stick of Truth was one of my favorite games.
I played through it like 3 times because like there's certain parts where like if you go past a certain point, you can't go back to that area to get to get all the achievements, to get all the collectibles and shit. I had to play it multiple times, but it was worth it because it's a fun game and you can play it with different classes. So like, I think the first one had
Jew.
it had like a sorcerer and like it had like D&D classes basically.
It was like fighter, sorcerer, rogue, and Jew.
yeah.
They kind of all played the same, except each level up you would get like a new ability exclusive to that class.
And then in the new one, it's like superheroes, basically.
It's what?
It's like superheroes,
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
which is cool. Like it's different. The style of fighting is a little different too. You can move around differently and shit.
Yeah, it's kind of like Divinity or XCOM
Yeah, it sort of is like a tactical
or what is it?
strategy.
No, I'm thinking Advance Wars. It's like Advance Wars where it's a grid, but
Yeah.
you're like looking at it from a side angle.
What's that game that Wes just got and he's been playing?
Mordhau?
Yeah, that looks really good.
It is. It's pretty sweet. It's like a better version of Chivalry.
Okay.
It's wicked hardcore. I've actually been playing.
That coil's dead too. Just so you know.
My coil's fine. I just did a weird fucking mixture of juice that makes
one's
it
dead
have a
also.
weird
So I'm not
aftertaste.
vaping anything right now. Yeah.
How can you tell? Like, how do you tell when it's
I can
dead?
tell.
Is it the flavor?
Yeah, you can taste it. And plus, I think this battery's gonna die.
Everything's fucked.
It's pretty close. I need to charge both of these things. But yeah, I don't know what game you were talking about, but we stopped talking about it because we were talking about vapes.
Oh, have you guys played Mountain Blade Warband?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Did you ever play like Total War or Crusader Kings or Civilization?
No. I have Warhammer Total. Wait, it's Warhammer.
Probably Warhammer Total War.
Yeah, no, that is what it is.
So it's like
I have Warhammer 3 Total War. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like Mountain Blade is this RPG where you literally start off and you make your own background. Like you can be a squire or like a peasant or whatever. And the original game is kind of a ripoff of Game of Thrones. There's 6 different kingdoms that are all fighting to take over the whole continent. And you can kind of choose to join the war. You can.
Well, when did it come out? Because Game of Thrones might have ripped them off.
No, because the books came out way before the game did. But the game came out in like 06, 07.
Yeah, Game of Thrones
has been around for a while, though.
Like 1998.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But I have a Game of Thrones mod for Mountain Blade. And I can't stop. I'm doing a Clear Shots plays on that when I get home.
Why wouldn't you just play the Game of Thrones mobile game?
Dude.
Do you record yourself while you're doing a Let's Play?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a camera?
I do a voiceover. Oh, no, I don't do the camera, no. I don't really contrary to popular belief, I really don't like being on camera.
Yeah,
and I don't like my picture taken, but it's whatever.
Do you do the camera?
He does
I do.
face cam,
I also don't pay. Like, you don't see it when you're playing a game.
I could probably do a face cam because the webcam on my computer is going to be looking right at me anyway.
Yeah.
And it's decent quality.
Yeah, that's true.
But like I just recorded Final Fantasy VII. I did like 2 hours of it, and every like 20 or so minutes I was messing with the settings to make sure they were all right. And then they ended up getting fucked because Seth sent me the scene for OBS, and I had it, and it was working. I
figured it probably wouldn't work because you didn't have the images.
Well, it worked at first, and then it stopped working, and all the images were gone because I think OBS updated and fucked everything up because all the settings changed and everything. But then you did send me the images, and I'm gonna do all that, take care of that, making some chicken later, so I'll have like a lot of time.
Yeah.
Everybody knows how long it
I like
takes
the
to make
idea
chicken.
of doing those, like, just because you can, like, whenever you play a game, you're like, oh, I can record this if I want. And then we can throw those things up as extra content whenever we want, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not like people have to watch them, but I know there's people that wanted to watch them.
Yeah. And it's really like when I was doing the Final Fantasy one, it was really just like me rambling about the game and then other shit. Mm-hmm. So it was kind of like a one person kind of show, but kind of focused on Final Fantasy.
I might do that with The Witcher 3 and Risk of Rain 2 because I just started playing Risk of Rain 2.
I need to get Risk of Rain 2 so
it's
bad.
So
I need to buy it for Wes too. I don't know if he bought it yet, but I was supposed to buy it for him a while ago. But
I've been bugging so many people about buying that game.
The thing is, with The Witcher, it's pretty like dialogue heavy. So like, those kind of games, it's tough to talk over them. Like, even when I was doing The Last of Us, I was like, I don't know if I want to talk over this or not, but like, I just did because I only played a half hour of it or whatever.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of like a game that was like really interesting to watch RPG wise. Mm-hmm. But like, I don't know. I guess The Witcher 3 isn't really the greatest for that, just because of the amount of dialogue in it.
It's definitely very dialogue heavy. I played through it twice, and I played all the DLCs, and like I watched like all the dialogue too. So like, I have a fucking lot of time in that game. But it was really good, just because the story builds well through the dialogue.
Yeah,
I wasn't so like, I don't know. I think I see what you're saying though, as far as combat goes. The combat isn't super deep. But that's not really what the game's about, you know?
Yeah. My problem with The Witch, and I have this problem with a lot of RPGs, is that unless I create the character, I really don't care that much. And if I can't get invested in it with the combat, because like Dishonored, you don't make your own guy, but the combat in Dishonored is like my favorite, you know what I mean? And like The Witcher seemed really interesting. The lore is really interesting. All the voice acting, everything. The game's gorgeous. But then, like, I would get into combat, and it's like, oh my god, like, but then I was mostly annoyed because
my routine was to put up Quen, which is your shield, So I would just run in, immediately put up a shield, and then I would switch to like the fire one or whatever, Igni, and then just burn the guys, put burn damage on them, and then slice the shit out of them like immediately.
Like watching Seth play was fucking crazy because it was
you don't
so
have to use oils and
a
all
bunch
that
of
shit. Like you don't really have to.
But it's like,
but it's a matter of how you play it too, because like you can just rush in and do shit that you're under leveled for, and then you probably will have to use oils and certain shit.
Mm-hmm. And people will probably feel the same way. Like I love the Mass Effect games, but a lot of people don't like them because the combat. But that's a game where
I never liked that either. Like I couldn't play Star Wars. What's that one?
Knights of the Old
Republic, because it was just
so rough to get
I felt
into.
like the gameplay. I just like the combat wasn't. There was nothing to it. You just sit there, you click a guy, and then sit there for like 12 seconds.
It's like an
waiting for
MMO,
him to-
but it's single player. It's really
especially
strange.
at the beginning when your guy's wicked bad,
Yeah.
and he has a blaster, and he's like. Pew, pew,
and the
and
bullets
missing
are like,
him.
like,
He
yeah.
misses him 7 times before he hits him once.
Yeah.
It's like I don't, I'm not interested in watching that. Really,
I heard Tor was better than KOTOR. Just the Old Republic was better than Knights of the
MMO?
Old Republic.
I think
Yeah.
I tried
it
it.
probably was. I would imagine.
I tried it. I was kind of iffy on it, but it was fun.
A lot of people like Knights of the Old Republic, though. I mean, it's probably
It's,
great, like storyline wise.
People put Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2 like at the top of like RPG lists. If it was if it was overhead like Pillars of Eternity, which is another one of my favorite games, I'd be way into it. But I don't like the whole D&D Baldur's Gate style combat with a third person game. That aesthetic is just weird to me. But I did play the Old Republic. You know what MMO I really miss? I don't know if you played it with us in high school, but did you ever play Rift?
I didn't.
No.
I was playing Black Desert.
Is that any good?
It is really good.
Because I have it on Xbox, apparently. It's on Game Pass now, so I can get it for free.
It's really good. It's different. Like a lot of the fighting works on like combos, but like you're fighting as like just like any regular like MMO style player. So like it's kind of like different to get used to, but it's really fun. The fishing in that game is really fun
Dude,
too.
any game that has good fishing is a good game.
Oh, dude, Black Desert's for you then.
Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah, I tried to get back into that, and it's just so slow.
It is, dude.
It's so slow. I can't do it. I can't do the slow games.
What is a game that starts off and is just immediately hammed up, like right from the beginning?
God of War.
The Last of Us.
God of War is like,
All of them except for the newest one, where like that one you kind of just start off slow because you're hunting with Atreus, but after that it picks up like almost immediately.
Yeah, because you're immediately fighting Baldur or whatever, like in the fucking by the hut or whatever the fucking.
Now I think about it, the Devil May Cry games did it really good at that too, because you immediately start off in the middle of a giant battle, and then
because there's
immediately
shit surrounding you as soon as you start,
and then immediately you're into a huge boss battle.
Warhammer Vermintide 2 just sinks you right into the shit. That's
I think
so
story-wise, though, it was The Last of Us.
Last of Us
it was
gets
just
you
grabbing you like immediately with just the cutscene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you play The Last of Us, you're going to cry a lot.
In the first scene, maybe.
The first fucking dude, that game got me so bad.
Well, how much have you been crying for the last couple episodes of Game of Thrones? Because like I am just I'm just expecting the worst out of every episode, so every time anybody dies I've forced myself to laugh a little bit just because I'm like I figured that was gonna happen.
I
don't
but
watch
like
it 'cause
they've been like throwing me a lot of curveballs lately, and I like it a lot.
Well, you gotta wait.
So.
You gotta wait on the curveball, dude. Sit on it. It's a hanging curve.
I haven't been liking this newest season at all. I think the writing is officially like it was circling the drain the last season, and
well,
now
they're trying to end it, and ending this show has to be not an easy thing to do because you have to make it such an explosive ending.
Yeah. But at the same
time,
they
have to tie all those storylines together too.
It's like they threw away all the rules that they set throughout the series. So like, imagine if
What do you mean?
Like, throughout the whole series up until like the last season and this season, it would take a solid amount of time to travel from Winterfell to King's Landing. But now they're
True.
making it within one episode. You
Yeah.
know, Bronn.
Yeah, but they're running.
Bronn gets hired by
They're on the horse.
Cersei. She gives him a wagon full of gold to go and kill Tyrion and Jaime. He makes it all the way to Winterfell in like 3 days.
It takes 2 episodes for him to get there, though.
Okay, but
She sends him in the first episode, and then he gets there like literally
But
the last
that's like-
episode we watched.
But that's like what, an hour and a half?
don't tell. No, this is what it was not. It was not at least 2 or 3 weeks between the first episode and the third episode, because you literally had the party before the Battle of Winterfell, and then the Battle of Winterfell, and then Bronn's there. But
wait.
what gets me about that?
No, she sent him in the second episode.
Yeah.
I think second. No, yeah, you're
But what-
right.
but
No,
like-
it didn't take him long.
But
to
what
get
gets
there.
me the most is
you're
like
looking too
how
much into it,
how
dude.
the fuck does he get into Winterfell, make it through the whole city, and make it to Tyrion and Jaime's quarters without anybody realizing, hey, this guy that nobody knows is walking around with a gold-studded crossbow, and he's really
with the
angry.
Lannister armor.
yeah. Like, what the fuck? But then, what got me the most is that, even beside the whole dragon dying, because I laughed wicked hard when that happened. Like, when the dragon,
oh
gets,
no,
the
they
dragon
just
gets lit up and
fucked
fucking
him up.
immediately dies. But what got me the most is that, so Cersei paid thousands of gold doubloons for Bronn to kill Tyrion and Jaime, but then 2 episodes later, Tyrion is right in front of her talking to her. You wouldn't think that she would just be like, oh, my only enemies in the whole world are right in front of me. Let's kill them all. Like, I really wish that could have, like, that.
Well,
would
that's
have
how it ended off. Like they're gonna duke it out as soon as this next episode starts.
And then it's just,
So
it's just been, I don't know, man. I've been rewatching older episodes, like, in between these ones, and it's just like I think it's my problem is the pacing, because they are trying to end it, so the pace
I
has
loved
to go
it when it was
faster.
slow, though.
It was
like there was so much content in the lore and
It
shit. And they were
was-
just building on everything. But then once they started diverging from the books,
Yeah.
that's when it started to get thinner and thinner.
As soon
and
as they had the
thinner.
sand snakes, you like the bad pussy. And then they had Jaime and Bronn go
Well, they
over
were in
to
the book.
Dorne. They were in the book, but they weren't that fucking bad.
and they weren't that.
They weren't like central characters either. They weren't, you know.
You guys are nerds, dude.
Wait, no, not the sand snakes. The ones from
Who the fuck?
the whole family before they became the sand snakes with the guy.
Oh,
I
the
think his name was
Martells.
The Martells.
The Martells, yeah, they were in the books.
Yeah.
It was just so weird, man.
And the
like,
mountain just fucks his shits up, just
There's-
mashes his
there's,
fucking
like,
eyes
there's
in.
a
Who
ton
the
of-
fuck even watches Game of Thrones, dude?
There's a ton of characters that were in the book that were prominent that aren't in the show. There's a character that's extremely important in the book that apparently is only showing up for the final episode, and his name's Darkstar, and he's the guy. He's the
Lone
king.
Star.
Well,
Lone
have you
Star.
heard of Lady Stoneheart?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, and how she's just not a fucking part of
Yeah.
the show at all. Like, it's
yeah. No,
okay.
it's a whole thing, man.
I thought they were gonna implement her when the walkers were attacked. Like what I thought was gonna happen when the walkers were attacking Winterfell was when all the people were down in the crypts, all the Starks were gonna rise out of their graves and become White Walkers, and
That
then
was
Jon
the
would
move.
have to go down and fucking
Like,
take
kill
them all
all his
out.
family.
They missed the
Yeah,
opportunity.
and then
They
there would be
really did.
a fucking epic fight with him and Ned. Like I think that'd be sick. But-
Yeah, there were a lot of things that, just
Not enough Ned, you know.
no. Fucking, he's never watched an episode, but he's like right. Like,
I
that's the
watched-
thing. Like,
I watched.
There
like,
wasn't enough Ned.
I watched like a episode.
there wasn't enough Bobby B, dude.
Well, every single role that guy's ever done, he's died wicked fucking early.
Yeah.
Or not early, but like
He's
he's died like
died.
halfway through or like right at the beginning.
They're like, this is you're typecast as the guy that we're gonna get rid of.
He loves
Yeah.
it though. He probably fucking loves it.
He figured it out.
Because there's a lot of actors that don't want to die.
You don't
on
need the
screen.
longevity either. You know,
Yeah.
you don't have to stay there. Just go get another
But,
gig where you die. You know.
Yeah.
One theory I have for that show, another theory I have is I don't think Ned actually died
Dude, that grumble was so intense.
Wait, and you don't think Ned's dead?
because if you notice later on after they decapitated him, and remember when they bring Arya and Sansa up to look at the heads, and when Joffrey was showing her father's head on the spike, she looked up, she said, "That's not my father." She's like, it didn't look like him. I think he became one of the faceless men.
It's not.
And then he'll just like fucking whip off like a fucking face at the end, just be like, "Ugh."
The reveal.
Yeah.
I would honestly,
I'm
I
kidding.
would honestly
I don't
accept
think
that.
I honestly don't think that's
all
good.
made
That's
up.
that's
It's fan
that's my
fiction.
fiance's. That's Ashley's theory.
She needs to go
It's
talk
fan
to somebody. She needs help.
It's not that's not canon.
I think
No.
I think that it's just the ending is not going to be good. I think Daenerys is dead.
Everyone's gonna die.
I think Daenerys
They
is
should
dead.
just kill everyone. Why don't they
Well,
do
Daenerys
that?
needs to die because she's becoming the Mad Queen.
Yeah. Well, I think Daenerys is dead. I think Tyrion, Varys, Jaime, Cersei, Euron. Like, I think everybody's gonna die except for.
Well, that's what shows do now, though. Like they just kill off main characters because it's the shock value that they get.
Well,
out
yeah,
of it.
that's how Game of Thrones started to get really popular.
yeah.
was
So
because of
so
that.
why don't they just do that to everyone? And
That's
end
what
it with a
I
bang?
honestly was hoping.
A
and-
fucking meteor hits.
Yeah.
And they're like the end.
But I think everybody's gonna die except like Jon, Arya, Sansa, and then like that whole group, like Davos and stuff like that. But everybody else is gone.
I think Cersei's just going to be the only one who survives at the end.
I would
think
love
that's going to be the twist that they give us. Is just none of the good guys survive. Cersei
The bad
lives.
guys win.
There's not enough shit where that happens.
There isn't.
No.
Like Watchmen's the only other thing I could think of off the top of my head.
Do you know how many people will get so fucking angry at that ending?
Oh, the people that
So many people will get
cares?
mad.
Who cares?
I know-
It's over.
But
that's the
HBO,
end of it, so what does
like,
it matter?
yeah, true. That's very true. That's
You know?
the end of
you
the
don't
show.
have to make
so.
any more episodes, so fucking that's that. You already got the money from all of it.
I think if Cersei ends up winning, and really the only people that would complain about something like that are the people that started watching it like
The other day.
the other day, or like Game of Thrones was one of those shows. It was kind of like Rome, where it was a really well produced show, but it was very niche, and then it just blew up. And now, like the people that tell me they're huge Game of Thrones fans, some of them don't even know the names of characters.
Yeah.
Like, that's the shit that gets me, man. It's like,
Peter Dinklage. I
Yeah.
know that character.
oh, the guy that the midget plays. Oh no! First off, that's Peter Dinklage. Second off, he's not a midget. Third off, his name's Tyrion fucking Lannister. You cunt. Like
Yeah.
those kind of people. Like that's what the problem I've had with just media and like a lot of movies and TV shows and video games now is like people will hop onto it and become a fan of it, but they won't actually engross themselves into it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the stuff has always been like that or if it's just more prominent now because of like memes and the way internet culture is now.
Yeah. I know a lot of people that listen to Clear Shots, but they don't know who we are.
Yeah, that shit makes me upset, dude.
They're
You know, or
that
like the
one
people
guy.
you see, like for example, the people you see with like a Dark Side of the Moon shirt, and you're like, "Oh, what's
Yeah.
your favorite Pink Floyd song?" And they're like, "Who?"
Who's Pink Floyd? Yeah,
Like-
like the guys who listen to the Who or don't listen to the
Yeah.
Who. But
And they're
wear
like,
the Who shit.
excuse me, I paid $400 for this shirt.
Yeah.
This was from the Kylie Jenner collection,
Yeah.
and
Well-
she just took a bunch of rock band shirts from the 80s and then tore them up at the bottom, so now they're a lot of money.
Yeah. Or it was on sale at Walmart.
Yeah. She set a
Team-
bunch
Team
of
Jesus.
rock band shirts on fire and then inflated the price about a couple hundred.
Well,
Yeah.
Monique was telling me about an argument she got in with a kid that she goes to, like in one of her college classes. He was wearing a Nirvana shirt, and she likes Nirvana, and she was asking him questions about it. And the kid didn't know that Nirvana was a band. He thought it was like a T-shirt company.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
of course it is. It's like Supreme, dude.
Yeah. That's that's real though, Z. That happened. They had to explain to this like 19-year-old kid that Nirvana was a band. I think it's funny that we were talking about them earlier and now they're back. Well, not bad.
Dude, I used to do that with my drinks. Pull the little tab off of it,
Mm-hmm.
off of the cans. Because then I'd be like, yeah, now I know it's mine. But then I saw someone else do it, and I was like, I can't do it anymore.
You know what you
because
do then?
You turn it, yeah. Clockwise, 90 degrees.
Now Jake can't drink his drink anymore.
Yeah, it's not my drink anymore.
Yeah, because it's 90 degrees clockwise.
Turn it back.
I'm more of a counterclockwise guy.
Thanks.
So I'm more of a counterclockwise 90 degrees guy.
I'm more of a 180, so like the thing is
So
covering
it's
the hole.
covering it, yeah. And then you get like a different
put a straw
feel.
in
You
there.
get a different feel when you
Yeah,
drink
it's like a diffuser with scotch.
yeah.
It just makes it harder to drink.
Yeah, I hate when people drink soda with a straw. That is very annoying to me.
It's like a scope.
Yeah.
It's like
It's crazy. It actually tastes just as good in a can. Like that's how good this beer is.
I don't like it in the bottle. Honestly.
It doesn't taste
Really?
like beer at all.
Well, it tastes like grapefruit.
You know what's really annoying?
No,
What
it's on
are
this.
dude? I was thinking about this the other day. Like, there's some shit that like is really fucking annoying, but I don't voice ever. Like, it's like when you're driving around and the dude, like when you stop at a red light and there's 2 cars in front of you and it turns green and the dude that's there doesn't go for like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And then by the time you fucking get to the light, it's red again.
Yeah. It's like, what the fuck?
And you can't say anything.
Or
Like,
you miss your
usually
chance to turn left.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Or I just want to turn right and I really have nothing to do with fucking who's in front of me because I just want to get around them and turn right on red. I get so irritated and then I want to beep. Like, I just want to because they're going to get the message.
Yeah.
Because you know that they're doing nothing important. They're on their phone or some shit. Like,
I'll beep
honestly,
if I'm the guy behind him. I don't want to beep at the guy that's behind him, behind the other guy. So if I'm like, if I'm 2 cars behind the dude that's fucking being the lazy ass, I don't want to be the guy who's beeping at the guy.
Yeah.
Because it's not his fault. Because you're projecting that towards that
Yeah,
car.
but what if
So
the
he's
guy-
just like, I can't go
If I'm the first guy
anywhere.
at the light, I want to make sure that like the next 4 cars behind me get through the light.
You
when it
want to be
turns green.
aggressive for the people ahead of you.
Yeah, like when I see the light turn red on the other side, that's when I let off the gas and then
Same.
step on it. Step on it
Yes.
when it turns green. People are like, "Nah, we're gonna chill for a second.
I thought it was really funny.
I gotta let that light warm up."
There's cars now, the newer ones, they have this thing, and the symbol is an A with a circle around it, and it's the auto shut off. So when your car is
I thought
idle,
that was like anarchy or whatever.
yeah, when your car is idle, it shuts off until you pump the gas again. So that way, you're not burning gas while you're sitting at a red light or a stop sign or whatever.
That's dumb.
Wait, what? It shuts off?
Yeah, shut your fucking car
It
off.
shuts off.
That's
runs
a
off.
horrible
It
idea.
runs off.
Right? Like,
No,
the worst part.
It runs off the battery. It shuts the engine off.
wait, is it an electric car thing?
I don't
That
know.
doesn't seem
a lot
good
of cars have it.
anyway. 'Cause
I don't. Don't ask me the logistics of this whole thing. I'm just trying to tell a story.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
It is
the
really
hardest
stupid.
part on an engine is when it turns on.
Yeah,
Like, that does the most damage to your engine.
Yeah.
So if you're fucking turning it on,
it is really stupid. But the other day, I was hanging out with the Berlins, and Mark was driving into town and bringing me home, and the car ahead of us was like a newer car, and it had that feature, and then it didn't turn back on at the intersection. And the guy's like, "What do you want me to do? My car won't turn on."
Pump the gas.
He like literally stopped like right in the middle of like East First and Bridge by like Subway and Pathfinder and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, great, he's gonna get T-boned. Like, this guy's gonna die because of a safety feature.
I love
It's so annoying, dude. People are so dumb, like ignorant when they drive too, though. Like
in
it's like-
between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock is when
Yeah.
people just become absolutely retarded and they can't drive at all whatsoever.
dude, like I'll be going through Fulton, just trying to get through it because, like you said, that's the only thing you do in Fulton is go through it. And there's literally like a turn right and go straight lane, like only left or only right and straight. And the fucking people that are taking the right turns are going 0 miles an hour to take the fucking turn. And I'm just trying to get through so I don't have to sit through the fucking light anymore.
Or the people who are in that turn lane that think it's still the straight lane that
Yeah.
want to merge back into the
Yeah,
fucking
they're like,
straight
wait a minute, I'm
lane.
supposed to be over here.
They're like, oh shit, and then they hold everybody else up who was supposed to turn, and they only have a certain amount of time on the. Oh my god!
Yeah.
I used to work in Fulton, so I know that.
Or the guy who fucking passes you on the fucking highway and then slows down, like gets in front of you and then slows down. He's like, oh, I was just going 80 in the fucking passing lane, but I'm going to get in front of you and go 70.
Yeah, I wish a
I-
meteor would just fucking take out all of Fulton.
Yeah, they should do that.
Just get rid of it.
That plane crash
Just wipe
almost
it off
did.
the map.
That plane crash missed its target.
Just, what about the people, Zemiah? Who needs them? Just fucking.
Yeah. Like when I'm on the highway, I just put it on cruise control.
I have family in Fulton,
You do.
but I agree.
Well, not for long. Not for long, you don't.
Now you don't.
Yeah, I just go on cruise control when I'm on the fucking highway, and then if someone's too slow, I go around them. I mean, I don't know why more people don't do that.
Yeah.
It's funny because no one obeys the speed limit when you're on the fucking highway at all.
Mm-mm.
It's like, oh, the speed limit's 65, time to go 80. Like, and that's basically the speed limit. Like, that's basically the minimum speed on the highway.
I go 70, but I don't like
go s-
ride people's asses on the highway. I'm just like, all right,
Yeah.
if this is the highway, there's 2 lanes, so I can go around you if I
Yeah.
need to.
If it's 55, I cruise control at 65. If it's 65, I cruise control at 75, and then I pass at 80. Like I have it all.
Yeah.
I have a system, you know.
Same.
They're not going to get me at 10 miles an hour over. I mean,
Yeah.
they might, but chances are there's 4 other cars around me that are also going the same speed. So good luck.
I was racing one time. I think it was with my buddy
Mario Kart? You
Was it
talking about?
Greg?
I don't remember who I was talking.
Bowser?
No, I wasn't even like the person who was driving. It was my buddy Nate, and Tom was the one driving ahead of us.
Fucking Tom.
And
Classic.
Tommy was going I think he was going like 90 or something like that, and Nate kept it like at 80. The cop breezed past Nate and pulled over Tom at 90. I was just like, ooh, so 80 is probably like that cap point.
Yeah.
It's just like you shouldn't go over 80 on the highway.
No, you probably shouldn't. It's funny because like when I cruise at 75, I still see people going by me at fucking probably 8 miles an hour faster than me. So they're definitely going over 80 just to pass. But they fucking don't. It's not just a pass. Like they'll just stay in the fucking fast lane. And then there's people that'll stay in the fast lane but won't be going 80.
Yeah.
And you're trying to get around them.
And they're like, I'm going to respect the speed limit. It's like, okay, but you're in the fucking passing lane, dude.
Like, people don't. I don't think most people understand that is a passing lane. They're just like, oh, there's 2 different lanes. I can go on this one.
Everybody knows left means slow.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why we don't just have an Autobahn, dude. Just let us go as fast as we want.
For real. A lot of people would die because it's America.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, Montana doesn't have speed limits. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. That's some
don't?
trivia for you. Yeah.
Montana?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have speed
The
limits?
state of Montana doesn't have speed limits. I think in cities
You just don't get pulled over in Montana?
I don't know.
You probably get pulled over, but not for going too fast.
Yeah, you probably.
I'd be like, then what's the fucking speed limit that I'm supposed to go? There's no signs.
As fast as your car can go is the speed limit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think it's highways in Montana.
So what you got? Pontiac G6 2010? You were going 140? Yeah, get the fuck out of the car.
That's not what they're pulling you over for, man. They're pulling you over for all the vape smoke coming out because in
Yeah.
Montana that's not allowed.
True.
They're like, "Where's your Copenhagen?"
They're like, we pulled it over on account of being black at 10 p.m.
We pulled you over on account of being black in Montana.
It's like, sir, I'm mixed. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, I just got. Sorry, sir, I just have a new tint.
I got a good tint last week.
You guys in your tents.
Yeah. No, if you're going out and getting a tan, it's not a tan anymore. We're calling them tints.
Yeah.
And that's a thing that we're sticking with. So tans are no longer tans; they are tints.
Sticking with tints, dude.
We're sticking
I
with
saw
tints.
this bitch with like the worst tinted windows ever, and it was in Fulton, of course.
Was
But
it
like
Kylie Murray?
they were all ripped and shit, and they weren't even like regular, like dark, like blackish. They were like sepia color. Like it wasn't even
What?
Yeah, they were like sepia colored tinted windows, and they had like the air bubbles in them and shit. Like it was getting torn off.
Oh, that's so bad.
It was the grimiest looking fucking car of all time.
I think the scariest looking ladies are like those 40-year-old women who like go out and get tints every single fucking
Yeah.
week or like twice a week.
Yeah.
And their skin is just fucking wrinkled and crackled and they just look like a fucking witch.
Yeah.
And they're just like, and you're like,
Yeah.
holy shit. Like, how did, like, do they,
It's because
I
they're
don't understand.
walking all over the place, like on those main streets too. Like, and they're getting all the dust that kicks up from the roads.
yeah.
The lady that's trying to cross Bridge Street all the time, basically, is who you are.
Yeah.
And all that dust gets into your pores, dude. You can't have that shit.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy, man.
It's
You
just gonna
can't
age
get
you
that
fast.
crazy of a tint.
Yeah,
How do you guys feel about spray tints?
I mean, spray tint, you're not actually tinting your skin itself.
it's
You're
all
just
fake,
spraying
dude.
on the tint.
it's all for show.
And it wears off. So I don't think that's as bad, but it still looks terrible. You look
Sure
like
as
a
fuck.
fucking Oompa Loompa.
Yeah. Sure as fuck, don't go swimming immediately because it's gone.
Your tint's just fucking ruined, and you just paid all that money, and
Yeah,
you're
like,
just, your
what-
tint's just
what
in
is
the
the
pool
point?
water now.
I never got it, dude. I don't know. Like, I don't feel like bronze skin, like, for some reason, is it supposed to elevate their beauty in some
It's
way?
supposed to elevate their existence.
I think it's a status thing, yeah. Right?
I guess. I don't,
they're like the golden
It's like
gods.
the same reason why people shave their pubes.
yeah.
How like
I guess.
like
But
I mean
I feel like the pubes are less visible, right? Most of the
Well,
time.
if they're gone, you're not seeing them. So jot that down.
true.
Well, yeah, but you're not like walking around like, it's not as much of a status symbol as being bronze.
Would your pubes change color too because you're tinting them?
You can tint them, but it's more of a
Tint your
dye
pubes?
You know
situation.
what if people, instead of bleaching their assholes, they spray tint their assholes?
I just want to get a slight tint on my asshole this week. I just
my
want to be
asshole
slightly browner than
I want
it
my
is.
asshole to be darker than everything else. That way people know it's my asshole.
I don't want my asshole to
Yeah.
match my natural skin color. I
Yeah.
just want it to look like there's shit.
It's like
caked on
pulling
it
the tab
24/7.
off of your can,
Yeah,
it's making
you
it
rotate your
individual.
asshole counterclockwise. That way you know it's yours.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's weird, man. If people do it in the winter, I guess that's probably when you should do it, is in the winter. Because you can't go out and get a fucking tan all the time.
Why do you need it?
Yeah,
You live in
that's
the
what I'm
north.
I'm still.
You
Trying,
live in the fucking north, but like pale ass skin is normal.
I'm still
Right.
trying to think of like why. Like I don't know. I don't find it unattractive.
I find it wicked
But
unattractive.
if it's a natural tan, like I don't find naturally tan or naturally bronze people unattractive.
No,
Sure,
you can
like-
tell when people go tanning
Yeah.
weekly though. Like
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
legit tell the people who go tanning between the people who are naturally tan.
Yeah.
I always thought it was funny, like when
And if you have the Donald Trump orange, then you've gone too far, I think.
yeah, that shit's just weird.
He just looks fucking
Some bitches
weird,
in our
man.
high school were fucking rivaling him.
Yeah,
Dude, I remember.
that's true.
I remember when
They were
was it-
their glasses were too big when they were in there.
Well, I
they were
remember-
covering too much eye.
Zoom Tan it's a tanning place and it's a spray tan place. I'm pretty sure, and I just remember like all that group of
It's like
cunts.
fast food tanning, basically.
Yeah, that group of cunts like Lyme disease and all her friends.
Yeah.
Like they would all get spray tans and they would look horrendous.
Oh yeah.
Like because
And
they
think they look like goddesses. It's like you all look like shit.
It's just crazy because they were all like the palest, blondest women, and then they would go and get spray tans, but keep their wicked blonde hair.
And then they bring their whale friends with them to go tanning too. And
Yeah.
It's just like you're just polishing a turd. Come
Dude,
on.
Yeah.
that's hilarious when there's like they always have a fat friend just to make
have
themselves
to.
look hotter.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just committed social suicide right there, but whatever.
gives a
Who
fuck?
fucking cares?
it doesn't matter.
It is
man.
true. They always do, though. You're losing your Slim Jim there.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. I'm all for like body positivity, but like when you're at the point of unhealthiness, just fuck, you need to.
Yeah.
you need
How
to do
about
something
staying?
about it.
Yeah. How about stop acting like fat is healthy?
It's not.
Like I'm pretty
It's
sure we
fucking
all know it's
not.
not.
Like a little chunky, I guess, yeah, fucking whatever. But like
Okay.
if you're fucking pushing 300, 400 pounds, you're like,
Yeah.
you need to stop.
Like I get that you like quarter pounders with cheese, but like you don't have to go post on Instagram about it and be like hashtag fat shaming is bullshit.
We don't want to observe your folds. It's like,
Yeah.
just
It's not beauty.
Yeah.
just put them
I
away.
I was mentioning this a while ago, and it's like this whole thing with all of a sudden everybody that I knew that was morbidly obese is getting this gastric bypass surgery, and
Because they want to bypass the work.
yes,
Yeah.
that's what I was gonna say. And I got in an argument with my mom about it because she's like, "Well, it's good because they're changing and they're getting healthy." It's like, yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm happy that they're going to be more comfortable in their bodies, but there's a difference between getting surgery and like working out, and like it's like a, you know, if I weighed 400 pounds and I got the surgery and you were like, "Oh, dude, you're finally under 200. I'm so proud of you." It's like, why? Because I got
didn't do
surgery.
anything.
I didn't do
Yeah.
anything.
You took
it's, like,
you would be proud of that person for taking a step towards bettering themselves.
Sure,
That's-
but
yes,
I would
yeah.
definitely feel more proud of myself if I was taking the actual steps.
I think
that are
it's more of a
necessary.
projection thing.
If you think about it, if you're 400 pounds, you think you're going to be able to get up and go out and run every single goddamn day. You're going to be able to walk
No, but
from
it'd be way
your
cooler.
couch to the kitchen, and then you're going to be winded.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're not going to
Yeah.
be like people like that aren't going to be going out and exercising
think it's-
regularly and doing that work just because it's
But-
going to be so hardcore on their bodies.
But
Like
you don't.
they
You
can
also
risk
don't
heart
have
attacks
to.
and
you
shit.
shouldn't also get to that point anyway.
You shouldn't, no.
But if you're at that point, it's like don't. How about just start with diet? You're gonna start losing weight just diet wise.
That comes to the whole addiction aspect thing too. Like
And
with people that are addicted to sugary ass and like wicked fatty foods and stuff that literally cannot stop themselves from eating.
Yeah.
it.
But
Yeah.
I think they can. I don't think they want to. I think it's a willpower. A lot of times it comes down to willpower, really.
Yeah, but like you gotta also like compare it with like drugs and stuff like that too. Sure, you might not have that
Jesus,
chemical.
I did not see the vape there. I thought you were actually reaching for his dick.
I would have been fine with
It was like
But-
I was thinking about it.
but like I don't think it's on the same level because there's not that chemical addiction there. But like the whole dependency, like if you're going out and eating
can have an
sugary fatty
addiction to
foods
anything.
every single day and you build yourself a routine.
Yeah.
If someone tells you need to stop that routine and stop eating fatty foods, the day you stop, you're gonna start and you start eating different shit. All that other shit's gonna start tasting really gross. You're not gonna want to do it. You're gonna get depressed and angry, and you're not gonna want to fucking like. You're not gonna want to stick to it. So you're just gonna go right back to doing all the shitty stuff that you used to do because you're used to it, and that's like ingrained in your brain. Like I think that's like the whole problem with like these people. Like is like it's just so fucking like pounded into their head that they need to be eating
They're
this shit
so
every
used to the
single day.
lifestyle. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know. Like when I stopped eating like candy and sugar and shit, like I don't want it at all. And then the second I have it, I'm like, oh, that was good, but I definitely don't fucking want more of it.
There's a weird
and I can't have coffee with anything in it because the second I do, I'm like, this is horrible.
Yeah.
Like, give me black coffee.
There's a weird thing I noticed. Like, I'll still eat candy every now and then, but I'm definitely not as bad as I used to be. But I'm not saying I'm the healthiest person ever either, but I am trying to change things. And slowly but surely, like we were talking about it because we were kind of doing it at the same time. Him and I didn't have soda for months. And I finally got like a Coke, which is my dude, it is awful. And like
Really?
somebody was
I
telling
thought it would taste like fucking like the God's gift to man.
you can tell, like you can just taste like how artificial it is. I think
You can taste how
taste
bad
the,
it
doesn't
is.
taste
the syrupy.
bad to you,
This
though?
Yeah.
Like that kind of stuff doesn't taste.
I don't really
wicked
notice
artificial
it.
and shitty?
I don't notice it that much
definitely-
when I drink those either. Like a Red Bull or something.
Yeah, I don't.
notice
But
as much.
it's the corn syrup you can taste, I guess is what I want to say.
Yeah. I drink Monsters mainly because I think they taste the best, and like that's literally the only
taste
reason
of-
is
the
because I
taste of
think the
Monster
Monsters
brings
taste
me
the
back.
best.
Like the taste of Monster is like nostalgic, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only reason I get them. But then I'll like if I really want to wake myself up, I'll go and get a Unique or like a fucking Rockstar, the red ones that have like the 280 milligrams of fucking caffeine in them.
Yeah, I like the cotton candy. I like the
That's
cotton
intense.
candy rock stars.
I remember. No, I went ham on those when they had them at OCC. There was a
yeah.
semester they had them up at OCC and
it was the wicked obnoxious cans were the ones with
yes, yeah, and I used the rest of my fucking like food dollars of that semester to just get
Flex
like
cash.
Flex cash. I used all my flex cash on Rockstar cotton candies, and I drank them till they legitimately made me fucking sick, and I could never drink another one ever again.
Yeah, I get that feeling like when I drink like Miller Lite because that's the only thing I ever like wicked vomited on. And now when I drink Miller Lite, I'm like, oh god, I remember how bad this was.
I can't.
But
drink
I can drink
Bud
it.
Light because of that reason.
Yeah, like there's a specific.
Bud Light Platinum mostly because
Oh yeah,
the amount of times in college that I puked up Bud Light.
That was like
Platinum.
all we would drink for a while.
And Budweiser. I can't drink Budweiser
Bud Heavy.
anymore.
That it would be disgusting when we'd walk in and there'd just be like there'd be a 30 rack, 2 30 racks of Bud Heavy in the fridge, and then a 30 rack of Bud Heavy on the counter. And by like the end of the night, there would just be 90 empty cans strewn about the.
Yeah. And then there's Zemiah in his room with a fucking 18 rack of fucking Heineken bottles because he's a bougie bitch.
Yeah, I remember when we had the Heineken kegs.
Oh,
those
God.
things?
We bought one of those,
Yes,
and
we did.
we told everybody we were bringing like a mini keg
those
over.
seemed like they were a ripoff. Like because they it didn't seem like they had that much in them, and they were overpriced.
There were like 4 more beers than a 30 rack in it, I
Yeah.
think.
And it was
it just
a
seemed
little more
overpriced. I don't know how
pricey.
much
It was more of a novelty thing, but I just remember we got that, and
Can you refill them?
no, but
Oh,
people
you
were
gotta
not happy
refill.
because not a lot of people liked Heineken then. I think you and I might have been.
I was ecstatic, dude. I
Yeah.
fucking love Heineken.
Heineken's
I think I
great.
was the one, like me and you were the ones who paid for it.
Yeah.
And then we brought it back and people were like, oh, why'd you get a Heineken? Like, what other fucking mini keg did you want us to get? Newcastle? Well, I was gonna pay $50 for that shit, dickhead.
Let's get a fucking party ball, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, Heineken's wicked good though.
I really do like.
Where do you get party balls?
You don't. I don't think they make them anymore.
They don't. I've never seen a party ball.
What the fuck is a party ball?
They were Budweiser, right?
Yeah, I think it was a Budweiser
And
product.
it was a Budweiser, like, before they did Lime-A-Ritas, it was like malt Budweiser. It was just Budweiser with extra booze in it that got you wicked drunk. They were really big in, like, the 90s, I think.
Not big enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Guess not.
I don't know. I still remember, just every night would end up with, like, the 6 of us sitting around a table playing Magic.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
'Cause what else was there to do?
Make fun
You
of
could
Ro.
play Yahtzee.
Yeah. Oh,
You play
man.
Uno. Or Old Maid.
It was a lot of
Smoke
fun.
weed. That's all we fucking did was
It
just
was-
smoke
it was
weed,
bad.
dab, drink, any kind of substances that could take us out of our fucking mundane day-to-day lives.
It was dangerous.
Which is funny because, like,
I'm surprised
at that
none of
point,
us died.
at that
Yeah.
point, your mundane day-to-day life is doing that.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So, like, at a certain point, it's this weird cycle.
Yeah, it's like, okay, my schoolwork's done. I'm going to go ruin myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was fucking crazy.
It's like at a certain point, you're trying to forget how high you are. Like,
I wasn't. I was just trying to get higher.
I think, like, the spot where I got high, like, for the longest amount of time was during, like, when Halo 4 was out. Because I would play Infection, like, so much in that game. Because you could, like, as the zombies, you could use the booster thing, like the evade thing.
Yeah.
And you could missile across the map with the zombies. So, like, and they were still one shot. Because that was always the best in Halo, was when you had zombie mode and you just could one shot with the pistol.
Yeah. I still remember there was one time, I think it was when the Gears of War 4 beta came out. I don't know if I told the story, but Seth had the house to himself and I, like, was going over and it was like the afternoon. Like, it was like 2 or 3 in the afternoon and I'm walking to his house and I see Seth and he's like, his head is down and then he gets up and there's smoke coming off the porch and I'm like, what are you doing? And he goes, oh, I don't know if you know what this is, but this is a bong. Like, he explained to me what a bong was on his porch, like in the middle of the day. And we just played the Gears 4 beta for fucking hours.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, the Gears 4 beta. I still have the Gears 4 beta.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't work probably, but
Oh man, there were a lot of good times at that house on Seneca. I don't remember most of them.
no, it's classic.
There was a lot of black velvet and beer involved.
Yeah.
And I think I was doing pills back then too, so all those memories are wiped.
Yeah, that was when we did the old podcast.
Yeah, we did
The one
Same
about
Circle
wrestling.
Wrestling.
Wrestling podcasts are fun
That
because,
was
like, you can
wicked
just like
fun.
speculate about like where their storylines are supposed to go and
Yeah.
shit, and like criticize Vince McMahon, which is pretty much all we did.
It was pretty sweet.
Talk shit about Vince McMahon.
I remember when we would join other people's fibbage games online and fuck with them, and then we did that to Wes and everybody.
Yeah, that's the thing. We like people probably stream that shit, don't they?
They do, yeah.
And then people can just join through the stream.
hmm It's not the same though.
It's got to be live swatter is the only way to do it, because then you can have 100 players.
Ugh.
We got to start playing games on Discord more. Because it's been like a solid couple weeks since we've all been on and played
Yeah.
video games together on Discord.
I just
Yeah.
really haven't been wanting to be around anybody lately.
You're not.
Truthfully.
You're not around anyway.
All the people that are in like my general friend group are pissing me off. So
Yeah, I'm kind of just like blasé at the moment right now. So, you know.
like I blew up last night on Discord. Like the whole thing with my friend group is like they all want me to buy the games that they're playing.
Yeah,
at,
you
like,
started
at that
throwing
time.
out at everyone pings like over and over just to piss people off.
Yeah, no, like my goal of this podcast was to come on and just talk shit about people and hopefully get people pissed off. But no, I'm kidding. But yeah,
You
like
might
their
as
whole
well.
their whole thing is like is try to get me to play the games they want to play. But like whenever I try to get them to play a game, they're like, nah, we don't want to play that. And I even went as far as buying one of my friends Insurgency to try to play with them. They haven't touched it. They literally haven't even installed it on their fucking computer because it's not Squad.
Dick move.
They're just. I was like, hey, I bought you Insurgency if you want to like start playing. Like before I bought it for them, like I asked them, I was like, hey, like, is it seem like something that you'd be interested in? They were like, yeah, I think I'd give it a try. I'm like, all right, so I'll buy it for you. I have the extra money, and they were like, all right, bought it for them. Still haven't touched it. I bought Paladins. I bought the champion pack for Dan. Never touched it.
Dick move.
I'm just like, what the fuck?
You want to buy me Risk of Rain too?
Fuck it, dude. After I pay my bills,
As long as you
fucking like legit, I'll buy you Risk of Rain 2.
He's just not gonna-
I gotta
He's
buy
not
it
gonna
with
play
Wes.
it.
I gotta buy it with Wes. I gotta buy it for Wes because he bought me Insurgency for Christmas. But I've just been trying to save up so much money lately that it's like I'm literally getting like $70 a week, and that's not.
Am I supposed to buy Wes something now? Because he bought you Insurgency and you bought me Insurgency, I think.
Oh yeah, so I did. Did I buy you Insurgency?
I think so because I bought PUBG for you like forever ago
that's
on
right.
Xbox.
Yeah,
So I guess I owe
you
Wes.
Insurgency. No, yeah, buy Wes another copy of Insurgency.
Can you do
Can I get
that?
another one of those pouches of salts, dude?
I should buy him some wicked shit game.
Yeah, like The Witcher 3.
Yeah. Yeah. I should buy him like iDarb or some shit.
Okay, you said wicked shitty game, but you accidentally said iDarb. So
Cool
take
thing about
that back.
those two is you can swallow them.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh, I've just been swallowing them.
Yeah, I swallowed mine too.
iDarb is like
Do you do the top? You said top lip?
Top. And once it like wears out, you can put it on the bottom, so it's not as spicy.
spicy. It's filled with like fire sauce from Taco Bell or some shit
yeah.
like.
Yeah, I buy pouches of Taco Bell Diablo sauce, and I
Yeah.
use them like dip. So like it's just the burning sensation in my mouth. I don't get anything from it; it just burns me.
It just
But, like,
burns, yeah.
I'm a masochist, so I really like that kind of shit.
Yeah. It's like a pain thing.
Yeah,
Builds up your tolerance.
yeah, and also it gets me hard.
I tried to just move past
I've
that.
seen
but-
it. I've walked.
You can't scoot past that one.
I've walked in on him and Ashley, and the whole room is just like empty bottles of sriracha sauce and screaming.
I
Yeah.
have no idea.
I mean, it's whatever, you know. If you want to do it, if you want to move in, you can move in.
Just fucking try it out.
Try
I need to
it
be
out,
fucked.
dude.
I need to be fucked and fucked good.
With ghost peppers.
Yeah.
If you're out of prison, homeless, I need some big black guys. Invite your friends over.
Big black guys who grow Carolina Reapers. Come on over and try it out.
Try it out.
Just try it out, man. I fucking yeah.
Oh, yeah?
I played a game of Super Mega Baseball today.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat.
Good headline.
Yeah. It's a good segue.
Jake played a game of Super Mega Baseball, and then it's clickbait, obviously.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, how'd he do?" Bad. I quit.
Yeah, except for he didn't really play it because it was on foxnews.com.
The picture is RBI baseball.
Oh my God, I did another Clear Shots plays the other day for a game called Mr. President. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, that game's
It's on
hilarious.
Steam.
You showed it to me.
It's where you play as a bodyguard for like Donald Trump. Well, basically Donald Trump. It's not really him. But you like basically take bullets for the president and shit. It's like
Oh, is that on a
platforming
Donkey game? Donkey Let's Play?
Yeah,
It probably
he did
is.
do one
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
I was like, I have to do this one because it's hilarious.
Yeah, going back to Let's Plays, man. Just quick, I am still like extremely shocked by that whole Pro Jared thing. Like honestly.
But are you really?
No, he's not really.
They're YouTube stars, man.
Yeah, but I think it comes down to the fact that he was always like he was always like a white knight, so I guess that's a red flag. He was like a male feminist ally, and those are always the guys that are doing the sketchiest shit.
Right, yeah, that's true.
That is very true.
That is some chameleon
Well,
shit.
they just got another YouTube star. My sister used to love him. I hope she didn't love him too much.
PewDiePie?
Austin Jones. was actually like paying like 11-year-old girls and 12-year-old girls and like free merchandise and tickets to send them naked pictures and videos and shit like that.
It's a good deal, though.
Jake Paul and Rice Gum are trying to get kids to gamble.
Oh, that one was really weird.
Yeah, with the whole loot box thing, like a bunch of like big YouTubers that like have a lot of connections to like children's channels and shit. They were like being paid by these companies to like start promoting these loot crate websites where they go on and like spend actual like large amounts of money, like $500, $100, like maybe up to like $1,000, $5,000 on these fucking packs, like where
And
you could
people
get a
spend
car
it.
or you could get a sticker.
Yeah. Well,
people
people
buy it.
people do that. Yeah.
But like
That
these kids,
is
like Jake
crazy
Paul,
to
like
me.
Jake Paul and Rice Gum, they have like a lot of children viewers like that are gonna go like, oh, I want to
Yeah.
try that, and then
Yeah.
they're gonna steal their parents' fucking credit cards and go on there, buy a fucking like $500 goddamn like mystery pack, and then they're just gonna get something
And then you
stupid.
don't
And they're gonna
know
get
what you're
wicked
getting.
upset, and then their parents are gonna come in the room like, what's wrong? And
Oh,
then
nothing.
they're
I
like,
just spent $1,000 on actually nothing.
pretty fucking much. It's like I thought I was gonna get shoes, but I got a sticker pack and a fucking megaphone.
All the stickers just say "That's embarrassing."
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
all those "That's
They're
embarrassing"
bumper stickers. Coexist bumper stickers.
And then there's like a complimentary one that comes with just a bunch of stickers of Jake Paul's face, like
Yeah.
ones you don't want.
Yeah,
It's like
Calvin pissing on him.
Yep.
Yeah. He's got to be pissing on. There's always one with every sports team.
Yep.
Why would you piss on? I mean, I guess it's
There's
Like-
one that says secede or don't succeed on it.
yeah. Well,
It says a
good for-
Confederate flag.
Yeah.
It's like,
Succeed
what
or
is
don't
this? It's
succeed.
like, this is pandering towards
That's
a
a
very
pretty
certain.
general fucking statement, though.
Yeah.
It's also not very inspiring.
No.
No.
There was Matt McCabe is up, and I hung out with him last night, and he was telling us about how he lives in North Carolina, and like the big cities in the South are very centrist or liberal or whatever, but then you get to like the weird trailer parks and rural towns that are like super diehard,
Yeah.
like still flying Confederate flags and shit. He was talking about how there's this gigantic trailer park on the way through North Carolina that's like 100 or so trailers, and it's fenced in. And there's a giant Confederate flag in the middle of the trailer park. And then on the sign of the trailer park, it says, like, don't come in or leave us alone or something like that.
No
on the
niggers.
sign.
Don't come in.
It's just like darkies stay out.
Blackies. Don't.
It's okay. I can say this. I have color on my skin.
I have pigment. I tanned the other day.
I have about a 50% tint I was born with.
Yeah.
It's
So.
just like, it's just like, if you don't have a tint, you must submit.
That's a new one. They're gonna use that now. Damn it.
It doesn't even rhyme, but it works somehow.
Oh,
I gotta
racism
pee.
is so weird,
It'd
man.
have to be submint.
Submit.
In the basement.
No, you can't miss it when you get down the stairs.
Unless somebody's in there,
It's
which
directly to the left.
don't fall down the stairs.
He's gonna fall
It's-
down the stairs. Every time someone goes to the bathroom, the dogs yell at him.
Yeah, the dog's like, somebody's in there.
They
Someone's in there.
don't like when people go to the bathroom.
It's really weird, man. Your dogs are kind of, they got to get over it, really.
They really do need to get over
They've
it.
known me for years, and they still act so shocked when I walk in the house.
Yeah, they don't. They just don't care. They like to yell at people. They're like protesters. It's like there's always an issue,
Did you see that Lakers fans are doing a huge protest at the Staples Center today? You don't
Why?
watch basketball.
No, not really.
Apparently, it's going to be a big thing. I'm kind of excited to see what happens. It's pretty funny.
Why are they so mad?
I don't know, because the Lakers are.
Not
They
great.
used to be like basically the New York Yankees or the Dallas Cowboys of basketball.
Well, yeah, but they had Kobe and Shaq. I mean, that was their whole thing.
Well, before then they had Magic Johnson and stuff, and before then they had Jerry West and everybody. But they've just been so incompetent and awful lately, and now free agents and other players don't even want to play.
But that's
for the
because,
Lakers.
that's because everybody can go, hey, come play with me in fucking Denver or some random shit. Like, because the players have too much control over where they play now. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, and it's rubbing off on us on the football now with the whole Le'Veon Bell thing, Antonio Brown, and I'm all for I'm all for, players having a bit more control over their own bodies, but I think you should honor your contract.
Well, yeah, exactly.
That's the big thing. It's like,
but my point is, like, you're getting paid this much money, just play where they want you to fucking play.
Yeah.
Like, they're paying you. Like, just live there. I don't care that you don't like the city or you don't like who you're playing with. Basketball is a fucking individual sport almost now. Like, you can carry a team if you're good enough.
yeah, and it's kind of always been like that. And that's the thing I can't get into with basketball is that teams don't matter.
No.
Like, in football and hockey and baseball, every team has their identity, their tradition, their culture, the way they play, what you expect of them. And then basketball is just like,
You only hear about the players of basketball.
Yeah, you don't hear about there's no rivalries. It's really hard to attach a fandom to basketball. And it's really, I don't know, I used to really like it, especially I loved basketball because I loved watching Blake Griffin. And then as soon as he got drafted to the Clippers, I was like, I'm going to be a Clippers fan now. But then, like, within 2 years, every player on that team is a different guy. And it's like, why? I don't give a shit about any of these players, but I don't want to watch Blake Griffin play on a shitty team, so.
Yeah. I think it's in that weird spot. Like, hockey's in that spot, too, for me. Where there's too many games to watch, but they're also fast-paced, so I feel like I have to pay attention to them. Mm-hmm. Whereas with baseball, there's a shit ton of games, but I don't have to be honestly paying that much attention to the game.
And the big advantage that football has, like college and professional, like college football is all Saturday. You can watch any game you want that Saturday.
Yeah.
And NFL, it's all the games are either on that Sunday or the big game,
Thursday,
Monday night or Thursday.
Thursday game, but it's one day a week you're watching your team. So, and I feel like that I can pay attention to it the whole time. Versus, like with baseball, it's like I'm not gonna watch all of it.
Yeah, baseball is a really good
Sometimes
sport
I do,
to
but
listen to. That's part of the reason I think baseball is dying is because
you gotta get the podcast version of the baseball game.
I went to a couple baseball games.
Baseball's fun. It is fun to watch, honestly, especially when you're there. It's a nice atmosphere, and
yeah,
I ate a lot of food.
You gotta get the peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
And I think the players in baseball are the most relatable because they're not these gigantic super athletes. They're just like dudes.
They're just Sky Chiefs game.
They're just like,
remember the one Sky Chiefs game they made the entire fucking like Oswego, like I think it was like an entire team in the high school or no, in the middle school. Like, yeah, it was when we were in middle school. No, you weren't. I forgot. You weren't in my graduating class.
I remember we did a thing where we like. If the you had to enter this thing, and if the GPA for like these select group of kids was high enough, they brought you to a free Chiefs game. Wow. I remember that.
Our thing was like they just brought everybody.
Maybe that's what it was.
You're all going.
The entire fucking class.
But I think
it was a shit show because a ton of people like me and Dan and we were off. We didn't care about the game.
Dude,
we were just off doing hood rat shit. I
want to be the fucking organizer that has to bring all those kids to a fucking baseball game.
No.
You have no control over where they're going to go.
80% of those kids don't want to be there.
Yeah. Right.
They're just there because they don't want to be in school.
Yeah, and they're just going to run around the fucking stadium like
I did.
Yeah.
Imagine if a kid like got hit by a foul ball in the temple, just dies. Like, then you really don't want to be the organizer.
Yeah. It's a dangerous place, a baseball stadium is, if you're not behind the net or whatever, behind home plate.
Mm-hmm. I remember we did a thing for taekwondo.
Because you can get hit with a fucking missile. That shit can come off the bat just right at the right angle where it just tips.
And it's going like 100 miles an hour.
It's still at least traveling 90 fucking 3.
I remember we did a thing for taekwondo when I was a kid where you could sign up and you had to do this fundraiser, and then after we did the fundraiser, we went and watched a Crunch game, and we got to meet like Ralph Macchio and a bunch of other cast members.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Even in hockey, you could get hit with a puck that comes up.
Well, they have a lot of shit that like prevents that. They have the nets.
The glass is pretty high.
Yeah. Well, didn't somebody really really got injured a while ago at a Stars game, and they put up nets behind the goals because they never used to have them. I thought.
Now they have nets up like from. I think from where the point where like the face-off point, like all the way around the goal, like right to the face-off points, like in each section.
Yeah,
that's where they have them because you're not going to get like a fucking
Really?
Puck that's going super fast off the middle section.
I didn't know that.
I just remember that night was really awkward because we had like 4 schools in the organization, and like an extra parent showed up from our school and took my seat. So I had to sit with a bunch of people in this that I didn't know. Like I had to sit with a bunch of like kids from Watertown and shit. Like it was so shitty. And like luckily a couple of the instructors that knew me from Watertown came over and were like, "You're sitting with us." So I got to sit with like the adults, which was dope. But like, dude, sitting like when you're 12 or 13 and you're forced to be around kids that you don't know, that is the worst.
Yeah.
Like Camp Hollis. I think I told my Camp Hollis story. Did you guys ever go to Camp Hollis?
I did. I went 4 years.
Did they have a thing where they organized it based in a like at elementary school? They had a thing, and like if you go to FitU, you want to do this week, and all the FitU kids will go. Leighton.
No, it was just literally. It was literally.
Did you do it? Was it all random?
It was by grade, the grade you were in. So like they kept like the 4th graders and the 3rd graders together, and then like the 2nd graders and the 1st graders together, and like all
segregation.
That kind of
Well, I just remember that I was signed up, and my parents had me signed up with like the different week of all the FitU kids, and I was stuck with a bunch of kids from like Hannibal and shit.
Ugh.
And I was there for a week, and everybody had all their friends there, and I was just that kid. Like, it was so, and I had a bowl cut, so like everybody made fun of me.
Yeah, I made so many friends at fucking Camp Hollis, and I met so many people. I fell in love with so many girls that I had never met a day after I fucking left from that camp.
Yeah.
So like there was times like there was the last year I went like, and I had MySpace and I could add a bunch of people on MySpace, but then like that only lasted for about like 2 years, and then everybody stopped using it. So
yeah. I actually went on my MySpace page the other day with the Berlins and looked at all my old pictures and memes.
MySpace is so different now.
It's
dude.
really
it's completely
the
different.
website fucking sucks.
Yeah,
now.
and not all the same.
It doesn't
people, like,
work.
Yeah, like all my pictures on there were like so fucking just
cringe, dude.
Cringy. I was like, what the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah.
Can you still get to your shit?
Yeah, they if you log into MySpace, there's a section that's like the legacy profile or something, and it lets you look at all of your old pictures. All your posts are gone, but all your pictures and your music and stuff like that is still there. Mm-hmm. And like I was looking through,
I don't think they even had posts though. You could comment on people's profiles.
No, they had.
You could post.
They had posts. Yeah,
they were text limited though. You could only have so many characters within one post.
And if I remember correctly, it only saved a certain amount. Like it only saved like your last 5 or your last 10 or something like that.
And they were only text posts, but you could put like a ton of emojis and
it was like a
shit.
blog type thing.
Yeah.
I guess Blink-182 has a new song out, dude.
That sucks.
Like right now.
They have a new album coming out like very soon, like within the next couple of days.
Yeah, it's called "Blame It on My Youth."
Well, I'm gonna listen to that because Tom DeLonge is no longer in the band. It is the lead singer from Alkaline Trio. I don't know if you knew that or not, or if you've heard of that band. Yeah, it's the lead singer of Alkaline Trio
That's
now.
Interesting.
And he sounds, I mean, he hits the mark. Like they picked a really good person to replace Tom DeLonge, and their whole California album, I fucking loved it. Like, I still listen to it to this day. Like, I'll just listen to it start to finish and not skip a single song.
I haven't listened to that new Logic Eminem song either because Chris D'Elia's in it apparently. Like they put Chris D'Elia's like sample at the end of the song.
Panic mannequins, get up Danica Patrick.
So I figure I have to listen to it.
Mannequins staring at mannequins.
I used to really like Logic, and then he started to speak. Like I find him to be an extremely.
I don't even know who it is.
He's really good. He's just a very like trying to keep up with all the.
He's trying to make everybody happy.
Yeah. He's trying to like. Yeah, exactly. And he's very vague with a lot of his stances.
Mm-hmm.
but then he'll like a couple weeks later he'll post another opinion about the same opinion, but it'll be vague in the other direction.
Yeah, and he'll be like really strong feeling about it, but then when you ask him about it, he'll be like, "Oh, I don't know too much about
He's
it."
like,
but
I'm not really at liberty to elaborate on that. Like, okay.
Why do they even bother talking about any of it though?
Yeah,
but
like, if you don't know about it,
it,
don't fucking say a goddamn word. Keep your mouth shut. That's why I don't post political shit on Facebook.
Exactly. Do any of these artists even need to say anything political? Like, they don't fucking need to. And then they get in some shit about it, and then they fucking bitch about the fact that everybody's fucking up their ass about it.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you posting about it in the first place?
Anytime anybody posts something political on Facebook, there's always somebody who has a specific fact from a specific point in time that disproves the entire fucking post.
Yeah.
And like then it creates an entire huge fucking argument, like Democrat versus Republican, like, and then it becomes ad hominem where they're all just fucking throwing a bunch of like insults at each other.
Yeah, they
it's like,
get paid.
what the fuck?
But these places get paid. Like these social media sites, they get paid for engagement.
Yeah.
Like that's
and
where they
the
make
wrong
money.
kind of shit.
They
Like,
get
that's just
paid
makes
for like
people angry.
clicks and just a general engagement. So when you piss people off, that's when people are more likely to say shit.
I was actually reading about I don't know if he still works for Facebook or if he if he doesn't anymore or whatever, but they were actually asking about the Facebook algorithm, and they were talking about how they actually put a thing in place during like leading up to and during the election where if like say like you and I disagreed, they would purposely make it so we would see each other's posts first, so that way we would start arguing and get more fucking clicks and time onto the site to get them more money. They were purposefully pitting each other against each other because it would get a discussion going.
Yeah, because that's what I mean. It's like if you're mad at each other and you're having an argument, you're gonna keep posting and fucking talking to each other.
Yeah,
That's
and you're
how it
gonna
works.
fucking like you're gonna be thinking about it all day, and as soon as you hear a vibrate in your pocket or feel the vibrate, you're gonna be like, "Oh, what did he fucking say now?"
Yeah.
and then it's just your fucking mom texting you, and you're just like, "Oh shit, okay."
Your mom is just like, "Fuck the blacks," like, "Damn it, mom."
And then the next vibration is his rebuttal, and he's just like, "Fuck you, you dumb asshole," and you're just like, "Oh shit." And
Yeah,
He just won, obviously, because that's pretty much ends it right there. I mean, what can you even say?
well,
to that?
I mean, in my opinion, if I'm in an argument, the moment someone starts like attacking me personally, that's when I know I've won the argument,
'cause
because
they're
they
not
have
talking
to
about
then
anything
like
anymore.
resort to attacking me in order to prove their point.
Yeah.
And I'm still calm and trying to like explain myself and like actually have a legitimate conversation and like a civilized argument rather than have it being like fucking
it never
attacking
ends
each
that
other.
way, though.
It doesn't.
That's
no.
a problem I have with Reddit sometimes is like, I remember when I first went on Reddit and it was actually a place for, at the time, like cohesive actual discussions, especially on the sports subreddits or anything like that. But now it's like, I'll make a comment. I think I was just talking to you about it off the mics, but there was a thing where this guy was talking about like, who do you think out of all the positions of all time, like what player is the GOAT at their respective position? And I was like, oh, Tony Gonzalez for tight end, who is the actual, like, he's just that much better than everybody else that was ever a tight end as far as like longevity and accolades and stuff like that goes.
Mhm.
And this guy from San Diego said Antonio Gates, who used to play for San Diego, also really good, not as good as Tony G. But it became this whole thing where he was like digging through my post history, and like when I was going through a really bad time, I was posting depressed like stuff on the depression subreddit and like a friendly voice where I was dealing with shit like my grandpa dying and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And like he went in and was like insulting my dead relatives and making fun of me for being depressed because I like a different player more than the guy that he likes. And it's like,
dude, you're literally making yourself look like the biggest idiot on the planet right now.
And I just remember I looked up all these statistics between the two of them and I compared them all and made this whole like, nice, extremely cohesive argument. And then he's like, nah, dude, he's like, I hope more people in your family die, so this and this. And I'm like, fuck you, like, what the fuck?
Good.
Like,
what a comeback.
yeah, like, and like, so now it's just really, it makes me like, it's almost sad when I can have better discussions on 4chan than I can on like Reddit and Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's actually gotten to that point. Like, sure, somebody on 4chan will call you a faggot, but it's like,
but you just come to expect that, and like on 4chan, being called a faggot is just something you brush off like wicked quickly. And
yeah.
like, okay, whatever.
And
like,
but then when all of a sudden when you're on Reddit or
faggot.
whatever, yeah, OP is a faggot, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
fucking moot.
It's funny because like I feel like people just expect that nowadays, no matter what. Right,
Be insulted,
like just to have people hurl shit at them.
Yeah, and I think it's
Doesn't
funny.
matter
Like
what you're
when
saying.
I went on 4chan because they were doing a lot of the coverage for the whole pro Jared thing, and like there's a lot of not safe for work stuff that was posted by all the people involved. That Reddit was just like, nope, we don't want to have this controversy on here. So I go to 4chan, and it's just like. This guy would comment, be like, I can't believe you're saying this about so and so. This is so fucked up, and immediately you just see like 6 replies, and it's like, dude, you must be new here. Like, it used to be so bad.
The best thing ever, though, is like in the Facebook group chats. As soon as somebody like posts like something that's like, I can't believe that all of you guys will think this shit and post stuff like this. Fuck all of you guys. You guys are all a bunch of racist and like homophobic pieces of shit. All like every single person in the group does, they copy the text in their post, and they just post it in the comments with a picture of something completely unrelated, and just flood the comments with the same shit that the person posted, and then they just fucking leave.
It's funny that is so like it has finality to it. As weird as that is.
4chan does?
No, like just reposting the same thing that they just said.
Yeah,
over and over again, just
like
to
it's
get
so
them to see how
immature
much
too,
of
though.
an idiot they are.
But it's like that. Like I know you are, but what am I? Like it's like it's almost like that level of immaturity.
Yeah, but then
you'll
you'll see them in the comment section like, shut the fuck up, you guys are fucking idiots, and they're still going like, and they'll comment like to reply on that with the same shit.
Yeah,
and they'll just keep going. It's great.
there was like a
because
wicked.
what can you do to that? How do you even respond?
You
to
can't. All you can do is leave the fucking page, and that's what their fucking like.
Yeah,
thing
That's
is.
what their whole. Yeah, it really is too. I love it, honestly. Like,
If you can't hang, leave.
Yeah.
Like, this is obviously not for you if you don't enjoy it. So just leave. Don't fucking put a post on there that's all like, oh, you guys are a bunch of fucking idiots. Why are you even posting these stupid memes? Blah, blah, blah.
It's a shame.
This is some place that people come to be stupid for the sake of being stupid and looking at stupid shit. If you don't like it, go find another.
But there's no place where like people go to be positive. Like it's either like you go
not anymore.
to
Reddit
Facebook.
used to be that place, in my opinion. Like years ago, it really
Pinterest.
used to be. Really?
Tumblr.
Yeah. I'm just saying things.
Zemiah has like
No,
18,000 pins.
like, legit, it is Tumblr, honestly, because like there
Tumblr
are
is
so
like a
many
blog
people.
format too. Like it's more of a scrolly, like a big thing about. It's almost MySpacey.
It's very MySpacey, but they have some dank ass raunchy porn on there.
Not anymore.
Oh yeah, not anymore. They took all the porn off it, and now
Really?
it's
You
just a
can't
dead
tumble
website.
anymore?
Like there's no Tumblr porn anymore. That's where like all the shit like you couldn't find on Pornhub.
That's where like most of their traffic was from.
yeah,
No
Was
shit.
from porn.
pretty much.
But there's a fucking post on Game of Thrones on Reddit right now, and this like everybody's posting quote unquote leaks, but they're all fucking wrong, and they start off serious and then they get wicked stupid, and I had to save this one. I have to screenshot it before I forget. So it's like, on Dragonstone, Varys betrays Tyrion to Dany in order to save himself. Gendry and a team of cracksmiths forge Drogon some armor, which allows Dany to burn the fleet. The Hound gets halfway to King's Landing when a chicken crosses the road. Arya can't get him to carry on. He keeps mumbling to himself, I fucking hate chickens, and then runs off into the forest where he's eaten alive by a pack of wolves. Arya's about to assassinate Cersei, but Euron appears. Euron somehow knows she isn't a servant girl because, of course he does, and then he kills her. Arya's corpse is taken to the walls by Euron to taunt. I mean, it just gets, like, you know, this is my favorite part. The realm is governed by a council of onions and Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, who draws the faces of Stannis Baratheon, Robb Stark, and all the other dead kings on all the onions. His favorite is Droganion. Bran isn't involved and does nothing, and then turns into a pine tree. Like, so it's the shit like that where, like, on Reddit, stuff like that would get downvoted and you wouldn't see it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the big problem I have with it, too. It's like, it really sucks when you have to actually sometimes sort by controversial in order to find actual... If there's a big, hive mind problem with Reddit, I find.
Do you follow Fallout Rad posting on Facebook?
No, I don't do
the idea.
Shit posting groups are the bomb.
The idea though is like the comments that are helpful are supposed to be voted to the top.
Yeah,
but most of the time it's not really the case.
It's
it's like the funniest shit, or like the
overwhelmingly like majority
what you
opinion.
Agree with. Yeah, is voted to the top.
There's a few subreddits that don't even have the downvote button, which is what I like the most.
And the thing is, like, if the majorities like wants this thing, it's gonna get all the upvotes, and it's also gonna get the one that doesn't have the majority opinion is gonna get all the downvotes. So you're not even gonna see it.
Yeah, so you're just kind of just regurgitating the same opinions.
Yeah, you're kind of only seeing the shit that most people think.
Yeah. Like I still remember when there was a post and it was like a game. It was on the game subreddit.
Although you do see under that, you would see the reply.
Yeah, and
they would have a shit ton of downvotes.
Yeah,
187 fucking downvotes.
I remember there was a thing and it was like what game that is critically acclaimed or whatever do you just not like? And I posted a solid 2-3 paragraph thing about how I've tried The Witcher 3 and I didn't like it, couldn't get into it, but I understand why people like it. And then the next day I had 6 comments and minus 50, and it's like, you just don't like it because you're a contrarian. And it's like, did you even read what I said?
No, they didn't. You're supposed to say that you understand why people like it first. Say that first.
Yeah, that's very true. Because they're not going to read the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, they're only going to read the beginning where you're like, I don't like The Witcher 3.
There are so many
and then they're going to downvote immediately.
There are.
So many people who just get off on being the opposing opinion of yours.
Yeah. That they want to be individuals. And because there's so many of them now, there isn't any. You can't be a contrarian
If
anymore.
everybody has superpowers, then nobody's super.
Avengers Endgame is stupid because everybody likes it.
Yeah, that's the thing is I've been dealing with a lot lately is when I tell people that I've never seen any of the Marvel movies or Avengers or anything, it's almost like I'm telling them I'm about to burn down a church or something.
It's it's not for you. If you don't like it, it's not for you. That's fine. Don't watch it. Why do
it's
people
not
gotta
I'm going
attack
around,
you for that shit?
It's not like you would be like, dude, I saw Endgame. I'm like, oh, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah,
it's like, no, I don't really like those movies.
Yeah.
Well, or you just don't fucking care.
Yeah, that too.
You know? I don't care enough to watch it. I'm sure I would like it.
No.
I would honestly, I'd probably would like all the Avengers movies. Mm-hmm. The way that people talk about them, they're like, oh, well, this is kind of our generation's Star Wars or whatever. It's a big series and it's good. And I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
But I just haven't made the effort to watch it because I don't give a shit that much.
Oh, someone's calling you.
Classic. I'll call him back in a minute. We're at 2 hours in. Yeah, I think so. About 2:10 or so.
Cool.
So I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Wrap?
I don't mind. I can keep going. I can wrap it up. We can take a break. We can go.
We can take a break. Yeah. I got to piss anyway, so.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back in a second. You guys won't even notice, probably.
Break it up. I remember sitting there through all of fucking I would sit there through an entire day and just smoke and watch Kenny versus Spenny all fucking
Kenny
day.
versus Spenny was fucking awesome.
It was the bomb.
You guys tried showing me that.
It's so good.
Wendy's plug.
This podcast is brought to you by Wendy's. Eat fresh.
Eat fresh. I'm loving it.
Have it your way.
Yeah.
Have it our way.
Yeah.
It's our way or the highway.
Have a sofa sleep.
New Wendy's $5 foot long. What's the Subway one? Eat fresh, right?
Yeah. It's hot and ready.
Yeah.
Pizza.
Is it good?
Pizza.
It's hot and it's ready.
Wendy's pizza.
I don't know what you understand about that.
I actually really liked. I still like Little Caesars a lot, though.
I do too. I like their deep dish pizza. It's so good.
Yeah, it is. It's also really filling.
Yeah,
like, considering how it's like $8.
Yeah, but don't try to eat it the next day because leftover Little Caesars taste like garbage.
I've never tried to.
Their
okay.
deep dish tastes terrible.
I was gonna say I get their extra most bestest pepperoni. And
okay. No, I was talking about like the deep dish.
I don't reheat the deep dish. Yeah, for some reason the sponge that they make it out of doesn't reheat evenly.
Yeah. Well, you could try. I've never tried it in a toaster oven though, so I could try that. Maybe that'd work.
I reheat all my pizza on the stove.
Yeah.
I use the air fryer sometimes
for pizza. That's actually a pretty bold move.
Yeah.
Because it makes the bottom of your pizza crispy.
Wicked hard to clean though.
Air fryer?
When you get when cheese melts too.
Yeah, how are you going to clean air, dude? You know?
I mean,
I hate cleaning my air fryer. It pisses me off.
You just got to use an air filtration system, and you got to have a good enough spoon to scrape out all the.
It's all about the spoons, dude.
The gunk.
It is.
Feed it to your dog.
Yep.
Yeah. It really is all about spoons.
It's all about the spoons. Spoon man.
People don't think about that enough, I guess.
Come together with your hands.
Come together with your hands.
Serve me.
I fucking love Soundgarden.
Come together with your plan.
Yeah, that's another band that came around at the same time in that era, that like early 90s era.
Is that a Yarrow band?
I would say so. Matchbox 20 is a fucking Yarrow band for sure.
Mm-hmm. I don't think Soundgarden. I don't think Soundgarden is Jarl. They're more like a. They could be. I guess they're like diet Jarl, but they're definitely not up there with like Creed.
Yeah, it's like low calorie.
Yeah.
What were you called? Like that Wheeze rock? Like, I don't want to hear your voice calling my name. It makes me weak.
That's Yarling, isn't it? Like
that,
Hinder?
No, I thought it was
Hinder?
just smoking fucking a carton of cigarettes before you go on the mic.
I like I liked all the Nickelback ripoff bands, like Theory of a Dead Man. My girlfriend's a dick magnet. My girlfriend's gotta have it. It's like that wicked angsty 35-year-old man.
I don't even know that one.
Dude, that song was so big when I was in
No one
5th
really
grade.
knows if she's drunk or if she's stoned,
But she's coming back to my place tonight.
Wicked rapey, dude.
Oh, it's wicked
so
fucked
rapey.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Lyrically.
It was ridiculous.
can't-
Wasn't that a Nickelback song, though?
No, that was Theory of a Dead Man.
Really?
They were a straight up Nickelback ripoff.
They
Like,
really
for real.
were.
Sort of like how, like, Greta Van Fleet and Led Zeppelin. Like, they literally matched everything, and then exclusively, they were basically like an edgier Nickelback.
Yeah, like I feel like Nickelback wasn't edgy enough. That was their downfall, you know.
They were very vanilla. I really don't mind Nickelback. Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
they didn't do anything wrong. Like,
Nickelback did nothing wrong.
They
Nickelback,
didn't. They really didn't. They're a decent fucking band that just gets shit on all the time for no reason.
they're like top of the bell curve.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
I still go back and I'll listen to that song like, look at this photograph.
Yeah.
that's not even their best one though.
It's not. Like,
Like,
and
think about
I'll listen to a bunch of
Rockstar
their
and
songs.
fucking Animals.
but That's like my most listened to one. Oh.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I fucking.
Yeah.
It's the devil in the running, get the angels up and running, they get out with me tonight. I'm driving back to your house while you were sneaking out. I got the gun on weapon up so you can jump in on the road.
You know what you been to GP pieces, she can see the pulse of you, then I've been kissing, screaming, no!
We're gonna quit. Ain't nothing wrong with it. We're just a couple
Oh
animals.
my god.
Oh, no matter where we go,
Since everybody knows we're just a couple animals.
So come on, baby, get in. Get in, just get in. Look at the trouble we're in. You're beside me on the seat, got your hand
How do
between
you
my knees.
fucking know this much of the song?
Yeah, dude.
You control how fast we go, but just how hard you want to squeeze. It's hard to steer when you're breathing in my ear, but I got both hands on my gear. Wait, no, what is it? I got both hands on the wheel of you, but I got both hands on my gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is something like that.
So good.
We were parked up by them tracks. We're sitting in the back and we just started getting busy when you whispered, what was that? The wind. I think that no one else knows where we are.
I
And that
hope
was
we
when
get-
she started screaming, that's my dad outside the car.
Oh, please. The keys. The colors in ignition. Like, oh, my
Not
God.
in the ignition. Must have wound up on the floor when we were switching our positions.
I guess she knew that she was missing.
As I try to tell you, Dad, it was your mouth that I was kissing.
No!
How is this happening to me?
Look at the levels.
I don't even know how I just...
You're going to have to cut this part of the
Dude, I
podcast
used-
out because it's just me and
I
Jake
used-
screaming.
I used to
It's gonna be-
legitimately listen to that album every day when I was like 9 years old.
We're going to get copyright flagged because you guys were too accurate with that.
We did not have the backing tracks. We just sung it.
We also skipped the second half of the second verse.
I
We
know,
did.
but you only needed, it's going to catch that little
It was
bit,
a Clear
'cause you guys
Shots
were-
version of Animals.
Yeah. It
You
was a
guys were
bridge.
pretty... Yeah. But, I mean, it was dead on, I think.
We only included one chorus.
They did have a really good "Burn It to the Ground" was a wicked good hype song. I remember that because it was in every sports game the year it came out. It's like
I was more into
yeah,
Queens of
yeah.
the Stone Age, like Disturbed.
I still like Disturbed.
I still like
pretty much
Disturbed a lot too. Lamb of God was like that one band that I started to listen to after them. I was like, this is death metal. This is the
Yeah,
hardest
dude.
shit I've ever heard.
Everybody
ever.
went
And
through that
holy
phase.
fucking shit. Like Lamb of God is the shit. I am the hardest motherfucker now because I listen to Lamb of God.
I remember we had like music choice on demand, and they had the music
They had
choice
Laid
metal.
to Rest.
Yeah, they had Laid to Rest,
music video
Redneck,
on
Now
the,
You Have Something to Die For.
It was the one that was like I think it was like Ruin. I think its
Yeah.
name
Yeah,
was.
Ruin.
Yeah.
Lamb of
So
God is
good.
great though.
It's so
Like
good.
they're such a fucking
Randy Blythe has such
Dude,
a
he
good
was
screaming
filthy.
voice. Oh.
yeah. What is that's thrash metal technically, right? Like Slayer.
I don't know what that would be labeled as because thrash metal is supposed to be faster. I
Groove
thought.
metal.
Isn't thrash metal supposed to be like faster,
It's-
like paced, more higher BPM?
Typically, yeah, it is. Thrash is a lot of, like
3 inches
like
of blood.
lots of shit with. I mean,
Blast beats.
Slayer has a lot of that too, though. Like Slayer's really fast paced, like death metal. Lots
What
of
is that
blasts.
song? What is that song?
I don't know.
That's got to be a fucking. That's a Lamb of God song. We've done this before.
I think we've done this.
We have
exact
done this
same thing
exact bit before.
I think that's a Trivium song.
You're
I
I think we did exactly
it
this,
is a
and we
Trivium
finally
song.
found it, and now you don't remember.
I
it
think
again.
it's Trivium.
You know what? If it is Trivium, it's on my Saints Row 2 playlist because I've been playing Saints Row 2 again. And in Saints Row 2, you can make your own radio station, and I put that radio station in a playlist. And I have a Trivium song on here.
Can you make your own? Can you make your own Trivium?
No, it's not that
No,
one.
that's not it. This sounds like a fucking. It almost has like a Van Halen. Like a Van
Wait, is it
Halen
this
shit.
one?
Oh. I think it was this one.
No, that's not it.
No, that's not
it's
it. It doesn't have the.
Yeah, it's like dun 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 dun.
Maybe As I Lay Dying?
I'm thinking
know.
of 6 by the fuck is that band? All That Remains?
That's why I was thinking about that. It was that song right there.
That's the one.
Wasn't As I Lay Dying.
Now we're definitely gonna get hit with copyrights. Playing.
Can
all
you
the
hear it
music.
through the mic?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you could.
There's like multiple songs on this one.
What?
Specifically
I have
animals.
6 on my phone. Why is it telling me I don't have 6? I was just listening to this fucking album the other day.
You know a song that I could just fucking always just rage out to in my car when I'm driving is
Animals?
Cowboys from Hell.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Open your eyes and be set up. Nobody gets it set up.
I really do like All That Remains, but really just The Fall of Ideals and 2 Weeks. Yeah. 2 Weeks is a really, really good song.
Yeah, there's a couple of good tracks. Is The Fall of Ideals the album name?
Yeah, The Fall of Ideals has 6. This Calling.
Yeah, there's a couple of good songs.
I listened to. We've definitely done this whole thing before, but I listened to As Daylight Dies, front to back.
Man, I'm thinking of that has. No, maybe.
I love Killswitch Engage too.
Was it an August Burns Red song?
No, because I don't have August Burns Red on my phone. It's a song I have on my phone.
Who made Morte Adabo?
Oh, that's a Seth question.
Who?
Morte Adabo. Who made that song?
That's a Jake question.
Let me look it up.
Is okay. I'm trying to find something too. Is
If it's the Black Dahlia Murder, I'll shit my pants.
Overcome is an album. Okay, by All That Remains. Okay, this was a good album. Did you ever listen to Cataclysm?
Asking Alexandria. Was it that band?
Oh, it
I
might
don't.
be.
I don't think. Well,
I was
never
thinking
got
for
into,
the song he's thinking.
I never got into them.
Dude, why the fuck? I have Asking Alexandria on here, don't I?
Why don't you ask Alexandria and find out? That's the one. That's
You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to record myself doing it, and then I'm going to post it on 4chan and see if they can figure it out for me.
Well, doesn't like Shazam do it or some shit?
Yeah,
now?
you can do that with Shazam.
Can I Can I hum into it?
I think you
Yeah,
can.
You can.
But you're gonna do
the
it
humming
wrong.
is wicked fucking like.
You're for sure gonna do it wrong,
Yeah.
100%, because you don't even know the song.
No result.
Yeah,
I don't know that band.
I knew it was that one.
Dude, I'm getting pissed because there was a song that was literally stuck in my head
Does
for
it
like
harmonize in that section?
I don't
Is there a
remember.
harmony there? Because I can't think of there's only a few that I can think of that do that. Because there was definitely that All That Remains song that does that.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know. You're never gonna find it. 'Cause what's funny is we found it once, and then now you forget it again, and then now we have to find it again. You should have wrote it down, dude. You should get this tattooed on you. You should get this fucking song name and artist tattooed on you. Because every time you forget and you're like, what's that song that goes dun, 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 dun. Like you just look at your fucking wrist.
Oh yeah,
It's tattooed on your fingers.
I gotta fucking piss again. Hopefully you found it.
I won't.
He's not gonna find it.
Don't then.
I'm surprised you haven't given up already. This is not. I don't even know why we're doing this right now.
I don't know.
We're
I
like,
don't think we have anything to talk about.
yeah, we're like sitting here like looking up songs.
I mean, it happens.
Yeah, this is weird.
We did find it too. I think we found it when like Mark or Aaron was on with us, because I remember I was asking Mark and Aaron about it, and with the three of us
I
forgot.
don't think we found it on when we were
didn't-
on here.
we didn't find it on the
found
show?
No, I think we found it like afterwards or something like that.
Because I think what it was too was that it wasn't an intro; it was a bridge. The bridge is the riff I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it was like in the middle of the
It was
fucking song.
which is why it was such a pain in the ass, because we literally sat here and listened to like over 20 songs.
Well, you just have to hum it right, on Shazam.
Dun, 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 dun,
I've tried to do stuff like that on
dun,
Shazam.
dun,
It doesn't
dun,
really work that
dun,
well.
dun, 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 dun.
Because I like it. I think it's obviously most accurate if you just like play it
the song
to the song. But it's like, why am I trying to find the song if I am hearing the song already?
Yeah. See, and I forgot what I called my Lamb of God playlist. Oh, it was called there we go.
Lamb of God playlist?
Mm-hmm. I have a Lamb of God playlist.
So is it all Lamb of God or is it other bands?
That's all Lamb of God.
Well, then you don't need a playlist, right?
Wasn't Omerta?
That's Omerta. It's not Omerta. Omerta's slow.
No, that's Omerta.
Yeah, but not the one he's thinking of. Yeah, that's the one. That one's too slow to be the one he's thinking of, though. He's not gonna find it. I don't know why he's even trying. He's not gonna find it.
Jake, I think it'll be later. Later on, and yeah.
He's not gonna quit until he finds it, dude. What are you listening to right now?
He's listening to an entire Lamb of God song.
Oh,
Like piece by piece.
Sacrament.
Forgotten by Sacrament from Sacrament.
See, because it sounds like the beginning of Forgotten Los Angeles after that whole blast beat.
It's not.
I think I might be like combining like.
You're definitely doing that.
I think
for
I'm
sure.
combining like three.
I think that's what we
songs.
found out that you were doing last time. Is that you were like combining a bunch of fucking songs together.
Probably.
Is it Nothing Left?
Lamb of God?
No. Hold on, I've got it.
That's who is that by?
As I
As I Lay
Dying.
Dying, right? Yeah. That's not it.
There was no vocals in the guitar part.
That's not.
It wasn't this, was it?
I feel like
I don't think so.
I feel like As I Lay Dying has like probably four songs that I even know, but like for some reason they had a big fan base. They had a pretty good like I feel like their live shows were good. Like that was a lot of the reason people liked them.
I never went to any of their shows.
They had like fucking intense live shows, but they were also like a band that metalcore genre started to like pick up, and I think they grabbed onto it pretty well. Like a lot of the shit they have to play is not super hard to play, like difficulty wise. So they could like run around and throw their guitars and shit while they're playing somehow.
Yeah, the guys who are doing super technical shit are the guys who stand fucking perfectly still and they're just like,
yeah. They're like, well, I gotta figure this out. Well, I mean, honestly, there's some that are good enough to fucking like the dude from Necrophagist. The dude that Mohammed Sukamez or whatever his name is, he sings and he also plays super technical fucking death metal at the same time. So like that shit's fucking difficult. Like the dude from Death, Chuck Schuldiner, he was fucking really good at that too. He had to sing and play guitar, like leads. So that's tough as fuck. So like you really can't like you can have a stage presence, but it's more of a presence than it is like a performance.
yeah. I like Chan.
Like
no fucking lyrics at all.
Yeah.
Just
well, Devin Townsend plays
shredding.
like some tough shit too, and he still has like there's an aura on stage that he has. It's not like he's running all over the place and shit.
Devin Townsend to me almost seems like he's like the Doug Stanhope of music. He's like a musician's musician. You're not going to get a lot of like regular people that don't play instruments or aren't really involved in music that like him.
Yeah.
But anybody that is involved in music at all, like they understand how gifted he is and also how important he is.
Yeah.
It's weird because like I feel like the way he composes his music like it could appeal to a wider audience too.
Yeah.
Same thing with Tom Morello.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like he wasn't like he was a really good guitarist, but like he was made famous for making all like the DJ scratching noises and shit like that, and all the effects he used with his guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, was it because of his like fucking ability to shred? Like, not usually. It was just like all the cool shit he could do with his guitar.
Yeah. He wasn't Buckethead, dude. You know.
Yeah.
I fucking love Buckethead.
Buckethead's so sick. Buckethead's coming to
He's got a
Syracuse soon,
bucket
isn't it?
He's got a bucket for a head, you know?
Apparently,
I'm pretty
yeah.
sure Buckethead's
I
coming to
remember
Syracuse
I read that
soon.
recently.
That's impressive.
I really do like Rage Against the Machine a little bit too, but
Now he's in Street Sweeper Social Club, and they're just not as good as Rage.
yeah.
They're just something completely
Who else
different.
was he in between?
Well,
those
isn't
two?
there that other
Wasn't
one?
he in Audio Slave?
Well, yeah, Chris Cornell's dead now, though, so...
Yeah, I know, but
really
I'm just
can't-
saying, like, he was an Audio Slave too. Audio Slave was really good.
Yeah.
Prophets of Rage is the one that they're doing too.
Yes, that's
Chicken
with
Foot.
Ice-T.
Yes, yeah, it is. That's awesome.
Who's in Chickenfoot? Joe Satriani, Mike Anthony,
What the fuck is Chicken?
Sammy Hagar,
It's from-
Chad Smith.
It's
Oh,
one
no,
of the...
you're thinking of the guy from Creed, the Alter Bridge.
No,
It's one of the guys from Public Enemy and Ice-T that's in the one that you're talking about. And Tom
Yeah, Public
Morello.
Enemy. That's right. Yeah,
if I got this right,
that's actually dope. I feel like I should listen to that more.
I fucking got it. Yeah,
It is Alter Bridge?
Chickenfoot is Sammy Hagar, Michael Anthony, Joe Satriani, and Chad Smith.
Oh.
They're like a power band, like a super band or whatever.
What's
Did Alter Bridge have any good songs?
I don't even know who that is.
That was the guy from Creed left or whatever and did that band. I don't think they ever.
Which
had
guy
any
from
good
Creed?
songs.
The singer?
The singer, yeah.
Oh.
I don't even know his name. The Lord. He's basically the Lord.
What was the lead singer of Tool's other band that he did?
Loot.
Oh.
Maynard.
Oh shit! I don't remember. Was he in Prophets of Rage?
No. It was their own thing. It was kind of like Tool, but a lot more like melodic.
A Perfect Circle.
Yes.
Oh, shit,
A
yeah.
Perfect Circle. That was an amazing band too. Oh, so many.
I really
ways for
like-
me
I
to
really
show
like
you how
Tool,
sick and
but
I don't mind Tool.
I don't like their fans.
Yeah, their fans are like, well, yeah.
They're very
I guess.
elitist.
Like the first time I ever heard of Tool, I can't remember who it was, but one of my uncles was like, dude, they're like Pink Floyd on steroids. They're so crazy. The stuff they do, like they're like way smarter than any other band I've ever listened to. And it's like they're good, but almost every guy I know that's a big fan of Tool says that. How
They're
like,
the Pink Floyd of their genre.
Yeah, they're like, I feel like you get.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Like,
You can easily see just how the similarities between the two bands. It's just there's so much like Pink Floyd. It's ridiculous,
Yeah, they're
dude.
pretty much exactly the
Like
same.
they should just call themselves instead of like being Tool. They should just call themselves Floyd,
Yeah, or
instead of
Pink,
Pink Floyd.
Tool.
or maybe like a Perfect Floyd.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Because then they would be Perfect Floyd
Or
instead of
Pink
just
Circle.
regular. Yeah, that's not bad either.
Yeah, dude.
I don't mind Pink Circle.
Imagine if Maynard did Money, dude. Just covered it.
I want a Jarl version of Money. Money, it's a crime.
That almost sounds like it's not even Yarly.
No, it was like I want.
You
like
were
a
doing like a
reggae.
yeah.
I want like a reggaeton. I want Pitbull to cover Dark Side of the Moon.
Whenever I think of Jarl, I just think of Higher by Creed. Won't you take me higher?
Yeah.
It was really funny. I was talking to Joe Motique yesterday, and I explained to him that for like a solid week or two, Seth was talking to me about yarling, and I thought it was just a thing he made up. And I brought it up to Joe, and Joe's like, "No, that's a real vocal technique." And I was like, "What the fuck?" Because I can never take him seriously, dude.
No, Yarling is real.
It's very real.
Well, then we also look up like the top 10 Jarl bands, and
Yeah,
like
of
4
course.
of them were bands I'd never heard of ever.
Yeah, that's because Jarl bands don't get big. There's like 3 of them that ever did get big. I mean, it's a tough situation.
Whatever happened to Bowling for Soup?
They got gigantic for like 2 months.
They were trying to compete with Good Charlotte. That's what happened to them.
Yeah, and then Good Charlotte.
Good Charlotte was trying to.
Fucking
They were trying to
paved
compete.
over them.
They were trying to compete with OK Go, who was trying to compete with Blue October.
OK Go was like 3 years after.
Did you ever listen to Blue October?
Yeah, I'm just a normal boy.
I love that song.
Awful boy. I shouldn't believe the country, but I'd rather swim ashore without a life vest. I'll be stuck again. Wish I was much more masculine. Maybe I can learn to swim 13 miles away.
Now floating up and down.
I've been sliding in
Yeah.
the sound like whales beneath me diving down.
See,
I'm
he knows
sinking
it.
to the bottom of my everything that freaks me out. My lighthouse gleam has just run out. I'm cold as cold as cold
can be. Blocktober is like, they were a band that got really, really big because of Into the Ocean and Hate Me.
Mm-hmm.
But they're a band like we were talking. Yeah, they were one of those SingStar bands. Remember SingStar?
Oh, like what?
It was that
Oh,
game where you
yeah,
sang
yeah.
into it. You sang along with a music video.
Yeah.
There was
Well, it's
a-
karaoke, basically, is what it is.
Well, they did have Karaoke Revolution, which was made by the same company that made Guitar Hero, and it was Guitar Hero, but with
Just the mic.
it was
So it was not
Just
good?
the mic.
Yeah, it was just not good.
It was cool because they had an American Idol one, which was bad.
Ugh. Yeah, it was
But it was weird because
just
a lot
sing along
of
to
the songs they
American
have, they
Idol
didn't have the
contestants.
rights. They didn't have the rights to play the actual versions of it. And I remember they had Photograph by Nickelback, but it was like an acoustic cover by a different guy.
yeah.
And then you like Photograph. It was like presenting Photograph by
Well,
Nickelback.
yeah, but that Guitar Hero had to do that. Like for a lot of songs, they had to do that. Like "Laid to Rest" was not Lamb of God's version on Guitar Hero 2. Like it was definitely
Wasn't
not.
it still Randy's vocals though?
No, it definitely wasn't.
Really?
Listen to it. Like it's not. It's not even close, actually.
Thriving Ivory.
The dude sounds like the dude in Guitar Hero. Like literally sounds like he's fucking trying to not take a shit.
At times I think of you.
Oh my god! Wait, this has gotten way off into the fucking weeds. We are like in the dirt, like we're in the like midfield
We're in the
of
mucks.
Daytona right now.
We're in the mucks, dude.
We're just we're just singing random shit.
Like I
shit
feel like
about
we,
music.
Because I'm
like
pretty
we,
drunk. So
I'm almost
I
there.
feel like
I
we're
gotta
in the
walk
third
here.
turn of
I
Daytona.
just got a buzz going. Like
I had a buzz going at noon.
Yeah, we got way off into the weeds.
So yeah, Jarl bands.
there's a lot of bands from like
Yeah, but it's not. They're not. There's like literally, like
You're
I
making
said,
this
there's
couch
probably
quake, bro.
Couchquake. Hashtag Couchquake.
I had some
Couchquake.
pretty fucking slim farts, dude.
You had those Slim Jim farts on
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
No, I can't really think of that many Jarl bands because like there was a couple that got big, and then I don't think it was as much of a genre as it was like
A movement.
yeah, sort of, yeah.
Kind of.
There's still bands that do it though, but I don't know how
Dude,
intentional it is.
the worst band I ever saw live was a Jarl band, and they were called Zero Signal.
Yeah, they were great.
I saw Oceano, Apparatus, and like, was it? No, it wasn't Oceano. Yeah, it was. It was Oceano, Apparatus, and like 6 other bands at the California Brew House. And I think Ebony Sorrow played there too. Now that I think about it. No, they didn't. I'm mixing 2 different shows together. But there's this band called Zero Signal. Mind you, this was like straight like a deathcore show. Like Oceano was headlining, and Zero Signal was this band that got voted in to play because they were doing like 3 local bands along with this tour or whatever. And they were literally like, imagine if Creed was satanic instead of Christian. And the guys would like,
But that's cool, you know.
the guy had a whiteboard, and he literally drew like the anarchy symbol and wrote "fuck the government" on the whiteboard and flashed it at everybody, and they got fake blood and rubbed it all over each other's faces. It was really fucking weird.
The best show I've ever been to was the show that Cosmic Sea, Replacire, fucking and there was a bunch of other like wicked good metal bands there. At one of the Metal at the Moose
Psychopath, maybe?
shows.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's Psychopath was there.
The last time Psychopath played, they played with Cosmic Sea at the Moose, and that might have been it because I remember going.
I think that
one.
was their last show that I went to go see. And me and Connor Wolf were there all day. We went at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we were there till 9 o'clock at night. And we just went to the high school on the hill, like, you know, that hill that's like overlooking Layton in the high school.
Yeah.
And we just went up there and smoked weed in between like the fucking bands that we didn't really want to see.
I think the best show I've ever seen was probably, I guess there were two. The Oceano show at the Brew House was fun because it was me and a bunch of my buddies from college, like Shane and those guys. But then I saw with Shane again, it was me and Shane and Wes, but then we met up with the Berlin brothers and Ben McElroy, and I think Mark Salazzo was there maybe. There was a bunch of people from Oswego there, and it was Ebony Sorrow, Cattle Decapitation, Surreption, and Cannibal Corpse. $15 to get in. And dude, that was so good. That was so, and like we got my buddy Jake and I got kicked out because this one dude was really drunk and was trying to push people out of the way and was trying to jump from, it was at the Lost, and he was trying to jump from the railing into the pit, and me and Jake and this older dude kept trying to tell him not to, and he ended up like shoving this older dude, like he was in like his 60s or 70s, and like shoved him to the ground, and like so I pushed the guy back and Jake swung at him, and then we all ended up getting kicked out. So I had to miss like half of the Cannibal Corpse part. And then I threw up all over outside. And then I ate a 12-pack of tacos from Taco Bell and threw up on the way home. And then I threw up.
I performed at the Lost Horizon with Austin Summers as Combine.
Your ping pong trick, right?
Yeah.
Out of your urethra.
Asshole, but close.
Your asshole, yeah. Into Austin's urethra.
Yeah, I had
Like
it. I had it
cup.
bleached that week. It looked perfect. But
Your asshole would look so weird if it was bleached. It looked like a birthmark.
Yeah, it was a pink
check
circle.
it out right now, dude.
Try it out.
Anyways,
It was a perfect circle, dude.
Yeah, it's
A pink circle.
so clean.
Perfect star. Go ahead.
But I was performing at the Lost Horizon with Austin. We did our set. And afterwards, me and Austin went outside, and I went to go have a cigarette, and I'm standing there having a cigarette, and this limousine pulls up, like kind of like out in front, and pulls like into the parking lot. And the guys that we were opening up for, Bear and Uke, just get out of this limousine, and Bear's wearing this fucking huge fucking fur coat and like a bunch of chains and shit like that. And we try to say shit to him, and he just like deads us completely and walks right inside. And then Uke, who is like my favorite out of the two, walks up to me and walks up. He's like, "Hey, do you have a cigarette I could get off of you?" I'm like, "Yes, yeah." And he stood there and smoked with us the whole time and just chatted with us, and it was awesome. He's such a cool guy.
He asks you for a cigarette.
Yeah, and now he's performing.
He just got
with
out of a
Skrillex
limousine.
and Ausla.
How
and
does
shit.
he not have money for cigarettes?
Well, he knows that Zemiah was there.
I was there, and I had Marlboro NXTs.
You told him ahead of time.
There you go. I remember I saw the Crimson Edge, which is Mark and Aaron Berlin's band, with their friend Alex.
I still want to see them.
They're so good. I don't know if you like black metal at all, but they're
Not
like,
a huge black metal fan. I was just hoping it's not like any of the stuff that Aaron posts on Facebook, because I just can't get into that.
Aaron on stage is like it's almost like you're watching you. Because Aaron he's a very cool guy. And he's very laid back, you know?
Yeah. Like there was
Dude, on stage, he is like he's an animal, and he just like commands the whole, like, it's crazy. And like the way that the three of them and it's three dudes, and they're a full black metal band, and it's just crazy to me. It's really fun. They're playing
awesome.
in June, and I'm definitely going.
I'll go with you.
It's
to go
so
see
fun.
them.
It's so fun.
Cause, like, Aaron posted this one song the other day on Facebook, and I listened to it because I'll listen to like anything that those guys post, because I'm
my
like,
God, yeah.
because usually their music taste is fucking awesome. But I played this one song, and it was literally just like a lot of amp feedback and like sounds of people dying in the background, and I was just like, all right. I was like, can't get into that, but you know,
I love.
I guess to each his own.
I hung out with them last Saturday, and it's always a fucking blast. They're just really probably the two most like comforting people to be around, if that makes sense. Like, there's nothing.
Oh, yeah.
bad ever
Aaron
going
and
on
Mark-
when you're around them. Like, they're just fucking.
They're so
really,
down to earth and
they're-
wicked
yeah.
good guys.
And they'll talk about anything.
Yeah, they've never once been mean to me about a single goddamn thing.
I've never,
and
I've known them for years, and I've never seen any of them ever like in a hostile mood.
No, like every time like I've gone up and talked to them, I've had a great conversation with both of them because they're both great fucking dudes.
Yeah, their band is definitely worth checking out.
You're not saying
I
the
need
right
to check them
thing,
out.
dude. You gotta piss them off. That's the key.
Yeah, no, Aaron and Mark, they're both assholes. They'll spit in your face if you walk up to them and even try to talk to them. Like
They
one
will huck
time,
a serious loogie, dude.
yeah, one time I tried to ask him if they knew where this one specific gas station was, and he just poked me as hard as he
Yeah.
could in the eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
I went blind in that eye for 3 days. It was
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Like, who are you looking at, bitch?
Yeah, like they're super hardcore. Go check out the Crimson Edge.
Yeah, and then he put a cigarette out on your other eye.
Yeah.
But that's what made me hard, and he had to call the cops. So.
Oh Jesus! But yeah, they're really fun dudes. I love them a lot. They're two of my best friends.
That's what you want them to think.
guys.
Yeah, I bet you they.
You're setting them up,
I bet
dude.
you they fucking hate me.
Yeah.
They're like, God damn it, Jake's coming over. All right, time to be nice. They just take a bunch of Xanax. And
To be nice.
time to be nice. They just crush like 2 milligrams of Xanax and drink a bunch of fucking tequila. They're
Yeah.
like, all right.
But one of these days they're gonna turn heel.
Yeah,
They're gonna make a
take
heel
angel.
turn.
They're gonna snort a bunch of angel dust, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
walk in, and they're gonna fucking rip me to shreds.
The one day that
just
Aaron and
gonna
Mark
whip me with
decided to do
guitar strings.
PCP.
I did like, yeah.
They're gonna pull a Seth Rollins.
They're just gonna throw a suitcase at me,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna open it up, and it's just the suitcase. It's a metal suitcase, and I open it up, and it's just a bunch of handwritten letters about how much they hate me.
As long as they don't pull a Chris Benoit.
Yeah, that's not the one you want to pull.
Which one was that one?
That was, well, you know.
That was one. Get rid of the wife and keep the kids quiet.
Oh yeah. He's part of the cool guy club.
Yeah.
Cool Guys Club.
Cool guy Chris.
Darren from System of a Down was on Chris Jericho's podcast.
Darren was?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So I want to listen to that for sure.
Yeah. Dude, System of a Down is one of those bands. They're like the Napoleon Dynamite of bands.
Yeah. Well, they still play.
Yeah.
They still play live.
But
I thought Surge was just doing his own thing now.
No, they still tour. It's just they don't write any. They don't put anything out. I mean, he is. I think he still does put out music, but he was doing like he does solo stuff under his name, and then Darren played for Scars on Broadway.
Wasn't Surge writing operas for a while too?
Yeah, he did like a whole album that was like kind of like opera-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That was like
I
his
don't know.
first solo album.
Like I like them both as musicians, but I don't like. I don't know. I never could get into either of their solo things really.
There's
songs that are
there's
cool.
like one band where I could get into everybody's solo stuff, and that was Pink Floyd.
Right.
But I think that just comes from a bias of growing up on them, but also because when you listen to their solo stuff, you can appreciate what each of them brings to their albums together. Like David Gilmour was very, very soothing, like soulful psychedelic rock, and then Roger Waters was really like kind of angry,
Yeah.
like weird fucking
So
abstract.
I never really got into solo shit from anybody, honestly.
And then Richard Wright and Nick Mason were both their own thing that was kind of just out there.
Like I think when a band breaks off and goes solo, like you lose the dynamic that's already there, and the reason you like that band is because that dynamic's there. So
Except for Wu-Tang. I was going to say Wu-Tang
yeah,
Clan was mine.
everybody in Wu-Tang
Yeah.
kind of like.
well, a lot of rappers,
Yeah.
a lot of
Bill
rappers.
Murray hit the hardest out of all of them.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I think rappers are different though because they're not writing as much of the song, like musically. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like they're not literally writing the song musically. They're getting a beat.
Well, yeah, they're not
somewhere.
writing the backing track. They're just
Yeah.
writing the lyrics. Yeah.
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 it's kind of funny because I remember growing up, like Odd Future was a really, really big thing when we were in high school.
They all made their own beats.
And they did, but then it was like everybody thought that when they broke up, they were going to be the next Wu-Tang, but the only person you hear about is Tyler.
Tyler, yeah.
Because the rest of them are just, I mean, The rest of them,
I still follow Domo and Haji and fucking Left Brain and Mike G and all them, but Left Brain doesn't do anything ever. Mike G puts out. I think
Haji's still doing like some decent stuff.
Yeah, Haji used to ghostwrite for Bow Wow. If you didn't know that,
really?
Yeah. But Mike G.
Now is he still Bow Wow, or because he was Lil at one point? He was Lil Bow Wow. But so does I don't know. Is there another level? Things. Do they like evolve after that, or?
I thought he was just Big Bow Wow now.
I thought he retired because he just owns a bunch of real estate and a bunch of companies now.
Because Lil is definitely his first form.
Like fucking what's that one guy?
Soldier Boy,
Sean Kingston, I think maybe.
No,
not Sean Kingston. Akon. Mm-hmm. Akon owns he's a fucking millionaire because he owns a fuckload of like music production companies.
Yeah,
and
then he also he provides energy to Africa.
Yeah,
he owns like this company that makes solar panels.
That wasn't Ja Rule.
That's so weird.
He was the one who took money from his people.
No, you're thinking of oh my god, you're thinking of the guy from Haiti. What the fuck was his name?
Nelly?
No.
Nelly had some
he
hits,
stole money
dude.
from his people. He definitely did.
Ja Rule did?
Yeah.
No, there was the one from Haiti that did it. They made fun of him on Always Sunny.
Is it
Oh no,
it was Wyclef. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
It wasn't Ja Rule.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking Wyclef. It was Wyclef.
I was going to say
November.
Ja
They're
Rule.
gone till November. We're gone till November. June and July, August, September. Yeah.
Ja Rule's career ended because he thought he was more talented than Eminem and tried to like diss him in a bunch of tracks, and then like Eminem, Dre, 50 Cent, everybody just fucking slaughtered him. They fucking ruined his career.
Ja Rule was a fucking used wet wipe by the time they were fucking done with him.
Dude,
It's
watched,
funny that they can do that.
Well, because it's like a community, you know. They were all guys that grew up. Well, besides Dre, because he was older, he was kind of like the patriarch. But like 50 Cent, Eminem, Ja Rule, you know,
like you never hear like metal diss tracks. You know what I mean?
We definitely talked about this once before.
Did we?
We did talk about diss tracks.
Yeah, but not metal ones.
It's just not a thing that people do within like the genre, because like the metal genre like isn't very in your face with all the stuff that's going on behind the scenes. Nobody knows what like fucking the guy from Cannibal Corpse ate for breakfast this morning, but everybody knows what Chris Brown did this afternoon.
That's because they write their songs about what they did on Thursday.
Well, I think it's like the whole culture is different. You know,
it is.
It's a whole culture difference.
Rap culture is a very.
It's like, here's how many $100 bills I have. So
it's just rap is literally just flexing the genre. It's just, and that's a problem.
Flexing or like talking about hardships that they grew up with.
Or talking shit about other rappers.
The problem I have with rap is it's very hard to find rappers like, Logic is one of them where he does the hardships and like it's actually really technical. But then he isn't going to be as famous as a guy like Lil Pump because he's not as catchy or whatever, or he doesn't flex as much.
I was literally having a conversation
you gotta have
on
a
Discord
good balance.
last night about Lil Dicky. Like his new song Earth.
Yeah.
Like his whole fucking
was talking to us about this.
His whole fucking like career was so fucking great and it was so powerful, and then he came out with Freaky Friday, and it was like, no, Save That Money was the first one. Save That Money, it was good. It was okay, but like it seemed like he was just really pandering.
Is he still?
And then Freaky Friday came out. That was good, but it still seemed like he was kind of pandering. And now Earth, it's just like, dude.
Now we know
what
you're doing.
The fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Is he still Lil though? Like, how old is he?
He's a Lil Dicky still.
I gave up on Lil Dicky when he joined into the LeVar Ball and Lonzo Ball hype train.
What?
Lonzo is
there's balls everywhere, dude.
The Ball brothers, the Ball family is this. It's this family, and all the kids are
have
like
really big testicles.
No, I wish.
Well, basically.
Kinda. They're all really good basketball players. Lonzo plays for the Lakers, but the whole year leading up to Lonzo going into the NBA. His dad is this caricature of a guy, and they had him on SportsCenter. They had him on the news, and he was hyping up and talking shit about like Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson, and like just being a hype man for his son. And then like right before the NBA draft, they did a thing and Little Dicky was like part of it, and he was like the long lost Ball brother, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck, like. You
My
know,
long lost ball.
Yeah,
My
it's
third ball.
Dicky Ball. Like,
Yeah, Lil Dicky's dropped off completely.
It was funny and entertaining, but it's like at the same time, like it almost seems like a lot of artists do these things. Like I don't want to say they sell out, but I think it's they lose their integrity in a way to make that extra money.
And they play it off as like, they're like, no, I'm doing this album because this is the stuff I like doing and this is stuff I have fun doing. But then you listen to it and it's just like
shot.
No, not even that. Or it's just like, or it's something that's completely different from the regular stuff and it doesn't even sound like that artist. And you're just like, I didn't sign up for this.
The Black Keys did that with me, man. The Black Keys went from like one of my favorite kind of like jazz, blues, garage band bands to then they did the album with like Lonely Boy and Little Black El Camino. And then the last album they did is like straight like prog rock because they
knew they could pull it off, dude, you know?
Yeah, and it was like, imagine if like, okay, this is like, I was trying to explain it to my dad because my dad doesn't really listen to Black Keys, and we were talking about it a while ago, but it's like, well, Pink Floyd kind of did the same thing. Pink Floyd was extremely psychedelic, and then they went to like a more like
less
psychedelic, more progressive rock, and like doing concept albums, and then the final cut was a straight up like classic rock album.
Mm-hmm.
And like Black Keys started off as like a really heavy like garage band to moving into like new jazz, new blues type stuff. And then it's just like, let's do a psychedelic progressive rock album that is not cohesive at all. And just let's add a synthesizer to everything.
Yeah, they killed it.
The Arctic Monkeys did that too. Their newest album, they added a keyboard and a synthesizer to a fucking punk band, basically. Or like whatever they are. They're like their own.
Like how Fall Out Boy just isn't Fall Out Boy anymore. They're just fucking procedurally generated Fall Out Boy.
What's the band that tried to go like super gent? Papa Roach.
Yeah.
They made like a gent.
Fucking kidding me right now?
Yeah.
Papa Roach went gent, dude. Once you go gent, you never
I have to find this now.
Like,
I need to know.
Once you go gent, that means you came and went, dude.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Fucking wieners out, dude.
They came in gent, dude.
And
they literally put out a gent album.
And like Blue October has stayed relatively the same. They're just
it's fucking hilarious. It's really bad.
This is really gay music. Okay. they really they haven't changed at all.
Yeah.
I don't.
There was one that I heard and I was
What
like,
song was it? Like, is there a song that you're?
We listened to it like a couple weeks ago when it was just you and I, Seth, and I can't remember what it was called because we were laughing the whole time.
Dude, Last Resort has 377,422,049 listens.
By Papa Roach.
By Papa Roach.
What's that one?
Cut my life into pieces.
Oh my god.
yeah, that's the one.
Don't give a fuck if I cut my arm bleeding. The song I used to listen to in middle school thinking I was hard as shit.
Remember Saliva?
Yes.
They had one song. Click, click, boom. It was in like...
Keep it down on the stereo, whip it on the radio.
Click, click, boom.
It was on Test Drive. I love that song.
I loved all those bands from like 2000 to like 2007. Like looking back on them Because
okay, so Infest was like a decent album when that came out in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
And now they still are putting shit out. 2019 they just put out an album.
Because they still need to make money. They don't have day-to-day jobs. If they just quit, they would have to have fucking 9-to-5s or like have a fucking 504 plan.
They need a nest egg.
But there's literally this song is called Change
401k.
or Die.
401k, not a 504 plan. That's the shit that I had because I was fucking stupid in high school.
It's literally a song.
Jesus.
It's literally a song called Change or Die. And it's from like
Jesus, I didn't know that. I didn't know Papa Roach did that "Cut My Life into Pieces" song.
Yeah, that was Papa
Yeah,
Roach,
that was
bro.
the one.
Well, then which one's Five Finger Death Punch?
The only other Papa Roach song,
What do you mean? What's Five Finger Death Punch?
this one from Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Is that Five Finger Death Punch?
No, that's Papa Roach.
Oh,
That was from Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
yeah. What's Five Finger Death
2.
Punch's number one song?
Dead Memories.
Oh my god.
I'm just kidding. No, that's
Say that's
I don't think they have any good songs. Their best song is a cover.
yes.
Isn't that? There's a couple bands that have that though.
That's literally their most viewed
Johnny
song.
Cash's best song.
Corn?
Oh no, it's "Wrong Side of Heaven" is their most listened to song.
Johnny Cash's best song is a cover.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Hurt.
Yep.
What about Korn? Didn't Korn do Another Brick in the Wall? Remember that? And that was like super.
Yeah, they
big
originally
for,
wrote
like-
that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like they covered it and it was super huge, like for like a fucking.
No,
Crazy
I
or
remember
something.
having to explain to fucking Dan's brother Nick that Korn did not write Another Brick in the Wall. Like he had no idea that Pink Floyd did it first.
Freak on a Leash. That
What
was
are you
their
talking
biggest-
about?
I'm serious. We were listening.
You're serious?
I'm-
Pink Floyd actually wrote that song.
I'm gonna fucking scream. You know what? I'm opening this one just to chug it, like out of spite.
Wait, what? We're talking about Another Brick in the Wall? I thought Floyd covered that.
If I could, this is the second drink I've got Jake to chug tonight. Just by pissing him off. I love it.
It's not hard. He
it's
just
great.
wants to do it anyway.
These pear secco things are really good, but mine's warm because it's been in my crotch, so
I've only ever seen these at C's and Garofalo's.
it's kind of like a warm mead.
I mean, it's a pear cider instead of an apple, or it's a hard pear cider instead of a hard pear cider.
Fermentation for fun.
What are the words you just said?
The can says fermentation for fun.
You don't like stouts, do you?
No,
You're the anti-stout guy.
I'm not anti-stout. I just don't like stouts.
You're anti-stout, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
But yeah, the cover that Pink Floyd did was pretty good. Yeah. I think it was like
Dude, I remember getting into, and I love him to death too. I don't know if he listens to the podcast, but
I mean that cover Pink Floyd did of Korn.
yeah, Another Brick in the Wall or something it was called.
Yeah. Or dollars.
Yeah.
Did you know-
Cha-ching.
Hours. Dollars cha-ching.
How can you eat your Hot Pockets if you haven't even eat your toaster strudels?
Dude, I fucking like it's actually really crazy. I mean, I love a lot of music, but Pink Floyd is actually like extremely a part of me, and that's one of the few. Like, you can make fun of anybody in my well, besides my dad or my grandpa or my mom, or fuck it.
Your dad has webbed feet.
Yeah.
That's
Doesn't that guy from Pink Floyd?
What are you
have
gonna
the-
do about that?
scalpel.
I think the guy from Pink Floyd has web feet too, doesn't he?
Holy shit!
That one guy from Pink Floyd.
Yeah,
Floyd, right?
yeah.
That's his
Floyd
name.
from Pink Floyd.
Which one's Floyd?
Don't eat. Fuck off. That's not even the line. It's which one's pink, you mongoloids.
Well, obviously, no one's name is gonna be Pink. There's a lot of people's name is Floyd.
Yeah.
like
It's like that
Floyd
band-
Mayweather. Like, did they make the band to honor him?
Yeah. It's like that band Holland Oates.
That one time that he wore the pink shorts and they were like, "Yo, Pink Floyd, fuck yeah, let's do this."
Yeah.
Money.
And that's where it came from.
Floyd Mayweather.
That's where they wrote the song.
He's the highest paid fighter guy that fights. Yeah. That's how that song goes.
Well, that's how it goes. I don't know about the lyrics.
I never had to listen to Pink Floyd out of spite before. Like I already know my plan for the night. Like, I'm gonna make a chicken cordon bleu and some like broccoli Alfredo pasta and just listen to Pink Floyd out of spite.
Okay, but you were going to do that anyway, so.
yeah, but I'm gonna be angry while I do it.
I still don't know
All in
which
all,
one's
you're
Floyd.
just a Another tick on my balls. Is that how it goes?
No, that's the corn.
That's
Dude,
the corn version.
The corn version of that song is actually really good.
Because Korn wrote it. Oh, obviously, the original is going to be better.
Yeah, the original's always better, except for.
Like, it sucks
Except
because
for-
you can't really make Zemiah upset unless you're racist to him. Like,
And that's not even going to make me upset.
Yeah, that
it's
doesn't
gonna
even
get him
work.
hard. Like, it's gonna remind him of his childhood.
It's like, shit.
What was that Tears for Fears song that got covered in
Mad
like,
World by Gary Jules and Michael
Yeah,
Andrews.
Yeah,
I thought that was by Gary Busey.
they
No,
made
it's
that
on the
better.
album. It's on the album Snake Oil for Wolf Tickets, or something. Fistful of Wolf Tickets.
Is that the one Axl Rose featured on?
No, is it Snake Oil for Wolf Tickets? Gary Jules, the guy that did Mad World, like from the Gears.
Oh,
of
you're
War.
not
Yeah.
fucking around right
No,
now?
I'm being serious.
Well, that
Oh,
was-
shit.
No, that album is actually like really good.
I'm
He's
being
like
completely facetious.
He did. Well, it was in Donnie Darko too.
yeah. No, it's one of my favorite albums. Yeah, trading Snake Oil for Wolf Tickets. It's because it's just a really, really good album, and he has Mad World on there, and that is might be like one of the greatest covers of all time because
Yeah.
first off,
Besides, well, besides another brick in the wall.
Can we talk about Donnie Darko for a second? That movie makes no sense.
I've never
Yeah.
seen it.
Like what the fuck? Like, what does a rabbit have to do with Easter?
It's a good point, actually.
Like, come
I
on,
fully
Donnie
fucking-
Darko just...
we were hanging
what
out.
the
We were
fuck?
hanging out at Z's like last week, and after I got done scraping everybody at MK11, we showed everybody the Pussy Slayers bit, and I think we got a bunch of fans of just Bill. Like, I want
You guys have Bill fans now. Ill Bill.
dude. I want Bill back ASAP.
I want a jersey that has clear shots on the front, and then
It
the
says
back
Ill
just
Bill.
Ill Bill 01.
No, it's gonna be 69.
Oh, yeah,
It's al-
69.
why it's always 69, you know?
And then at the bottom, it's just like
dude,
Pussy
he is
Slayers
seriously-
Incorporated for like the brand.
I
Yeah.
fucking love him. Like, he is seriously, like, I just remember.
We could.
There
get
was one
of
night
those.
we were all hanging out at Cass Barney's house, and we were getting pretty toasty, and we were playing Magic the Gathering, and we played like 2 games of Magic, and then like Bill left the epicenter of the room and like went off into the corner with one of those like husband body pillow things, and like sat there and tipped his hat down, and he crossed his arms, and he did not speak for like 30 minutes. And all of a sudden, Cass was like, "Bill, you all right?" And he tips his hat up and he goes, "Don't you think it's crazy that money is just a thing that everybody accepts?" He's like, money is just a thing that people are all right with.
They just take it. It stinks. It's dirty.
So it became this whole thing about like the barter system and how the barter system is superior to money.
Yeah.
And I was like, he's making really good points.
Yeah.
They gave him mushrooms, not weed.
No, he just zones out and like does like thinks deep about those things.
He
And then-
really does.
And then like he'll come up and then just say it. Like I've seen that a million times because I used to live with him. We used to call him Basement Bill
Peace.
because he lived in the basement.
He lived in the basement. Yeah. Dude, he's crazy. He is such a fucking character. Like I fucking love him.
He needs his own TV show.
That whole Pussy
does,
Slayers thing literally would not have been funny if we didn't. If we had anybody besides Bill on, it would have been really stupid.
Fuck it. Call him Pussy Slayer.
But like, it's funny when you can see him just like he's sitting here and he's thinking, and then he gets that thought and it like takes him back.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "All right, I'm gonna." You see,
This is
gears
what's gonna
moving? And he
happen
goes,
right
"All
now."
right," and he goes, "Just fuck it. Let's just call him Pussy Slayers." And it's like, yup.
That's it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it really was the only name for it.
I love. Well, there was another bit we watched. We watched the one about hat liquor. and at the very end, it was about that resident that died because he asphyxiated on pudding. And Bill is just like, that's the best way to go. A chocolate pudding pneumonia.
Yeah,
and like
yeah.
the way he said it, like
Forgot about that.
his voice, like his accent is just it's perfect.
Well, yeah, like
he has his own dialect in a way.
it's like the way he enunciates things.
Yeah.
It's like you like there's like an anticipation when you listen
Yes.
to him.
Dave-
Because
Dave-
he talks slow enough to like where you're like, what's he about to say? And then you get halfway through the word and you're like, oh my God, this is going to happen. And then he fucking pulls it off.
Dude, it's like every punchline with him is like an orgasm.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Dave Reed's another one. I love talking the way Dave Reed does because he enunciates and emphasizes every syllable. We were just talking about this. We were talking about how fucking hilarious it is. Like he'll say like we'll be having a discussion and Dave will have his whole point and it's just like it's like if you can't do that, not a zombie, why would you be able to do that, zombie? I fucking love it.
Yeah.
I am so happy that we're doing this. I'm really happy that you're doing a podcast too because now it's about to be. Like we'll get a third person and a fourth person.
We're
and then
getting
we'll
a network.
all get arrested.
Yes.
Simultaneously.
Oswego's just like we're gonna have fucking angry mobs outside of our houses.
Yeah.
It's just like the whole community
Well,
of
it's
Oswego,
mostly-
just like stop talking shit about our town.
And it's so funny because I really do deep down I love Oswego, but I love that Oswego is so
Fuck
good
this
at
place.
laughing at itself. It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think there's a
this place is
self-awareness for sure.
We grew up here, so I guess it's all right.
I mean, there's a lot of places we could have grown up in. And I think Oswego could have been.
We could have been in Saudi Arabia.
I would have. Well, we would have. The three of us would have been fine in Saudi Arabia. Like our sisters would have been fucked. Well, you don't have a sister, but
Right, so I'd be in good shape.
she would have disappeared anyway.
She would have theoretically, yeah.
She would have been married to some guy in Pakistan.
We would have been all fine in China. Like
Yeah, well,
we
probably not.
wouldn't have been thrown in the river because we have a vagina.
Yeah, we narrowly escaped.
I don't know.
weird.
You know what I miss is when
It's like we fucking won a random fucking lottery. That like it's weird as fuck because you could have just been born anywhere as
It's like,
anyone.
is that penis or a big clitoris? Just penis.
Oh, it's a wiener.
dude. I don't think baby clits are as big as baby penises.
They're huge.
Yeah.
Inflamed.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe we should wrap it up on that one.
Nah, it's good.
No, let's not wrap it up on that point, please. For fuck's sakes, let's not have that thing
It's
be
a
the last
decent
thing.
ending
We
point.
didn't
I really
know.
enjoyed that conversation we were having about covers until you guys just kept hammering into fucking Korn.
Well, it's the best
What?
one.
The music covers
The one that Pink Floyd covered.
or like the CD covers?
We could do box art. There was a whole video I watched the other day about how box
we
art.
could do box art.
We could do box art.
Well, no, there was actually a really in-depth video this guy on YouTube named Scott the Woz did, where I don't know if you know who he is, but he's great. He talked about how box art changes with the mainstream appeal of video games, and he was talking about how the most intricate box art was when video games were the least intricate. Like you look at box art from like the 80s, and it was like this crazy fucking like graphic novel almost, and then it's like, it's like 8-bit, and then you get games like The Witcher where it's just like Geralt like looking.
like Diablo, like the first couple Diablo games, like the covers on those, you're like, holy fuck, this
Yeah.
looks intense. And then
I
you get
think-
it's like a top down.
I think a really good box art, honestly, and it might be just because I have it on the brain, but the first God of War's box art.
Yeah,
it's
where he's
the,
just
the over the shoulder
standing there with his
Kratos
fucking-
like getting ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was that he mentioned this weird time, like there was a very big copycat era with video games with as soon as Call of Duty Modern Warfare got popular and their box art was just a guy on the cover, and then you could tell any game that was going to be a cookie cutter because it was just a guy on the cover.
Yeah.
You know?
Uncharted.
Like in The Last of Us, he even mentioned, I might just be pulling off all of the points out of this video because he made very concise points, but The Last of Us had a good box art.
Fuck it, any EA game has a fucking dude on the cover. Think
Yeah.
about it, except for Battlefront. They just have an AT-AT there,
Yeah,
but every single fucking EA game.
Battlefront 2 has an AT-AT and two guys on the cover. I'm
You're
pretty sure.
right.
It's got Darth Maul and
Yeah.
Ray and
Oh well, yeah.
Ugh.
But they
But,
did
like-
that with SmackDown. Here Comes the Pain. So
the SmackDown game covers were really good.
And
though.
like Madden every
Madden
year.
09.
Madden 09 was cool because it had Favre.
It had Larry
it had
Fitzgerald.
It had two different
Or
versions.
was it 10?
Yeah.
10 was
had
Fitzgerald and Palomar.
They had Steve Harvey as a DLC character.
I don't think it did, actually.
I wish Steve Harvey was a commentator for Madden.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, why don't they do the...
They did that with
Snoop Dogg can do
Yeah,
like in the
and
EA.
did you know this? In UFC 3, in the knockout mode, Snoop Dogg's the commentator.
What?
It is fucking gold.
I don't know why they don't
That's
do that in every game.
amazing.
Those games are so
They should get
fun.
like Dalia to do commentary for like one of the sports games.
yes.
I would love it if they would just hire Frank Caliendo to impersonate John Madden.
What's
Yeah.
Chris D'Elia's
They could do
podcast?
that.
He has
Chank
Congratulations.
Shank Smith.
No,
It's called Congratulations.
congratulations.
Oh, okay.
But not even game box art though. Like fucking albums. Like if you have an album that has the right art, there's something to that.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
when I listened to Blackwater Park by Opeth, I'm like, oh, this song sounds like what I'm looking at on this album cover.
yeah.
Like it sounds like a foggy forest. Like
I think my favorite album cover, and it's a Pink Floyd one, but it's I guess it's probably a tie. There's Obscured by Clouds, which is a picture. It's the first album they did without Sid Barrett, who was the founder of Pink Floyd, and it's a picture of him reaching for an apple. But they took the picture and they redid it with finger painting, like
and then it
blotches.
says KO backwards RN, right?
My favorite album art is the Grit album by by Gizmo.
I love how Korn has the backwards R. Like, what did that even help? Did that help him at all?
Like, what is that even?
Yeah, what is that?
I don't even know.
No, but I think
It's not a metal album. It's not. It's a guy who does metal vocals over rap beats.
Oh,
that are
well,
really
that's what
slow.
it looks like.
Yeah.
I really like this one with the
You
division.
did a good job visualizing it.
Because this album was about. It was Pink Floyd's last actual album. The Endless River was a thing, but the Division Bell was about David Gilmour splitting off from not only his wife getting their divorce, but also finally cutting ties with Roger Waters. So when you look at the album like that, it looks like two people kind of arguing, you know? But then when you put a divider in the middle, it looks like a heart. Actually, that's not a good way to do it. But if you connect them together...
Oh yeah, it's a heart.
It's a heart, yeah.
And a single face.
Yeah, my dad used to have a poster of this in his bedroom when we lived in the trailer when I was a little kid, and it used to scare the shit out of me. So, just like, what's that Queen album with a giant robot? They made...
Yeah, dude, that used to fucking freak me out, too.
They had a whole Family Guy episode about how that used to scare the shit out of Stewie, and I actually loved that one because it was like end of the world, or...
Let me look it up. Oh, you're looking it up already.
Let's all look it up at the same time.
News of the World. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it was called. Yeah, and it was the giant robot like holding people. Appetite for Destruction. I don't know how you guys feel about Guns N' Roses, man, but that's like Appetite for Destruction might be one of the most complete rock and roll albums ever made.
My fucking stepdad used to listen to Iron Maiden a shitload when I was a kid, and all the fucking album artwork on the front used to like scare the shit out of me.
What's the mascot for Iron Maiden?
Eddie.
Eddie, yeah, dude, he used to fucking creep me out. Dude.
Creepy as fuck, and he's on every single fucking album cover. And there's this one where he's like pulling his fucking skin apart and like holding his hair and shit, and that one freaked me out the most.
We were talking about a while ago. We were talking about how crazy it must have been to grow up at a time where metal music became metal music.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine, like, let's say we
Our
were
parents'
born,
era.
Yeah, like, let's say we were all born in, like, 1955. So by the time that Pink Floyd and the Beatles and stuff were coming around, we were growing up. And then, you know, we're 20 years old. It's 1975. You know, the Beatles are taking over, the Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, The Who, Fleetwood Mac, and then all of a sudden, Black Sabbath.
Right.
You know, or Iron Maiden, or Metallica. Like, I can understand now, looking back, why so many people were fucking terrified of that.
Yeah.
Because that shit, like, Black
Sabbath.
Black Sabbath was a little before then. I think they were in like they were big in like.
Well,
the
they were
late
around
60s.
the Motley Crue era as well, but like they were way more dark and hardcore than fucking Motley Crue was. Motley Crue was just like a glam rock band.
Those bands were more like about partying and shit.
And
but they still partied with fucking Ozzy and shit like that. And Ozzy was a nutcase. He was out of his fucking mind. Have you watched the movie The Dirt?
No, I keep fucking telling everybody I'm gonna watch it, and I never watch it, and I'm so angry because
you can't watch it. Everybody's telling you to watch it. Dude.
There's a part where they're all like hanging out around like they're at a hotel and they're in like a pool area where they're hanging out with Ozzy Osbourne, and Ozzy's just completely fucking gone out of his mind, and he's just doing a bunch of wicked weird ass shit. I think he just pisses just in the pool in front of everybody.
Of course he does.
And he does something even more fucked up after that, but
he fucks Pro Jared's wife.
Probably.
But yeah, man, it's just
lady should go out and get herself some dick.
Yeah.
Some fucking scrawny ass YouTuber cucking you. Fuck you.
Yeah, but yeah, I've talked to my dad about it, and my dad was talking about how he was never really into Black Sabbath or anything like that until he was older. Because my dad was just listening. He was exclusively like Pink Floyd and Rush. I mean, Rush
Limbaugh.
I'm huge into Rush Limbaugh, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are on a different wavelength than I am right now. But
How
how do you feel about Rush as a band?
Rush is my favorite classic rock band.
They are.
Favorite of all time.
You like Rush a lot, right? Isn't it weird that Rush is like they're in this weird bracket? There's a few other bands there too, but
I think
they're in this weird bracket where everybody holds them into high regard, but they're not really mainstream anymore. But any Rush song you listen to, you know it's Rush, and you know it's going to be good.
At a time they tried to do the same thing as Pink Floyd.
Yeah,
they tried to go that direction with
2112.
Yeah.
2112 was a big one.
Yeah, they definitely pushed like progressive and
it was still good, but their really good stuff was like that very upbeat, happy. Like I can't listen to a Rush song and be sad.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
Rush is like one of even their
like Limelight and fucking
even their saddest songs like
Tom Sawyer.
No,
yeah. It's definitely the saddest one.
Oh my god, it's
Closer to the Heart would probably be
Losing It is their really sad song.
Yeah,
it came out right after Neil Peart's wife died of cancer, and then like a week later, his daughter died in a car accident. And they made that song. That whole album was like that song was added to the album, if I recall correctly. I could be totally wrong, but
something like that.
It's like I just remember there's. I'll just fucking find the lyric and I'll try my best to replicate it. But Rush, I've seen Rush live 4 times.
I've never seen them live. I'm so jealous.
They are absolutely insane still.
That's not coffee anymore.
No, that's just coffee flavored water.
Yeah. It's probably not even coffee flavored. I tried to get as much coffee out of it as I could.
It's just water now.
It's just water.
That's why you don't ask for ice when you get coffee at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, you have to get iced coffee with no ice.
It comes out cold anyways, so
it's true.
You get more coffee. The ice displacement.
Yeah, this is the one. It says 30 years ago, how the words would flow with passion and precision, but now his mind is dark and dulled by sickness and indecision, and he stares out the kitchen door where the sun will rise no more. And to have that, I mean, I spoken word that, but having that come from a band that their entire whole mantra was just like having fun and enjoying yourselves, and having a tragedy like that, because not only did Neil Peart lose his family, but it's almost like Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson lost a part of their family too, because what's crazy to me, the craziest thing about Rush is they've been together for almost 50 years now.
And they're still playing.
They're still playing, and it's always been the 3 of them.
Yeah.
Always. They're like if you were going to make a band...
Well, that's another guy who's good at playing and singing, at the same time.
Dude, Geddy Lee, like
but he's playing bass, but like technicality.
He's doing bass and keyboard.
Right. But he also plays bass, and the technique is almost guitar like, because his riffs are almost leads.
Yeah. No, Rush is We talked about Rush quite a bit.
I think that was one of the ways they innovated is that they were able to take the bass guitar and make it a primary instrument.
Yeah, I mean, even Flea has said that Geddy Lee is his biggest influence, and Flea now I think Flea from the Chili Peppers is the greatest bassist of all time because the Chili Peppers Flea was the lead, for quite a bit of their songs. I would say that John Frusciante and whoever the fuck else was their guitarist, but John Frusciante was the big one.
I think the best bassist of all time is Tosin Abasi, but he's a different genre completely, and he's like more modern.
Yeah, well, Tool did the same thing with bass guitar. I mean,
I think if you can find a way to make your music make every piece.
Primus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
Primus was like they almost didn't care what notes worked together.
They didn't
like,
give a fuck what their music sounded like. They were having fun with everything that they fucking made and just going at it. And like, and you can tell like even with like My Name Is Mud, like that song's like that's a pretty big Rush song, but like.
Really?
There's not a lot of
He's taking more of my alcohol. Really? Every time. All right, this is the last time. You got a BYOB from now on.
I did BYOB.
Yeah, but you drank it all. So BYMB. Or bring your more beer.
I'm all out of my beer. I brought 6.
See, he knows what he's doing. He knows how to figure it out. You don't. You're not good at math.
Oh, well.
You know you're gonna drink more than you actually have. You know you're gonna.
You got it. You did the work for it.
You always know you're gonna drink more than 6. So
you worked for that. You earned that. You enjoyed that.
I did not think we were gonna do over 3 hours. Okay,
Well,
I'm not upset that we are.
Yeah, but you did
You're
slam
so
a couple
pissed,
of
dude.
them.
You're like, why the fuck is Zemiah still at Seth's house?
Yeah.
Why haven't we just kicked him out and just kept doing just like a regular?
It's
The whole
always
point of the
shots.
podcast was
Always.
to never have any blacks on.
Yeah, that was the whole thing.
I understand that.
We broke the rules.
I'm not.
Oh man,
I'm
Broke the
kidding.
rules.
I hate you, Jake.
no, I don't know, man. Like,
I mean, that's
really,
the bottom line here.
Sometimes I really wish I could go back and because the fact that the three of us, and maybe not the same bands, but the fact that the three of us can appreciate and be amazed by music that came out back in like the 60s and 70s and 80s, it really makes me long for the opportunity to be able to see that come about. In a way. You know
I
what
regularly still listen to Leonard Skinner and the Eagles and
I
fucking
wanted
like
to-
all those bands because my grandfather just fucking
Yeah.
all the time when I was little we'd be listening to all that shit and he would always have a Leonard Skinner fucking album in his truck or in his car or whatever he was driving or a fucking the Eagles were his favorite and I think my grandma bought him like the Eagles greatest hits album. That was like all of their like it was like the white
was it Hell Freezes Over?
No, it was the Eagles' greatest hits.
hits.
It was just like their logo on the front with a white backing to it.
Yeah, it said KO backwards RN.
Yeah,
on the
it was
top.
corn.
But I was just gonna say, like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of bands from back then that I wish I could have seen flourish. You know, I think our parents, like your parents, I don't know how old your parents are, but mine and Seth's parents are literally like they're all the same age, so they were able to grow up and listen to. You know, imagine like not even anything that's a mate like let's say Van Halen. Like imagine the first time you're hearing like Eruption. Like
Jesus
nobody
Christ.
was doing that shit with a guitar back then.
No, Eddie Van Halen must have fucking literally destroyed people's minds when
It's
it
funny
came to
because like
We don't get that anymore. We don't
No.
get that.
it's funny because like when I learned how to tap on a guitar, I felt like I was wicked good. But like it's such a basic technique now, like doing guitar tapping, and that's all Van Halen did. Too,
Yeah.
with all of his solos.
And I feel like that's like the pinnacle of what you can do on a guitar.
It
Honestly,
makes-
is just do crazy tapping shit. Like, and people have maximized that to the point of where it's just absolutely ridiculous
think-
now. And now, like, if you want to come out with something new, you can't come out with something like super, like some sort of technique that's super insanely crazy
think
because it's all been
everything-
done already. You have to
yeah,
dumb
yeah.
it down.
There's
I
a
think
thing-
everything's gotten harder. Like as
Yeah.
far as like the level of skill that's there. I think even like whether it's guitar or fucking skateboarding or whatever, it's up there because it's so easy to access information and watch other people do it, and pros teach you things
Even
on
video
YouTube
games
and shit. Yeah, and it's like,
You mean as far as like making them?
there's
No, as far as
there's
I'm getting
way
lost in
more
myself.
there's way more great guitarists now, and they don't like the guitarists that are just okay nowadays. Back then would have been like top fucking tier guitarists.
Well, you can even put that into the realm of like athletics. Like,
Sure.
I mean, you could take a guy like fucking, let's take fucking AJ Hawk, who was a pretty solid linebacker for the Packers for a long time, made a couple Pro Bowls. You put him in the 80s, that dude becomes the next like Dick Butkus.
Right.
I think that's the natural progression of things. But it almost discourages people from entering that realm because they know going into it that they're going to have to put in more work than
200%.
Yeah, they're going to have to put in more work than they want to.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, you mentioned video games. I was going to say
Like gamers in general, like gamers, like you have to with certain video games, like the really competitive ones, like you have to like let's say like the battle royale ones. If you want to get really good, you want to like fucking watch the pro players on YouTube and then like get their fucking techniques and shit, so you adopt them and start going into the game and playing them like that. And
it's crazy because you can't just play and get better that just by playing. It's like you have to
go. Like every video game has a meta now.
Yeah.
Which
And
is a
it's
good
like,
thing and a bad thing.
I don't know. It's just fucking, the whole thing's weird to me that gaming is that way. And it also still hasn't blown up to the point where initially I thought it was going to be like arenas and esports and shit like that. But now it's just Twitch streaming is where you're like the top tier is.
There was a moment like with T Squared with Halo 3.
Yeah.
Where they were playing Halo 3 and shit and Call of Duty and with FaZe and Optic, where it got to a point and then all of a sudden it almost like dropped. But now like Counter-Strike, I think in I don't know the names of the countries off the top of my head, but there's a few countries in Europe where Counter-Strike is the most watched competitive program. Yeah. Like Korea and Japan, or not Japan. Korea is all StarCraft.
Yeah.
Like
And
StarCraft is
StarCraft.
StarCraft is the NFL of Korea.
League of Legends is really big too for some reason. I don't understand that.
What? I hate League.
I don't know why that's a spectator game though. Like I feel like with spectator games, you like first person shooters are great for that.
Oh yeah, dude.
I think it's because of the shit that happens, like the points where like there's like the fucking like 4-player battles, like
Right.
the 2v2s or like the
It's like-
3v3s or team fights.
I don't
Those
know.
are the fights that like those are the moments that people are waiting for.
I
to
guess
watch.
it's also people who are playing it, like if they understand the game. Like I'm not gonna watch
Yeah,
someone
if you're
play
into
Command
it.
and Conquer because I don't fucking know anything about Command and Conquer.
Yeah, but I'll hop on and watch fucking Counter-Strike
dude. Like
on like.
Well, that's easy to grasp. If you've played any first-person shooter ever, you know what.
and Counter-Strike is one of those shooters. In my opinion, it's the only shooter that is entirely static, and it's almost
there's a base.
Dark Souls-esque in a way where anything that happens, it's all numbers. That game is all momentum and physics and angles and learning the recoil patterns. And like, if you play Call of Duty and you run 5 feet and shoot a shot with your shotgun, it's going to go anywhere in that general direction of the crosshair. But in Counter-Strike, if you pull off the same maneuver over and over, because of the way that the game is made, it's going to go exactly it, which is why it's so crazy when you watch pro Counter-Strike players, because they're doing shit that like, I'm not going to be modest. I'm going to be on it. Like, I'm pretty good at Counter-Strike.
You really
At
are.
least I
He's
used
ridiculous
I
at
used to
Counter-Strike.
be really, really, really good. Well, we that one night when we played, and you
Oh
were
my
like,
God.
Jake, can you just actually try for a couple rounds? And I got like 3 straight 4Ks and an ace, and we won the game.
It was stupid. I literally, I was like, dude, do you mind trying for us, like maybe a couple of rounds? And it was like a switch flipped, and he turned the entire fucking game around and won it for us. He fucking threw all of us on his back and fucking led us through the
Team on
fire.
my back door.
It was good, but
How was he running with a broken leg?
But then remember, there was the one game we played where I was like, dude, I'm going to use a Nova. It was just you and I.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to do shotguns only. And you're like, dude, don't do that. And I'm like, nah, it'll be cool. And I ended up getting like 38 kills.
With the Nova!
We won the game like 16-5, like,
He was only using the Nova.
which is the shittiest gun in the game. But like,
Well,
then I watched
Except
like
the
a
Nagav.
pro counter. Yeah, the Nagav's garbage. But then we were watching like pro Counter-Strike players and like the shit they do, it's just so fucking precise. You know, it reminds me of like it's trigonometry. Like it's all angles, all mathematics. It's all perfect.
Magnets.
Like you have to. It's all magnets, dude. It's all maglev trains, man. But I still remember like watching T-Squared when they would do the Halo 3 tournaments on G4 when we were kids, which was the
Yeah.
coolest shit.
yeah, that's what I mean. I felt like that was where it was going, and it turned into like there's just everybody's getting paid off of their streams. So what's the point of competitive? Like,
Yeah.
you don't have to really do that kind of shit. Like play tournaments and shit. You can just play Fortnite on your fucking stream and make fucking
Yeah.
hundreds of dollars.
I was talking to Wes about this the other day actually when we were hanging out, and we were talking about UFC and how it's crazy that like if I was gonna have a big party at my house, the main attraction, like if let's say I have a house, right, and I invite a bunch of people over, I feel like if I was like, hey, it's a UFC pay-per-view, come over, pizza, beer, wings, yada, 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 I would get more people to show up rather than if it was an NFL party or NBA, hockey, soccer, whatever. Because I think UFC and MMA and cage fighting in general is way more easy to just pick up because everybody has most people have been in a fight before.
Yeah.
And I think it's a lot easier to pick up on getting entertained by two professional fighters beating each other up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And I think
there's less to understand.
It switches a weird primal instinct in people when you just see like, you know, fucking, you know, like Ngannou and Overeem or like fucking Curtis Blades and
Well, that's what I mean. There's definitely less to, like, it's easier to understand. It's
But
Is
just
the Iceman still fighting?
actually he.
Wait, were you serious?
Yeah.
Chuck Liddell?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No,
Actually, he
well,
fought
he was.
Ortiz this
he
year.
was. He fought Tito Ortiz a few months ago
and it
got
was not good.
destroyed. John Jones is still alive and well. Conor McGregor is a bitch and also a garbage human being.
I knew that.
But I think people also have a lower standard for UFC fighter or MMA fighters in general because I think the caveat of having your profession being fighting also is attached to the fact that if you know somebody that gets into a lot of fights, you don't think as highly of them. So I think fighters can get away with being shittier rather than a guy that plays for the Yankees or a guy that plays for the Cowboys. You know what I mean?
I think it's in fighting that's been around for a long time with boxers.
Yeah.
I think that's like a shit talking thing is like just kind of part of the game at this point.
But I mean, like also like getting in trouble with the law and stuff like that. Like Conor McGregor threw a fucking dolly through a bus window and injured people.
They used it for hype though.
Yeah, exactly. So you can use the raw shittiness outside the ring to hype up the fights because you know that they're going to use that to,
Yeah,
you
like
know,
Vince McMahon,
embolden themselves in a way.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what wrestling does too. They take a lot from wrestling though. Like I think in that same respect.
The
you
UFC,
can build guys as a heel. Like Chael Sonnen like basically built his whole career around being a fucking heel.
Yeah.
Like being the bad guy.
Who's Shang Tsung?
And yeah, Chael Sonnen.
Dude, I would love nothing more than for like an old Asian man to get in the ring with like John Jones, and then he like touches his forehead and turns into John Jones, and then shoots a fireball at him and kills him. As soon as sorcery is allowed in the UFC, it's gonna blow up. Honestly,
Yeah.
It is,
yeah,
yeah.
dude, the dark arts, they're coming.
That's them
Gang,
dark
gang.
arts. That's
Get
them
ready
dark
for
arts,
it.
bro.
Black magic is coming to your fighting arena near you.
Get that hitter. Yeah. Well,
Imagine Liu Kang versus fucking Rey Mysterio.
I'd love a Blitz the League or Mortal Kombat type game with a WWE.
Like what do you like a fucking like
an extremely visceral, violent game, but with actual WWE
like celebrity
fighters.
deathmatch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I feel like they did something like that. Oh, they did like they did like WWF in your house for like PlayStation 1 or something, and all of the wrestlers had like special moves and shit. Like the Undertaker could shoot like skulls at people and shit.
That's what I need. You know what I miss?
Kind of like Mortal Kombat.
Holy fuck! You know what I miss?
I wonder if I can find that.
Twisted Metal. Did you guys play Twisted Metal growing up?
I played Jack X Combat Racing and Test Drive and Need for Speed Underground 2.
Seth.
Those are similar, right?
Would you play Vigilante 8?
I played Assassin's Creed.
These are the Undertaker combos. I played this. It was actually pretty hard. Like, there was only like 6 characters. There was Bret Hart, Owen Hart, Undertaker, Vader, Shawn Michaels.
What the fuck?
He tombstones him from fucking like he jumps like 15 feet into the air for a tombstone.
Jesus.
The Undertaker was savage in this, dude. The Undertaker.
It's like Double Dragon, dude.
Yeah, it was basically like a beat 'em up.
This is literally Ring Mortal Kombat.
Hadouken!
What?
That's hilarious.
It was actually a fun game. It just, it's fucking old.
I didn't know Owen Hart was a fucking person.
He's dead. He used to be a person.
He's dead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
Seth,
was a
how did that?
malfunction.
He fell.
Yeah, there was a malfunction with his entrance. I think he was supposed to like come down from the ceiling or something.
With like not a bungee cord, but like a trapeze thing.
Yeah. I
And
think the
it
supports
fucking-
broke.
the supports broke, and he fucking
and he
dropped.
fell like onto the turnbuckle and
Yeah.
died. Yeah. Yeah, it was not good.
Jesus.
Yeah, there's no video of it either, which really sucks.
Yeah, that's
There was
about to
one,
go look
I
up that
think,
up
but
on
like
YouTube.
it's not. You can't find it.
It's the reaction, I think, is what it is.
Yeah, because it wasn't.
You can't watch
I
people
mean, you couldn't
die
have
on
found
the
it,
internet
really.
anymore. Unless you go on 4chan.
Right. Or Reddit.
No, Reddit got
Isn't
rid
there
of
a
it.
watch people die on Reddit?
No, it got banned.
It did?
Yeah, after the New Zealand mosque
Oh, yeah.
massacre.
You're not supposed to post that.
Yeah, they were like, Reddit was basically like, we don't want anybody to post people dying if it's because of a terrorist act or religious act. And they're like, okay.
But if it's war, it's fine.
Right. But
Yeah,
the guy.
dude, the amount of times I've seen like that AC-130 video from like COD 4, like actual AC-130 videos,
Just
that's fine.
destroying people,
When it's
that's
when
okay.
when it's dudes getting beheaded in not Israel, when it's dudes getting beheaded in like Saudi Arabia for being gay, that's fine. But
Yeah.
when it's a fucking mosque in New Zealand, no.
Yeah, what
They
the fuck?
banned
It doesn't
everybody.
make any sense.
And anybody that was, I didn't get the ban hammer for it, but anybody that was the moderator or the administrator for that subreddit, they all got their accounts wiped.
Oh,
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that was actually like there's something very I don't know, there's something about watching videos of people dying that is it sounds fucked up, and it is fucked up. You shouldn't do it, but there's something about it that kind of makes you realize how valuable life is
yeah.
in a way.
Yeah, like, it kind of desensitizes you. Like, if you watch enough of it, it desensitizes you to it.
Probably.
It really
yes.
does.
But you still get bothered by it. Like you still, like, look away, and you're just like, I don't want to watch
Yeah.
this
Did I
shit.
tell you guys about the really fun thing I did this past Sunday with Mark and Aaron Berlin?
No.
So I spent the night there Saturday night and woke up early in the morning. It was like 9:00, 9:30, and I was alone, so I was watching. What?
We were talking about people dying, and then you're like, "Did I tell you about that thing, Mark?"
Well, I just don't want to keep talking
related.
about. I don't want to keep talking about people dying.
It's related, dude.
It kind of gets this whole vessel pumping. So I was watching street fights while I was waiting for Mark and Aaron to wake up. I was watching street fights on Reddit, and Aaron woke up. We were hanging out, and we were watching high school fights, and it moved to watching teachers beat up their class, like their students. And Aaron was like, dude, there's this one I watched a few weeks ago where this teacher actually choked the student and threw him into a desk. And I was like,
so
all
it was
right.
Mr. Brown?
Basically, he wishes. You can't choke him
That
too
dude was all bark.
You
He would
can't-
just break desks and throw chairs and then just look at you
Yeah.
and expect you to be scared. You're like, you're just a fucking man baby that likes breaking shit in front of people to look strong.
Legitimate
It's
cuck.
scary though. So.
Like,
But,
no, wasn't he the one cucking?
Oh,
someone
yeah.
else?
No, he did cuck somebody
He
else.
was the cucker, not the cucky.
He was the bull.
Yeah, he was.
But so Aaron showed me this video of this teacher choking out the kid, and attached to the video is a news article, and they gave the name out of the kid. I was like, all right.
That's a good
So
move.
I added him on Facebook, only to find out that the kid that was getting choked by the teacher 2 years after that whole event happened was arrested on a vehicular manslaughter / homicide charge for getting into a high-speed police chase with the cops. And the passenger of his car was killed by the cops. And then he also ran somebody over while trying to get away.
And it was because that day, not that day, but like the day in the past, that teacher just choked him and slammed
The
him into a
teacher
desk,
was
so
the,
he was like-
the teacher that choked him in that video was actually talked to about it, and he goes, "I was trying to tell you, like, I did not want to sacrifice my job for this, but this kid was threatening other people with violence and selling drugs to other students and this and this," and he goes, "and I just had to do something, but you all took his side, and look what happened." And I was like, "What the fuck?" And it all happened in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's
So
all
then-
like perspective shit. Like you don't see the other side, you just see the news reports.
So you know what I did? I went to Milwaukee's Most Wanted.
Ooh.
I added all of them on Facebook. My text tone now is now one of the babies screaming. And
Oh, I thought it was Dong Dong from
no,
Law
where's
and Order.
my phone? send me a text.
What's your number?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna give it out on the fucking show.
You should do that.
Just hand me my.
just
You don't have my number?
no. You should tell me your number.
Nobody knows it. Yeah, you should say it out loud.
I mean, what the fuck's gonna happen? Nobody listens to this anyway.
Everyone's gonna start calling you. I'll probably call you.
You don't have my number. I have your number.
You do?
Well, then why don't you send him a message?
Yeah, send me a text and I'll send you one back.
What year is it here?
Are you sure it's the right number?
It's,
Is that Ashley without a shirt on?
No.
Oh, can it be?
No, that's her with a shirt on. All right, I'm gonna wrap this up. I think because I'm gonna leave soon.
Wait, why was it so quiet?
Because you have it turned down, dude. Learn the technology.
What do you have to do?
I'm leaving.
To go where?
To leave from here.
What do you have to do?
I'm leaving this house.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
Wait, call me too. I had a new fucking ringtone.
It's gonna be It's gonna be a song that gets us pulled for copyright. Wrong number. The fuck is that? What?
That's your fucking ringtone?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It's Mark and Aaron and Jake all laughing hysterically into a microphone. So we wrapping this up?
It's pretty authentic.
What do you have to go to? You don't have to go to class. It's like 9 o'clock. What are you doing?
No, I'm not going anywhere.
What, you getting Katie?
He's just lying.
I might not have to pick her up, but
She's coming
Either
over.
way.
You guys are gonna have unprotected
it's like
sex.
4 hours we're in right now. I think.
So
Let's do 6, dude. Fuck it.
Yeah, we're almost 4 hours in. Holy fuck.
what's your point?
Well, I'm just saying, you know. You know what I mean?
So have you guys watched Endgame yet?
No, actually, I haven't.
No,
I
I did hear that Tony Stark dies though.
Yeah, they all die, I think.
didn't want that to come out of that.
What, the spoiler? Did you see it yet?
I haven't seen it.
I think they all die, don't they?
Wait, you saw it?
No, I didn't see Endgame.
Get the fuck out.
I didn't. I haven't seen it yet.
No. You saw it.
I haven't
Please
seen it.
tell me you saw
I
it.
haven't seen it.
Oh.
I don't think he died.
Oh, god damn it, Zemiah. You've had 2 weeks, dude. It's your fault.
It is my own fault.
It's okay. It's not Tony Stark that dies. It's Thor.
Okay.
I thought Spider-Man died.
I've only seen Ragnarok, so I'm okay with that.
You've seen it, you fucker.
I haven't.
Yes.
I'm not fucking with you, Jake. I haven't seen
Someone
Endgame.
dies, okay? Let's just say
Okay.
that.
All right. Cool.
They all do.
I think they all die, yeah.
Most of them do.
They're all going to die.
They go back in time.
I'm pretty sure they all die.
I was just trying to drag this out more to piss off Seth.
Yeah.
He really needs to have unprotected sex.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, we should let Seth get his nut.
You guys never let me do
I
it.
have time. I just fucking...
I mean, you just never ask. You just go for it, and then I'm just way too surprised.
Dude, honestly, the thing I'm most ever nervous about is getting a girlfriend and introducing her to my friends, because immediately she's gonna be like, "No."
Yeah. Like, I'm going to start calling her... I'm going to start calling her...
I know not to be an asshole.
No, that's not the thing. Is that I will end up being me.
yeah.
I'm going to start calling her your sister.
Yeah, give her the Carissa treatment.
Yeah. I mean, that is the move, you know?
Always.
I just feel like insecure because I'm really not a good person.
Not a lot of people know that Jake has all of his girlfriends actually refer to themselves as his sister. So when they go about making love, he actually is able to
It's like that scene from Joe Dirt.
maintain himself
Yeah.
throughout the entire session.
Well, it's
because,
like we've documented hours and hours of the shit that he actually says. So, like,
I mean, I can't have an orgasm without buying shoes. He can't have an orgasm without it being his sister. So
Yeah.
yeah. It's actually accurate.
I do really like my incest porn, man.
Mm-hmm.
it's what's hopping on Pornhub right now, I guess.
What else are you
You
gonna
go to
do?
the homepage.
I was
It's
watching
just
this
like
one. I was
step-
watching this one. Helena Price video, and
Okay, I have
it's
to check her
called "Stepmom is late for work and son needs to shower."
Well, I don't get it. Why do they even put step in front of it? Like, we all know
fuck
it's
in the shower.
We all know the step is only there for.
And the only difference between a regular porn video and that is the point. That's the fact that they're like really cheesily saying, "Oh yes, son. Yeah, put that. Yeah, oh yes.
Son.
Oh yeah, you're a
That's so
growing
weird.
boy, aren't you? Oh,
Remember when I
God.
could fit all of you inside of me?
Remember when I pushed you out? Oh, you're just going right back in, aren't you? Oh, just
Oh my god. I can't. I don't know. That really is the only difference, though. Like,
yeah.
just what they're saying, like the dialogue.
Well, it's easy.
And does
to
anybody?
relate
I don't even understand. Do you even pay attention to the dialogue? You must, right? Because it's.
The dialogue is a pretty big part.
to. I do. I really do sometimes.
I like my
especially-
solo videos.
But
There
how
are
is
some
it-
of
does
them
it-
like
there's
I
no
really
immersion,
like.
though. It doesn't.
I
bring
like
you-
a public agent when it's a real estate agent.
I like
It's
the
it's the fake real estate agent that
Yeah.
fucks the guy to sell the house.
like
It's
fake taxi.
Look, I will buy the house off you, but you know, I have an erection, so you got to take care of
That
it.
seems like a way overpriced fucking.
It's so funny though. Like it mostly comes from the absurdity of it.
He's not gonna buy it. You know that. He's just gonna nut and then.
Well, no,
not
there's
buy it.
No, at the end of the video, after
sign
he
the
comes, he
contract?
has to let the audience know. He's like, "Oh, I think I'll take you up on that offer, and that's where that ends. Like, they have to let you know the end of the story. Like, they can't just give you the beginning and then fucking and then nothing. Like, they have to, like, at the end he has to say something to where it's just like, oh yeah,
It's
so
weird
I think your pipes are all cleared.
Well, they used to be actual films. Like you used to go get them and
Full-length
fucking watch
movies.
them like a movie.
Like Debbie Does Dallas, which is.
But now it's
probably-
like a 15-minute.
Well, there's still like on my TV thing that I have, the Logic Streams TV. I have like 100 porn channels, and there's like this one porn channel that legit like plays only vintage porn videos. That were like the ones that like had the full storyline.
Those
to
are
them.
great though. I mean, I would watch that. That's fucking hilarious.
I watched the beginning, and I'm just like, I can't follow this, so I just switch it to Brazzers,
Is it
and
too-
they're
like
just
the
right to business.
Storylines too.
Yeah, but
deep.
you're
The
lucky.
chick's tits are right there. She's fucking. The guy's laying down. You don't see much dick. It's perfect. It's
You bought a ring. for
you ought to know.
You get to have sex a lot if you want to. I think, right? No. Let's not air your laundry out. Let's
I mean,
not.
we can. I mean, I do.
Yeah, he's airing it.
I mean, it's out on the porch now.
We all know
so what
you
do
have a
want?
healthy sex life. The two of you do. Mine's a very unhealthy sex life because I only sleep with women that I met that night.
Yeah, and stepmothers.
What you got to do is just go on the internet and start answering threesome ads.
Mm-hmm.
Like the guys who want to watch their wife fuck other guys. Like, just start answering those ads.
Yeah, because you're another
Like,
guy.
why
right?
the fuck not, dude?
I've
You just go over there and cuck a dude's wife in front of him
I
real quick,
have-
get your nut, go home, bro.
I have thought about being a bull, but I don't know if I'd feel comfortable. I'm too empathetic.
Look, you don't know him. It's not like you're gonna be seeing him next week at work, being like, "Hey, Bill, your wife was
but
great."
at the same time, it's like,
It's probably easier if you're in a bigger city. I would imagine.
yeah. I was gonna say like, like if either of you were like,
Because like,
dude,
what if you go to
there's
Walmart the next
like a
fucking day?
100-mile radius. Like, you can go to Syracuse.
Well, yeah, you gotta
That's
travel a
44
little bit,
miles,
but
but if
Yeah,
either of you or
Rochester.
any of my other friends that have, fiancés or wives or whatever, if any of my good friends were like, dude, we've been thinking, they're burping the whole time, like, dude, we've been thinking, like, I want to really see, you got thick thighs, you got a thick hips, you got a fat ass. I really want to see that gyration in action.
yeah,
Or whatever people say when they want someone to cuck their wife.
That's
I
definitely
want
not what
to
they
see
say.
what it looks like when your goatee is just fucking deep
Dripping.
into my fucking wife's asshole.
Right.
It's just fucking it's in there.
Yeah, hashtag the tickler.
the tickler.
Oh man.
I don't know if I could cuck anybody, man. That's just a thing, like a personal thing, like a Terminator gun. You got
But why not
gun,
though?
yeah,
Like,
Terminator.
why? Like, you don't know them.
If like
It's
alright,
not a
like,
person
let's
that like
say-
you have any emotional attachment to.
What if I was
The
engaged?
the girl's looking pretty hot.
If I was engaged to a moderately attractive woman and I asked you to fuck her in front of me,
Well,
would
no,
you do
because
it?
I know you. I'm talking about going on the internet and answering ads about people that you don't know and
See,
you've never met before.
I think
Still
now that I think
weird-
about
it's
it,
still
now that I
weird,
think
man.
about it, I think I could only cuck my friends.
You just have to turn off your emotions, dude. You just go to
Yeah,
their
I
house
can't
and be
do
like,
it.
"This is what I'm here
Can't
for.
do it.
I am a penis for your use for the night. Pay me at the end of the night, and I will go home and eat Pop-Tarts until I cry and fall asleep."
Yeah,
I would piss on someone's wife if they asked me to.
yeah, that's true. Piss on me, beat me.
Piss on me, beat me, try it out.
Oh man.
Yeah,
What's the move, man?
that is the move.
We should go to Ruby Tuesdays, get some steaks. I think that's the move.
What are you doing?
Oh, we've got a video popping up here. What's this?
I'm sure this is very important. Machines right there. Machines right there.
Sing my song. Trying to sing my song. Okay, here we go. I have another beat down for you now. Try to practice.
Trying to practice on my rap. Practice on my rap.
Coming at you. Here we go.
Does he work at the Subway?
Machines within.
No, he's just there.
Machines within. I got a gun. Yeah, I got a gun. Terminator gun. Yeah, machines within, machines within. T16, 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 100%. T16, machines within.
He lost the flow a little bit, but
Trying to rank my rap. Trying to
rank
rank
my
my
rap.
rap. Trying to practice on my flow. Trying to practice on my flow. Machines within, machines within, machines within. I'm out on the street. I don't give a F.
he doesn't give an F.
Machines within. He doesn't give an F.
Well, F all the haters.
Machines within. Rapping on my song. Rapping on my song.
Rapping on his song.
It's got a lot of depth.
Yeah. Okay, that's not bad. It's pretty heavy. There it is.
Yeah.
Black guys would love to fucking fuck good.
Hey, that's you.
If you're a hot black guy and you want to fuck me at 20,
I've answered his ad, but he told me that I wasn't dark enough for the offer, so I was actually a little bit hurt by it. I felt confident enough to send him a message and be like, listen, I'm a hot black guy who's ready to fuck good, and he just sent me back the most disappointing message. It's like,
Have you
you're
looked at
not
his
black
Instagram
enough
yet?
for me.
Well, I mean, you could go.
Did you know
over.
that his Instagram is public now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. He's got.
And
Have you
he
seen
gave
it?
out his phone number and
Did you
his
see
address.
His dick.
No,
his dick on Instagram.
is it good?
It's not good.
It's uncircumcised, isn't it? He's got the hood.
Or is it just? I mean, is it?
Hey, if we're gonna go
Explain
see,
it in full detail.
we should go see Tom Segura later.
I
this
need to
year
know what it looks
and,
like.
give him business cards for cool
Jake,
shots.
Jake, what does this guy's penis look like?
He's not. Jesus. Is it fucking? Where did you see his dick? I don't understand.
It was on an Instagram live thing that I was watching.
Oh yeah.
He can't do it on. He can't post a picture of his dick, but
You can do it
it
live.
It can be live.
Can be. And then they can throw that up on Pornhub for someone like me to enjoy.
Right.
I love how you've had my vape in hand the entire episode.
Yeah. That's how he
No,
does
just
it,
this
dude.
part.
Really?
Just this half, yeah.
That's how
Really?
he.
I haven't. Okay.
That's how he.
I
does
grabbed it about 20 minutes ago
Yeah.
when you
All
were
right.
talking about corn.
Yeah.
He does it, dude. He knows how to do it.
And how Pink Floyd was originally made to be like a tribute to Floyd
Money.
Mayweather.
Moid Flavor.
Money Mayweather.
Mayweather.
I'm good on this episode. We did a lot. I gotta pee really bad, like so bad.
Dude, we've said so much nothing. And
We have.
Well, that's
We
what makes it so
really
good. Like
have.
I feel like that's a good like a carrot dangling in front of people's ears. Is that like this is such a nothing show with our friends. Like
there's a carrot dangling in front of their ears, you know.
yeah, and
Yeah,
the
dude.
carrot is just a picture of Zemiah, burning.
On a cross.
Yeah.
It's not a carrot. Then.
White hooded fingers. White hooded fingers
Yeah.
around.
So that's it, I guess.
Yeah.
He's leaving.
So yeah, thanks for tuning in to the Constructive Cynicism podcast. My name's Zemiah Phrance, and I hope you guys enjoyed this episode.
Yeah, because
So,
that's
stay
basically what
tuned.
this
Thank
was. And the dogs are yelling at me right now.
No, this isn't my podcast. I kind of just wandered into these people's home.
Yeah. Where is your podcast available on right now? Spotify, iTunes, maybe?
iTunes,
SoundCloud,
Stitcher,
maybe?
I think. Yeah. And I put a couple episodes up on SoundCloud, but
They're gonna.
they have the whole like you can only have 3 hours of content
Yeah.
on your one profile unless you want to pay for Pro, which
And
I'm not doing that.
I think they get rid of your like oldest one or something when you post something new.
Yep, they do. They got rid of my first episode when I tried to post a new one, so I was like, you know what? I don't know if I'm gonna be doing SoundCloud anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, Spotify and Anchor, Fuck, what was the other one that I had? I had a bunch of them. So if you just go to any podcast place, look it up, you should be able to find Constructive Cynicism. I've got them up on most of them now. So, yeah.
So yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
And,
thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. We'll get you on again because, we don't have that many friends.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Subscribe to us and our Instagram and stuff like that. We're also doing like some Clear Shots plays again.
Yep,
Yes.
I'm actually going to record one when I get home.
That's gonna be good.
I'm gonna buy a 4 Loko on the way home.
Yeah.
And drink that and play something. Because I totally need that in my system. Even though I have work at 6 tomorrow.
I have a pounding headache right now, and my body's just telling me I need greasy ass food.
Yeah, you should have got a Baconator, dude.
Should have.
All right, we'll see you guys next time. Let's try and get Bill on next week.
Yeah, we should.
gotta
Joe
get it.
wants to be on too.
Oh. That sounded like a fucking super modified was outside for a second.
Yeah, it's Joe.
Oh. All right. We'll see you soon, guys. ClearShotsPodcast.com is where you'll find links to everything we do. You can check us out on Twitter at ClearShotsPod. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and check us out on Periscope for live videos. If you have anything you want to ask us, send us an email at clearshotspodcast@gmail.com. Thank you for listening. We will see you next time.